The story starts with a girl being interviewed saying she's a pretty experienced player, but he drags everyone solo. Another guy, on the other hand, said that he always fought fiercely and killed all the bosses without difficulty, but he makes it look so easy. They all gave interviews censored in front of their eyes for anonymity, while the third one said he was fucked up because of him, because he stole 3 kills. Meanwhile, a girl who was watching him play live decided to ask if he was a cyber athlete. Everyone wondered who he was, but all they could do was watch as notifications poured in that this player had made a killing. People confirmed that his techniques were stronger than all of theirs combined, making him a virtually unkillable player. People who were teammates with him have personally seen him single-handedly tackle dozens of mobs without taking damage. They were sure that this is not just a player, but a real genius who has no equal in this game. Online, many people have asked if Sunny is a great god or a mediocrity, a hidden talent or an utter worthlessness, who the hell he is. He alone is able to sweep an entire location, earning a reward for himself alone, but his pumping doesn't end there. The most popular game right now is Glory. In this game, the account login is done with a special card. It has become commonplace in the world of gaming. Cyber sports tournaments have become more exciting and interesting. There was also an account dubbed God of War. Its owner's name is Sunny, who is known as the best player in Glory. There were hardly any players like him, and those who were still didn't reach his level no matter how hard they tried. On a snowy winter evening, a meeting was being held at Team Era's operations base, which was the starting point for Sunny. When he entered the threshold, the first thing he was told was to turn in his God of War player card, to which the guy reacted with indifference. They decided to hand over the role of team leader to the new recruit Sebastian. Today, he would become the owner of the God of War. The manager added that he was the Rookie of the Year. According to the Professional Alliance, Sebastian himself cursorily apologized. He also added that he had taken his place as soon as he arrived here, but there was not an ounce of regret on his face, only a smirk. Suddenly, a blonde-haired girl ran into the room, loudly and disgruntled, asking how they could have been so rude. Everyone looked at the guest in surprise, who stated that Sunny was single-handedly pumping up the War God account. Marie angrily insisted that all his 10 years of hard work was in there, so they couldn't just pick up and replace him. The manager clarified that the account belongs to the team and not to him personally. During the 2 years he was the leader, Era was at the bottom of the rankings. The God of War account should be played by Sebastian. Only in this way would his full potential be revealed. All the team members agreed with him. The girl was furious. I don't understand how dare they say that, however. Sunny put his hand on her shoulder to stop her. She glanced at the guy, who silently waved his head at her, hinting at her not to continue this conflict. The manager's patience was also running out, so he raised his voice, asking him to give the card to Sebastian. The silent guy stepped forward with his head slightly lowered, and then there was a small pause that stretched for quite a while. Sunny stuck his hand behind his sinus, approaching Sebastian while Marie watched his actions worriedly. When he saw the card, the rookie thought he had moved to this half-dead team for this account to become the best in the world. Sunny held out his hand, handing the newcomer the coveted card. Looking at it, the blonde man broke into a smile, unable to believe his happiness. He was one step away from being the strongest. All he had to do was pick up a card and start the game. Suddenly, Sebastian froze with a surprised look on his face, asking Sunny what he was doing because he didn't want to let go of the card. The blonde man said that Sunny's hand was trembling. Could it reveal the truths of the War God's potential? And so he asked to give it to him. To be more convincing, he promised that the God of War would be known by every Glory player, but it didn't work. He was then directly asked to leave, but Sunny first raised his voice, asking Sebastian if he liked the game. He didn't understand what the question was about, so he only looked at the former member of Team Era unhappily. Still holding the card, Sunny said if he did, let him prove that he was willing to do anything for her, not just brag. After saying that, he let go of the card, telling her to take care of it, while the blonde man looked at him in surprise. The former account holder headed for the exit, not wanting to continue a conversation that was obviously useless and would lead nowhere. At that very second, Sebastian jumped up from his chair, irritably asking Sunny to repeat what he had just said. The manager said their team doesn't have any cards for him, so he can just be their coach. Sebastian confirmed that with his skills, only he was worthy of being their coach. However, it sounded like a tease. Looking at a distraught Marie, Sunny decided that he would decline the offer because being a coach was clearly not for him. He then asked the manager to cancel his contract, to which he responded with an ambiguous smirk. Marie loudly asked the guy to take his time because he would have to pay a huge fine because of it, but he didn't care. The manager smiled, achidically stating that he simply didn't have enough money to pay for it. But that didn't catch on with Sunny either. The man added that Sunny has always been a celebrity, but has consistently refused to appear in commercials or even interviews. He has great money-making potential, but he hasn't brought the team a dime, although with his potential that's ridiculous. Adding to the fact that he has to give financial support to his senior fellows, it's odd that he doesn't want to get paid. Looking at the guy, Sebastian said that a famous player like Sunny had no money and he didn't even know it. Turning around, Sunny asked with a calm look to tell him straight out what conditions he wouldn't have to pay the fine with. Taking the notebook in hand, the manager replied that he didn't want to complicate things, so he only offered to announce his departure. Then they would have no problem taking care of the fine. Hearing this made Marie angry again at the manager's horrible attitude. She said he was well aware of the rules, which state that a player who announces his departure can only leave after 1 year. Plus, he's 25 years old. If he stops practicing and playing, he won't be able to join the team anymore. Taking the notebook from the manager's hands, Sunny said that he had worked constantly all these years and there was nothing wrong with taking 1 year off. Signing the statement, the guy thought about the fact that the contract for his departure was prepared a long time ago, which means that they were preparing in advance. While the manager scrutinized the application, Sunny headed for the exit again while Marie asked him to stop. The rest of the team paid no attention to their departure, surrounding Sebastian and congratulating him on his new position as leader. When they left the building, Sunny said it was very cold today, so he asked the girl not to walk him out. Marie paused, asking what he was going to do now, for she was uneasy about the fact that he had been kicked out so easily. With a wave of his hand, the boy replied that he would rest for a year and then return, his voice expressing no true emotion, after which he silently headed forward while Marie remained standing still, her eyes becoming wet with tears. Walking down the street, the guy thought that one day things would change, although he didn't like sudden changes. On top of that, today, it really is cold. Stopping outside one establishment, Sunny, covered in snow, thought that the first thing to do was to find a place to hide from the cold. Without thinking much about it, he walked into the happy internet cafe where he was going to relax and have a good time. Go up to the manager. He asked if he could stay here for a while. The girl asked for his ID card to check in. After looking around the computer room, the guy noticed that the place was quite large. The manager pointed out that it's instead of 47. Thanking her, he headed out into the hall, not hearing the girl ask him to pick up the ID card while she herself watched the drama. Walking a little further, Sunny found the area where his seat was supposed to be, but he decided to take his time. The very second he noticed that his seat was already taken by some girl who was frantically clacking away at her keyboard and mouse. He noticed that she was playing Glory, but it didn't embarrass him in the slightest. Even on the contrary, he watched her actions carefully. She screamed that she would shoot him even if she spent all her bullets. This incredibly loud girl's name was Shani. At the moment, she was fighting against some man, saying that he wouldn't hide, then asked to taste his bullets. Sunny noticed her playing as a machine gunner, remembering that Marie used to play as one all the time too, but not as emotionally. It occurred to him to talk to Marie, who had always been on his side and had always sought justice. She always started the game with a smile, listening to the other players shouting loudly, and after she won, she would only apologize. And looking at the way Shani is screaming right now, the guy has made the verdict that they're both pretty scary when they're playing. The girl was now like a devil who had begun to punish all his victims, unwilling to turn down the volume. She caught the attention of the nearby seated players the most, who watched in amazement as she lowered her head to the keyboard. Stating that she'd blown it again, the girl turned her head, spotting Sunny asking if he needed that computer. Taking off her headphones, she sadly motioned for him to sit down, thinking about the fact that she had lost 52 matches in a row. That being said, she's been playing Glory for 5 years. The opponent shouldn't be stronger than her. He should at least be a rank master. While she was seriously thinking about her total defeat, someone told her that this guy was using her account. Shani turned her head dumbfounded, hoping she was just being played. But seeing it with her own eyes, she was scared. Running to Sunny and us remembered that she had forgotten to log out and therefore was worried about her money and gear. Holding out her hand, she rudely asked the guy to stop. Hitch asked who gave him permission to touch this, however he paid no attention. Pulling back her chair, Shani glanced at the screen, which bets that he had already blown the rink. At this time, Sunny only stared at her in silence. Her eyes widened in surprise when she noticed the screen labeled Victory, which she couldn't get in 52 attempts. The girl asked if he had won. However, the guy continued to remain silent, giving the girl time to rejoice. Even Shani, considered a veteran in 5 years of playing, has already lost 52 times, and he just picked up a win like nothing happened. Sunny glanced at the girl, waiting for her to finish cheering so he could continue to play quietly and take his mind off his problems. He explained that she forgot to get out of the game. When he sat down, the match had already started. In response, the girl asked how long the match lasted. In a calm tone, the guy replied that just under 40 seconds. Such information made Shani freeze in a stupor. Sunny started blowing on his palms, saying his hands were freezing, or he would have been able to finish in 30 seconds, but he was out of luck. Shani looked at the guy in excitement, thinking about him being so strong. She figured he was a pro, remembering the team closest to them. Only Gorgeous Era was next to them, but she only knows everyone from there if the pro who never showed her face. Covering her lips with her palms, Shani looked at the guy again in shock, realizing that it was the same Sunny sitting next to her. Meanwhile, the guy only nonchalantly adjusted his headphones, pretending he hadn't done anything special. The girl could not be happy with her luck because right now a professional player was sitting next to her. She wanted to question him at all costs and reached out to touch him, but stopped at the last moment. She thought about the fact that someone as unsociable as Sunny might not like that, so she decided to refrain. In order not to distract the guy, Shani carefully skipped past him to get all the information from the receptionist. Quickly running up to the girl behind the counter, she loudly asked me to do something for her, because it was very important. Without letting the girl agree, Shani asked what name the person sitting in Area C in the 47th seat was registered under. The receptionist immediately gave her a name, which the girl was very happy about, because she was right, and she was very lucky. She took a pad and pen to ask him to autograph her. The receptionist added that he even forgot his ID. Turning around, Shani remembered that people use their real name to register here, so she asked to see the map. Glancing at his ID, she noticed that his name was Chani, then realized that they were just similar names. Dropping her pen and notebook on the floor, Shani practically cried, for she had hoped she had met a famous person. When she got back to the guy, she handed him the ID, saying he forgot it at the front desk. The guy thanked her and asked if she worked here. Sighing heavily, the girl replied that she owned the place and therefore sometimes allowed herself to relax. Sunny replied that he had seen the job ad, then asked what about his candidacy, since he was competent enough to do it. Plus he liked the terms, Shani agreed, figuring she wanted to get to know him better anyway, and that wasn't a bad excuse. She smiled and said that if he wanted to work for her, there was something he had to do, and that was to win a fight with her in glory. He read the ad again, asking if it said such a thing, but the girl smirked and replied that she had just made it up. Sunny thought he played the last match too well, so she wants to know his abilities, then replied that he can't beat her. Shani asked why, to which he replied that he didn't have an account from which he could fight her, nor did he have a level or gear. Looking questioningly at the guy, the girl said she would never believe such a thing, but Sunny added that he had an account but gave it away. She noticed that if the operation was solely on his skill, his account was worth a lot of money. He was generous enough since he gave his account to someone. The guy agreed, and then heard a question asking if he was going to start today on the new server. This got him interested. Shani, that glory will turn 10 years old at midnight tonight, and that's when the new 10th server starts up. That's the reason it's so crowded. The owner of the computer club smiled sweetly and added that it has become a tradition to start a new server every birthday. Spreading her arms joyfully, Shani said loudly that the 10th server, which many people had been waiting for, was just launching at midnight tonight. Sunny hesitated, saying that as far as he remembered, you could pre-register for the new server to be ready to play in advance. Shani agreed with surprise, adding that he would need a blank account for that. She wondered what he was going to do. Opening his wallet, Sunny began to search through it for something while the girl watched his manipulations carefully. Having found the card, the guy decided to try it out and then inserted it into a special device, which immediately began to read information. Seeing the card, Shani asked if he hadn't said he'd given up his account, then began to stare intently at the monitor. Slamming her hands on the table, the girl dumbfoundedly declared that this could not be, because such cards were distributed 10 years ago. Sunny confirmed that this card is from the first draws. She asked if he's been playing for 10 years. Bear, even she only started playing 5 years ago. She reflected on the fact that he's a veteran who's been playing for 10 years. Now it makes sense where he got his skills from. He gave up his previous accounts going to start from scratch on a new server. She was even more curious as to who he was. When the guy announced he was done, Shani read his nickname, Grimlord, saying he could now play safely on the new server. Taking the card in hand, Sunny leaned back in his chair, remembering the two people he'd started playing Glory with together. Putting a hand on his shoulder, Shani asked if he wanted a job as a systems administrator. The guy said preferably on night shifts. Reaching out, the proprietress motioned for him to follow her, thinking that she had gotten the ultimate nugget. It was all too fortunate because he wants the night shift and he also has a decade of experience in the game and his aura is just like a real pro. After a while, she brought him to the apartment, told him that only a couple people lived on this floor and she and now he would be living here. After looking around the apartment and setting down the crate of keyboards, the guy thought that not only did she provide food and blood, but the furnishings here were pretty good. So quickly made the decision to leave the magnificent era without even having any clear plan for the future. And now, by fate, he started living here. At this time, Shani decided to show him his new room. Looking inside, Sunny noticed that it hadn't undergone any renovations. Shani said it might be uncomfortable, but that was only at first. The girl admitted that she had no need for extra workers and that the ad he was looking at was very old. The guy immediately realized what was wrong. However, it wasn't a problem for him. Everything suited him. Glancing at the clock, Shani announced that they needed to hurry up. Sunny didn't immediately realize what he was talking about, while the joyful owner grabbed his hand and pulled him along, telling him it would start soon. Turning around, she smiled, explaining that there were only 7 minutes left until the 10th server opened, and therefore they needed to be in place. The guy asked if she wanted to start the game on the 10th server, since her account from the 5th was already quite good, but she didn't pay attention to him. Instead, she pointed out how crowded the place was, thinking it was all to test his skills. At this time, there were indeed a lot of people in the room eagerly discussing the opening of the new server. Shani dragged the guy into the hall, relentlessly repeating that it was almost time and they must not waste a minute or they might be late. She sat him down at a free computer, telling him that they didn't have much time and therefore needed to get into the game as soon as possible. They managed to get in as everyone was loudly chanting the 5-second countdown and the clock was almost showing midnight, encouraging the players. Sunny and Shani stared intently at the monitor, which was also counting down the time after which they would be able to log into the server. As soon as the meter reached 0, the girl exclaimed loudly, then looked dumbfounded at the guy reading the beginner's manuals. She stated that he has decades of experience in the game, so why the hell is he reading a beginner's guide? But he replied that he hasn't read one in years. Shani asked that he had never helped a newcomer level up. Noting that he was wasting his skills, Sunny replied that he hadn't. She asked what he was doing then, asking him not to say he was working, but the guy claimed his job was to play the game. The girl then cheerfully asked if he was a pro after all. Then no wonder he won in just 40 seconds. She then leaned back in her chair asking if he had retired. He asked in response how she knew about it. The girl replied that it is understandable because he is no longer at that age. And besides, he seems to be a regular amateur. She knows all the professionals around but has never heard of Channy, which makes one wonder who he is, if not an amateur. She asked him not to yell at him, asking if he'd been kicked out and what the reason was, figuring he couldn't get a foothold in the lineup. These questions brought Sunny back to yesterday when the manager announced that Sebastian would replace him as captain. From now on, the War God's account will be his, and he must resign. Then the girl realized that she had said something that offended you. She immediately started apologizing, asking the guy to forget everything she said, but he only calmly replied that it was okay. Shani decided to console him, telling him that 25 wasn't a verdict. He needed some practice and he could get back into the fight. The corners of the guy's lips lifted slightly, after which he replied that he thought so too, and therefore he didn't have time to get upset. Smacking her fist on her palm, the owner hesitantly said that when this day remained, she would have one request for him. She asked for help getting an autograph from someone. When asked who from, the girl said Marie. And Sunny's, while it may be difficult, he's quite unlikable. Meanwhile, Sunny himself was shocked that she didn't believe it was him. Shani said loudly that no one knows who Sunny really is. He never showed his face. The guy didn't answer that he knew that. He then asked if she wanted to know a secret. She immediately perked up her ears. The guy stated softly that he was the same Sunny. Leaning over, the girl replied that she wanted to confess to him too. She was actually Marie, then laughed. asking who he was trying to fool. The guy repeated that he was indeed Sunny, to which the owner replied that she was indeed Marie, followed by an awkward pause. She then sat down at her computer, asking him to keep reading her guide, adding that if he had any questions, let him ask. The guy started to comment out loud on the guide, to which Shani asked him to read to the end. It already says which missions are worth going through and which are not. Sunny grabbed his head, asking himself if he was really going to have to follow this guide, wondering what he had gotten himself to. And after he was done with his reading, Sunny created his character, then began to dive into the game world. When the download finished, he found an incredible amount of level 1 folk around him. It was hard to see anything because of the nicknames. As in any other RPG, the character appeared in the initial newcomer village, where each player is just beginning their journey. Suddenly, Sunny heard behind him the stomping of dozens of pairs of feet and shouts that the quests and the item were right there, and whoever had time was the one with the slippers. Shani, who was observing this, smilingly said that it's always like this on new servers. Everyone wants to leave the initial location as soon as possible. A crowd gathered around the only quest character as the girl talked about how this game was truly worthy of its name. She asked to hurry up and turn in the quest, but there was a long line to reach the grandmother who needed firewood. The other characters were also quite hard to get to, and yet some of the quests were quite easy. A lot of people wrote in chat that anyone who breaks the queue and wants to squeeze in will get a slap in the face from their guild. After a while, Sunny paid attention to the character's stats, saying that he had finally gotten level 7. Looking closer, he noticed that he already had 340 skill points, and so he was ready to get the initial skills. When he approached the master, he told him that he had found the right person, after which Sunny began to learn various abilities. His character immediately began to glow, showing that the new abilities had been successfully learned, after which they needed to be tested as soon as possible. First of all, he activated acceleration, after which he used a somersault to reach the other primary skill master faster. This master decided to show him how battle mages fight, advising him to learn Dragon Fang, an excellent stun ability. Without hesitation, the guy studied this skill, after which he went to other masters to study attack and defense abilities. His arsenal was enriched with a wide variety of skills, including healing, which could save him at any moment. Shani asked in shock why he had so many abilities for, and why he was learning skills from different classes. After all, you'd have to change class after level 20, but she couldn't believe he was going to play without a class at all. He should know that classless players can only choose abilities up to level 20 and below, even all classes have been introduced. Why Sunny sold the bronze sword, and Shani asked why he sold his only starter weapon and how he was going to fight now. Without answering anything, the lad made his way to the warehouse manager, who offered to let him keep any item he wanted to keep. Opening the door to the warehouse, the lad made his way to the wooden chest that would hold what he needed right now. Opening the box, a blinding light poured from within, which at first made it impossible to see the contents of the chest. Sunny retrieved the umbrella of 1,000 probabilities from there, while Shani asked if he really kept the homemade weapons in storage. She thought that silver weapons couldn't be obtained so easily. It took a lot of materials to create such weapons. With each passing second, she was getting more and more curious as to who this guy was while he equipped the umbrella. Some time ago, he had been told that it was more than enough. The umbrella of 1,000 probabilities at level 5 was much stronger than a level 10 orange weapon. In that second, the guy made the decision to try to improve this weapon as soon as possible. That was his original goal. After a while, Sunny reached the green forest that required a team of 5. There was already a crowd of people gathered there looking for the group. Going around the area, the guy noticed a huge number of people, but he first decided to check the information. From here, he needs some rare materials for the umbrella of 1,000 probabilities, but he needs to pay to find the hidden boss. He activated allowing others to invite him to the group, after which dozens of notifications popped up in front of his face. The hero decided not to be particularly selective and chose the first invitation that came up, which was missing one person. When he joined the group, Sunny asked in the group chat how they would distribute the loot from the hidden boss. Another player remarked that this guy likes to daydream, then said that they would distribute all the dropped rewards for luck. When Sunny agreed, the group leader invited everyone into the dungeon, and then everyone began to enter the dungeon, waiting for the rest of the members. A player under the nickname Sleepy Moon asked everyone to be very attentive and to follow him. Then everything will be fine. 3 of the group said they were playing for the first time, so they were lucky to have someone with more experience in the group and therefore counted on them. After which, Sleepy Moon began to push a motivational speech while the others only agreed and laughed. Suddenly, the leader of the group turned to the Grim Lord, wondering why he was writing when he could talk. With a cigarette in his mouth, the guy shifted his gaze to Shiny, who had managed to fall asleep in the meantime, laying down right on the table next to him. Sunny wrote in the chat that he couldn't because someone was sleeping nearby, a response that left the team stunned with surprise. The blonde man said that anyway, it was just a small dungeon. It wasn't necessary to communicate to win. Sleepy Moon stated that it wouldn't be a problem for a veteran like him. If he wants to type, let him type. The main thing is not to slow down. Suddenly, a strong wind arose, amidst which an approaching rustle was heard. The whole crew immediately tensed up. At the same second, a system alert appeared that the boss of this dungeon, Midnight Ghost Cat, was approaching. Sleepy Moon stated that it couldn't be, because what were the odds that as soon as there was talk of a hidden boss, he would immediately appear? The healer girl asked fearfully how they were going to fight him, and the rest of them also felt kind of uneasy. The leader of the band said there is nothing to fear. He will tank rather than stand behind him and wait for him to focus his attention on himself. But you have to be careful. This cat is very fast. The main thing is not to panic, and then they will be fine. He began to explain that MTs are the main tank. They soak up a huge amount of damage due to the fact that they have the most armor and health. The tank attacks first. Because of the provocation, all the enemy's attention will be focused on it, and therefore the others must attack. As long as the provocation of the others does not exceed that of the main tank, they can do anything to deal damage. And if they make a mistake and the monster is distracted by them, it's OT. Off tank. After a detailed explanation, everyone stated they understood everything. At the same second, the rustling began to increase, and a quick movement was heard between the trees, which meant the boss was here. Sunny, who was holding a cigarette in his teeth, mentally prepared a battle plan against the boss, deciding to take a look at the others first. No one had time to react to the attack of the animal, which decided to attack the weakest members of the group first. Fallen Sun lost half of his health in a second because he didn't notice the beast attacking him from behind, so he was on the verge of death. This problem Sunny solved in a flash, extending his arm in front of him and casting a healing spell aimed at his ally. His health immediately began to recover, and the guy thanked him, saying that he had already decided he was going to die and couldn't continue. Sleepy Moon shouted that if he continued to stand there like a statue, he would definitely move the horses. He also added that the cat was in the back. Turning around, the boy and girl noticed a huge ghostly cat approaching them, with the tips of its ears burning with blue flames. Without any signal or warning, the animal rushed forward, unwilling to give its opponents an advantage in numbers. The enchantress immediately cried out in fright, while Fallen Sun pointed 2 pistols at the cat, which he held with shaking hands. However, he was unable to fire, but Sleeping Month immediately jumped out to help him, and he put his sword in front of him, taking the blow for himself. The beast's sharp claws scraped against the sword, creating sparks that fed to the blonde man's head. But he wasn't about to back down. He asked his comrades why they were panicking, since with him today, they would definitely get their first kill, whereupon he chopped his sword right into the cat's chest. A notification sounded, signaling that the monster was distracted by the tank. Then he ordered the others to attack the beast. The newcomers immediately became enthusiastic, declaring that with the month at the head, they could definitely do anything, whereupon they prepared to attack. Everyone took their position, after which the monster was attacked from all sides, the cat receiving fire and magic damage. Meanwhile, Sunny stood silently and healed into the team, in no hurry to engage, deciding it would be better to wait out the opportune moment. Watching Monthly, the guy noticed that his mechanical skill is actually pretty good. He holds his stance well and has excellent timing. Meanwhile, the leader clarified that the Grim Lord was not a newcomer, and thus asked for help to take care of these newcomers with him. He added leaving the cleric role on him, at which time Sunny asked himself that he had just been made a mere sapper. After a few seconds, the ghost cat's health dropped to a minimum, after which it went into a frenzy. This meant the arrival of the second stage, during which the boss becomes several times stronger and deadlier. During Rabies, the cat's speed and damage increase, as it is only a beginner boss. This effect is time limited. As long as Sleeping Moon continues to control the battlefield, it shouldn't be any problem with his level of play. At this time, the panting leader said that he was too fast, so he couldn't hit him, let alone finish him off. But after the boss reached red blood, he started making too many mistakes. Either he started panicking or ran out of mana. He began to play as if he was a completely different person. At the same second, the monster knocked him to the ground, not giving him a chance to get up. Monthly loudly and grudgingly announced that he had pressed the wrong key and couldn't keep the boss on him, then asked everyone to be more careful. Sunny continued to silently watch as they continued the battle, and were about to attack right after he stabilized the provocation on himself. After another failure, the leader asked what to do, since he was running right at him, but Sunny was still biding his time. Meanwhile, Fallen Sun loudly declared that he was going to die anyway, so we should continue the battle, after which he began to pistol whip the monster. However, these attempts failed to do any damage to the monster, and so it simply ignored the bullets that hit it. When the cat got too close, the guy realized he wouldn't have time to dodge, so he missed the decisive blow to himself. He apologized before disappearing, while the wizard yelled that the cat was already running at him and that he had screwed up. Unlike Fallen Sun, the wizard tried to run away, loudly proclaiming his help, but the clawed paw was already catching up with him. Looking at his companions, Sleeping Moon tiredly asked what kind of mockery this was and how they could die so easily. He then asked the Grim Lord if he still had mana, because if they combined their strength, they would definitely be able to win without any problems. But as soon as the guy turned his attention to the one he'd assigned as a supporter, he was immediately surprised to see him relaxed against a tree. After which, Sunny turned his head with a smile and wrote in chat that he was fine, he should worry about himself first. Reacting lightning fast, the leader of the group began fending off the blows that the ghost cat was throwing, unwilling to stop. A nearly exhausted Month asked Lord to stop bullying and asked to be healed, for there was a bleeding hanging over him. Sunny replied that he couldn't, because if he did, he'd provoke him into doing it to himself, in response to which the blonde promised that wouldn't happen. However, the latter did not dare to listen to the order, continuing to watch the group leader fight the boss alone. Months shouted loudly in chat that he wouldn't provoke him to himself and asked him to believe it, and when asked what to do, he asked for a quick whiff of it. Lord wrote in chat that he was moving well and pushing buttons again, then asked if he had stopped pretending. However, what a shame, he can't kill the boss alone, letting the rest of the group die on a guaranteed rule change to sample. He needed at least some command. The only thing left was to choose the right moment to miss, killing all the teammates. The cat would be left alone with him. Thus, he had guaranteed himself the entire reward. After reading this, Monthly realized that the Lord had understood everything from the beginning, realizing that this guy was smart. He replied that he really wanted to get rid of these newcomers, and with his yelling he was causing more panic, and they didn't suspect a thing. In such a situation, the healer is usually then and there trying to save his team by using skills. By these actions, he would focus the boss on himself. He would have died after that, but Month miscalculated. This guy kept as far away from the others as possible the whole time. But that's impossible. I mean, he tried to treat everyone as much as possible, but maybe he was able to do everything so perfectly in such a bedlam. However, while the group leader was reasoning about it, a ghost cat jumped on him from above and was able to inflict significant damage with its claws. Month realized that he would definitely die if the Lord didn't hex him, whereupon he suggested that he forget about it and get his act together. Fighting off the monster and bleeding, he asked his ally, what difference did it make? After all, they didn't know those guys, and by teaming up, they could win. He offered to split the reward in half, which was a great deal. But Sunny, smirking, replied that he wanted it all. Months decided to suggest that the Lord should pick what he wanted first, and afterward, he would take what was left. But he didn't fall for that. Then the blonde man shouted that if he died, the man would get nothing, because he would die following him, with no way to kill the boss. Sunny wrote in chat that he could not be worried about him, after which he asked the group leader to just die and let him finish. The blonde realized that he had run out of arguments to try and negotiate with the guy, and so there was nothing he could do. With a sweep of his huge paw, the Midnight Cat delivered a decisive blow to the leader of the group, slicing him in half. Before losing all of his health and disappearing, Sleeping Moon approached the Grim Lord, saying that he would pay for it. After Sunny heard that there would be no place for him on the 10th server, he looked into the red eyes of the boss, who growled with anger. Now it was his time to act. The guy reached behind his back, taking out the umbrella of 1,000 probabilities while the cat rushed to attack. The guy reacted lightning fast, stepping in front of the weapon and unfolding it to change to the shape he wanted. In the next second, the umbrella took on the shape of a spear, thus enabling him to keep the proper distance from the monster's claws. The transformation of the weapon was accompanied by a bright light that illuminated the joyful face of the hero, ready to rush into battle. After that, he used the spearman's skill, Dragon Fang, with which he tried to attack the embittered beast head-on. When Shani woke up, she shrieked that she had fallen asleep unintentionally, since it's hard to stay up late at that age, then noticed that someone had tucked her in. She glanced at Sunny, who continued to play carefree and thought it was his jacket. He's contentedly thoughtful, though it doesn't seem that way. However, she was very confused by the stench coming from the jacket. She wondered how long it had not been washed, but she did not dare to ask aloud. Suddenly, the girl noticed the guy's fingers, which were fluently fumbling on the keyboard, not stopping for a moment. She thought his hands were quite beautiful, very thin, with long fingers, and he took very good care of his nails. It didn't match his appearance at all, after which she glanced at the monitor, thinking that there was no way he was stuck in the newcomer village. Her eyes widened in surprise when she noticed that the guy was single-handedly fighting the enraged boss, finishing him off. People on the street who were passing by the internet cafe heard a loud female scream as she asked about the first murder. Shani stated that it was cool. He did take the first kill on a hidden boss and even took it solo, asking how he did it. The guy replied that it was no big deal. All the team died, the boss's health was almost at zero. The girl congratulated him on this achievement. She was pleased that the first murder of the hidden boss had taken place in her cafe, and so she held out a can of drink to him, saying that she was very pleased. The first kill will stay on the list forever, although the Midnight Cat and the initial boss is a different story, as the server has only just opened. But the first kills on the later bosses will be impossible to get without tactics and teamwork. This is prey for professional teams. She then decided to take a look at what fell out to him. There were 5 cat claws, a wool breastplate, and some pretty good valuable materials. He also got a skill book right off the initial boss. With Shani's excitement, she asked what was wrong with his luck. The number of skill points a max level player can gain is 4,000, and this item is a way to surpass that limit. The next second, the owner got another shock when she saw that Sunny had decided to use it right away, despite the rarity of the item. The guy said it's tied to the account and can't be transferred, though most people will think first before using it. Just as suddenly, they noticed a chat in which Sleepy Moon wrote that newcomer Grim Lord wasn't treating the co-parties to steal the hidden boss. The copied message went one after another. Someone even asked him to stop, but he kept warning the players. When asked what was going on and who was insulting him, Sunny decided to retell her everything that had happened, after which Shani yelled that he had no shame. And then she looked into the calm guy's face and asked him if he was angry. But he said he was very angry, but he didn't look that way. Holding a cigarette in his mouth, Sunny said that just because he was angry didn't mean he had to show it to everyone around him, which would only make it worse. For a split second, the girl thought Sunny had just smiled. It wasn't surprising since he had picked up the first kill and gotten a rare item. However, there was no other reaction. Oh well, even after being slandered, the expression on his face remained the same. During their brief conversation, the hero made his way to a new location, near which there were also quite a few people gathered, where people were assembling a team. As he walked towards the gate, he could hear whispers from various players where his nickname was heard from time to time, but it didn't confuse him in any way. Shani commented aloud that this Sleepy Moon was a very nasty individual, since Sunny had just shown up in the system alert. At the entrance to the Green Forest, his name is written. He's too conspicuous, and now, no one wants to be on the same team with him. All the players now know about him. Suddenly, the Grim Lord turned his attention to a loudly laughing guy whom he immediately recognized from the recent dungeon. Sleepy Moon shouted that he would make him regret getting on this server, then offered to spam together some more. In that same second, Sunny had an idea that made him want to both deal with Monthly and get a spot on the team. As he approached the blonde man, he called out to him and waved his hand. The man was startled by surprise and shrieked, recognizing the impudent man. Sunny asked that they were missing one person, so why don't they add him to the team by offering to pump together? Smirking, the blonde asked what was wrong, figuring the guy had come for mercy, calling him really pathetic. He then noticed with surprise that they had received a request to join the group from the Grim Lord, causing him to stiffen briefly. Sunny confirmed what he said, adding that he was one man short of a teammate and therefore they could bring him along. When asked if he was sick, the hero replied that he was alone, just missing a participant. Everyone knows the basics. There is a need for teamwork. After hearing the explanation about the basics, Monthly said to himself that this guy was pissing him the hell off. But he didn't say anything out loud. He also didn't understand what was wrong with his tone. He really had decided to join them, clearly up to some sort of game. His ally asked in team chat what he was thinking, rushing him to add this guy, but the blonde was still pondering. There were too many people gathered, so their team didn't want conflict because they are well aware that they are wrong now. We just need to finish him off there, somewhere outsiders. All four are members of their fraternal guild. Month thought it made sense, and since he had come into his own hands, let him not blame him for it, but he would be sure to finish him off. A notification sounded that the Grim Lord had joined the team. Shiny cringed. Wasn't this the thief who had slandered him? When asked why he teamed up with them, Sunny said because he didn't have his own team, but the girl didn't accept that argument. She stated that it would be better if he went solo. He has a pretty good weapon, so he could pump solo, not necessarily form a team. But if you think carefully, he has a silver weapon that is several times the damage output of a normal weapon. There's no point in him teaming up with someone to go through the Green Forest unless he wants to team up to go through the hidden boss. Thinking back to her first victory over the boss, Shani reflected that it definitely wasn't just ordinary luck, but a well-thought-out move. Looking at the guy for the umpteenth time, she asked herself what kind of man she had taken, then said she would go to sleep and find out in the morning if he was dead. She also added that if he caught a big fish, she would treat him to something, for his luck was too good. It's like the guy feels her and knows how he needs to act in a way that maximizes his advantage. Waving goodbye but not looking in her direction, Sunny asked his boss to be careful and continued playing. Upon entering the verdant forest, the group immediately ran into enemy wolves that were attacking the group from all directions. Turning to his comrade Monthly via private messages, ordered Tyler to proceed with the plan. After relaying this order to the others, they began to beat the beasts back towards the Grim Lord, saying that they had accidentally done so. The guy immediately realized what was up when he noticed that each member of the group was sending another unkillable mob at him. However, Sunny didn't give any sign, only pulling out the umbrella of 1,000 probabilities while the mobs completely surrounded him, not giving him a pass. Month asked Lord if he could handle them alone, for it would be a shame to die from these weak mobs in a dungeon. The smiling fellow replied that he shouldn't help, as he could easily handle it alone, then swung at the nearest beast. After that, all the beasts began to scatter under his blows, and group attacks didn't bear any fruit. The hero easily held the defense. To the dumbfounded looks of his co-commanders, Sunny slaughtered wolves left and right, not considering them anything super complicated. The others asked in shock how this was even possible and how a rookie could play like that. Then they realized he was definitely an experienced player. Tyler remarked that with his skills, the Lord could finish this raid alone, noting that the wolves were unable to resist him. Month said that he was a healer last time, so he didn't know anything about his combat skills. Plus, he had no problem defeating the Midnight Cat. The bottom line was that his skills surpassed them by several times, and thus he was a very dangerous opponent. Having defeated the last wolf, Sunny headed toward his comrades, who had no words to describe what they had just seen. He asked why they were standing around like this, to which Tyler decided to reply that it was too easy and boring. They are now almost at level 10, so a group unanimous decision was made to temporarily change locations. Then the guy suggested going to the spider cave. Upon hearing this, Monthly decided it was an amazing choice. They couldn't finish him off in the Green Forest, but that doesn't mean they can't teach him a lesson in the spider cave, where it's far more dangerous. This is an area that is strongly discouraged at level 10. Even experienced teams always try to avoid it. Upon reaching the spider's cave, the group began to look around, finding a large number of slimy cocoons and the bodies of fallen warriors. Walking on, every player was seized with a shiver, for this place by its atmosphere alone could terrify anyone, especially a low-ranking one. Letting the Lord lead the way, they watched him, oblivious to the fact that beneath their feet and lay bones with spiders running around on them. In a private chat, the guys wrote that they already regret their words because they play too little to go here, but they have to move on. But they were only interested in whether they would be alive after he died, because if there was one less of them, it would be problematic to survive. It's only been a few hours since this server opened. If the big guilds haven't gotten their hands on this, then this will be the first boss kill. They unanimously decided to use this guy as bait, gather resources from the first, and then just lure him to the boss. Sunny asked what happened to them, They are unusually quiet today, to which you were told they just had some guild issues. Tyler asked if everyone had brought the antidote with them, to which Lord replied in the negative, explaining that it was useless. Suddenly, everyone simultaneously felt something incredibly fast rushing towards them, rustling a few paws. When the spider jumped up, the entire team froze in fear as they looked at the Lord, who was in a state of complete calm. A tense, sleeping Moon realized that there was danger. The green spider in the vicinity was imposing a poisoning effect. Then, he remembered the words of the Lord, who had just said that he hadn't brought the antidote with him. Therefore, this fool would die of poisoning. At the same second, contrary to the blonde's thoughts, Sunny swung his umbrella, sending the arthropod flying with a single blow. A group of players looked up and noticed a spider flying above them, spinning around, unable to group up. Grim Lord. I decided not to wait for the spider to go to the ground. Instead, I headed towards it myself, jumping up high. Unable to attack and defend in the air, the spider was forced to receive 4 hits from the hero. The dumbfounded group at first thought they were all imagining that the guy had hit 4 hits in a row, but it was all real. The spider itself flew back against the wall, shattering the stone with a clatter, but it didn't take enough damage itself to die. One player had heard that you could only do such a combo if your speed was over 170, but Tyler thought otherwise. After changing professions, there is a bonus to attack speed. Also, weapons play a huge role. They probably have a bonus to attack speed. You have to be very fast to maneuver like that, at least 200, and it seems even their head can't match it. As everyone drew conclusions, the whole group looked at Sleepy Moon, asking who the hell they were trying to provoke. Meanwhile, after 17 strikes in a row, Sunny had scored a crushing victory, finally finishing off the spider without taking any damage. However, now all the monster's attention is on him. The thing is that there's no poison on him because he hasn't been hit once. They all wondered if a level 10 character could deal with 7 monsters at once without getting killed. And they noticed Lord's excellent combat skills and good movement. With such a technique, it was quite possible to do the impossible. They marveled at the strength of the one they wanted to betray, and so they rushed into battle themselves, deciding to share the battle with their brother, the Grim Lord. One of them asked not to interfere with the Master's fighting, while Month tried to stop them by asking if they weren't going to kill him. Enveloped in inspiration and rage, the 3 guys shrieked that they'd mopped up the whole thing and managed it pretty quickly, adding that their master was an MBA. After that, they wanted to head towards the boss, but the boss beat them to it, landing right in front of them, raising a veil of dust in the air. The Spider King was level 15 and had a fairly large amount of health and was several times larger than his counterparts in size. The monster created a poisonous mist, after which Tyler ordered everyone to quickly drink their antidotes. One of the guys offered Lord his drink, but the latter replied that there was no need for that. He was asked how he was going to play after the poisoning effect was imposed. The hero then offered to look at his status window. It said they were still poisoned, which proved his point. Sunny explained that the antidote level wasn't enough. The boss was simply higher level. Then Monthly suggested that they couldn't win. Then he asked me to be patient and wait for him for a while, and then he rushed out without warning anyone. When the spider saw the approaching hero, it immediately raised its paw to move the small bug out of his way. Getting closer to his opponent, Lord began to slide on his back, dodging a paw and striking directly into the monster's belly. This damage was enough to pierce the shell and make the spider bleed, after which the guy hurriedly got to his feet. When the king was finished, Sunny ordered one to stand at 1 o'clock and the rest to stand at 7 and 9 o'clock and keep a distance of 2 meters. Everyone immediately understood the order, whereupon the Lord asked the little one to stand up for 4 hours. He addressed Month directly. He stood stunned for a second, trying to figure out if this guy was talking to him, but then anger began to take over. He asked if he had just called him a baby, adding that it was disgusting, but the others asked him not to slow the team down. The blonde man loudly asked everyone to shut up, asking Lord not to call him that again. Then he wondered why they should listen to him. After all, he is the leader of the band. Then he decided he wouldn't listen to Lord, however he subconsciously became a 4chan anyway. He responded to the comments by saying that he too thought it was a favorable position. Then he asked the Lord to say what he was going to do next. Looking at the formation of the team, Sunny asked the leader to be patient, after which he asked everyone to stand there and not move. Meanwhile, the Spider King recovered, making an impossibly high leap towards Sleeping Moon. The dumbfounded guy thought it was flying right at him. It didn't seem like a strategy. He was just trying to return the favor. With fear and anger, he mentally turned to the Grim Lord, stating that his plan had gone too far. He joined his group, acting like he knew nothing, then showing off some obscure trick. When go-idiots start praising him and doing everything he says, it belittles him as the leader of the group. Moreover, he had been foolish enough to fall into his trap, and now he would become a laughingstock. Then he called the Lord a murderer. Moon prepared himself for his fate by looking at the spider flying at him, but at the very last second, Sunny came up. Putting his umbrella in front of him, he repelled the attack, thus saving the leader of the group who didn't understand why he did it. The guy flew into the air then, delivering another blow to the spider, lifting it into the air and giving his group time. He then asked everyone to get their skills ready, for they were about to start. 1 hour, you need to use a front kick. Everyone noticed that the spider shifted to the left, thus moving closer to the man who would strike it next. The one who stood at 9 o'clock should use piercing blows. Accepting the order, the guy started swinging his sword. The next order was to use dissection on whoever was at 7 o'clock. All was executed flawlessly. In the same second, the monster shifted to the right, thus losing its balance and losing the ability to watch both sides at the same time. At 4 o'clock, Little Monthly was to attack. He quietly bellowed when once again he heard himself addressed in such a manner. This anger betrayed him even more strength to attack, after which he declared that he didn't need his instructions, noting that he had a dirty strategy. They pushed the spider back and forth, just like pinball. However, this tactic worked, causing the monster to not be able to figure out who to attack. After a few minutes, the health gained, King dropped to 0. Then, a system notification popped up for the first kill. The 3 players immediately shouted happily that they had gotten their first kills and they had never even dreamed of such a thing. At the same time, there were other players in another spider cave who were also eager to get their first kill, but noticed that they were ahead of them. The guy roughly threw the axe away, loudly stating that they only needed 10 seconds. In the notice, he noticed the name of the Grim Lord. Someone asked if he was the guy who picked up the first midnight cat kill. He'd already shown up in 2 system notifications. The leader of the Blue Stream Guild, Azure Stream, asked to contact all of their people and tell them to look into it. Later, at the Bluebrook Guild base, a guild member said that the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. After all, they promised to get all the records on this server, but managed to fail on the first day, being only 10 seconds late. And his co-guilder asked him to stop talking and look at Azure Stream, who looked like water-downed. Of course he wasn't happy. They were supposed to be one of the top 5 guilds. They always collected the first kills before anyone else. But someone has already gone around them twice. The guild leader said he can actually hear them, and he's not angry, just puzzled. Sleepy Moon was the one who took him to the Green Forest. He said that the Grim Lord tried to kill his allies to steal the first kill. Lord is a pro player who was hired by the guild, and the people on his team, on the other hand, don't look like experienced players. In other words, if their reports are correct, Lord took the first 2 kills by completely random commands. No one dared to say a word, for what their leader said was the purest truth, which no one could dispute. Just as suddenly, a system notification sounded, in which the Spider Lord was killed again, but now the team looked a little different. All of the guild members read the notifications carefully, reacting differently to this event, but the conclusion was the same for everyone. Azure Stream was the most surprised of all, for just now his words and conjectures had been confirmed right in front of him. This time, the leader of the group was the Grim Lord, and it was under his command that the Spider Lord was killed. Patok decided to take a break. Taking off his headphones, he rubbed his face with his hand and sighed heavily, for he had been troubled by the Grim Lord who had come out of nowhere. The guy, whose name was Simon, approached Lord, saying that they would have to get to know each other better, but he had no idea about it. Meanwhile, in the spider cave, a small group of players stood around the corpse of a huge spider that had just been defeated. One of the guys said that when Lord claimed he could kill the hidden boss, he didn't believe him. Everyone agreed with his thoughts. After all, he took on the roles of attacker, healer, tactician, and tank, and directed them in battle. Even pro players couldn't do that. Tyler told Lord that 4 pieces of the strong silk he wanted fell off the spider. Also, other things fell off it. Sunny thanked him, telling him that he only wanted them. They could have the rest since they deserved it. However, the guys asked him not to be so shy, adding that he should choose to do something else. As they did, they also noticed that a rare purple weapon had fallen off the spider, which was definitely for a swordsman. Even if you don't use swords, if you equip it, it can definitely come in handy now for later pumping. They decided to give it to the Grim Lord, for if it wasn't for his guidance, they would never have gotten these things. But Sunny replied that if it wasn't for their teamwork, it would have been a little harder for him to defeat the boss on his own. The guys shocked thought he said a little more complicated instead of impossible, meaning he could do without their help. Looking at this picture from the side, Sleepy Moon began to get more and more annoyed until he dared to speak. He turned loudly to the hero, drawing his attention to himself. The latter looked calmly at the shouting and disgruntled guy. The blonde pointed a finger at him, that he was quite an accomplished player, and he acknowledged that. But there was something he wanted to tell him. The pissed-off guy promised to catch up with him one day to fight and see who would be stronger. Instead of any response, Sunny continued to stare silently at the guy, who was breathing heavily, feeling uncomfortable with the pause that had come. Deciding to break the silence, the Lord wished him luck with an indifferent look, realizing that this moment would not come soon. Months was surprised by this response, while his team began to cheer him on, which was very cool. The one asked to stop laughing at him because that's how rivalry is supposed to work. On the allies just asked him to give up. As the entire group exited the cave, Tyler and the other players asked if they could add the Grim Lord as a friend. Shiny woke up thinking that if he hadn't had a heart attack that year, he would have retired as he wanted to. If he was still alive and found out about her not going to college, how much he would be upset about it. The girl cleaned herself up, got ready and headed to the first floor of the club, stated she never once regretted it. After all, he had worked so hard, so now this club was very popular and now she could see the halls filled. It only took 9 hard working years, but the result was worth it, as they are now reaping the rewards of their labors. As expected of Glory, even though it was early morning, many people had arrived thanks to the opening of Server 10. She made her way to the smoking area. There she found Sunny, whom she immediately hit over the head, for he had been playing all night without taking a break. Shiny asked what level he had gotten to. In response, she heard 17, didn't think getting it overnight was very fast. She wondered how many first kills he'd made, to which she heard that he'd gotten them from the Imperial Spider and Spider Lord. She thought in shock that if you added the Midnight Cat to that, this guy was able to get 3 first kills in one night. After which she decided that he must be playing on some godlike team, and so she asked to let him watch. The girl cringed loudly when she spotted the very same Sleepy Moon from last night who had tried to slander Sunny. She asked that he ended up working for them the rest of the night, stripped of the last of his pride, but he said it wasn't that bad. After all, they had unanimously insisted that he choose the fallout first, and there was nothing he could do about it. Shiny was surprised that he was able to make an enemy as his subordinate, while the guy said he was tired, so he would go get some sleep. The girl was delighted with him, so she offered to have a snack before going to bed, but he said he'd eat after he woke up. The guy went back to the small storage room on the second floor of the internet cafe that was his temporary room. He noticed a cup on the nightstand with a packed toothbrush and toothpaste in it and a note attached to the cup. Shiny wrote that it was for him, since he didn't bring anything with him here, and the cost of these items would not be deducted from his paycheck. He mentally thanked his boss, who turned out to be very caring, after which Sunny wrapped himself in a blanket and fell asleep. When it was 9 o'clock at night, the guy went down to the first floor as a crowd of people gathered around the TV, deciding that something had happened. As he got closer, he heard someone calling his name from the speakers and also mentioning his past account. Interest took over, and so he headed toward the cluster of people to see what they were saying about him. In addition to Veduzago's voice, he could hear people whispering about the fact that a great player like Sunny had decided to retire. 3-time league champion, 3-time most important player honoree, and 2-time rising star. As a team player, Sunny represents the pinnacle of the Glory Professional League. He is the benchmark to which all players aspire. They are grateful for these beautiful moments that Sunny gave them, and now the team manager wants to make a statement. Because of his recent failures, Sunny decided to voluntarily retire. But the Magnificent Era has always been ready for something like this. Their newest member is sure to be the next God Warrior in the professional league. He will once again lead the Magnificent Era to the top of the league. The guy was tired of listening to this news, and so he decided to get some fresh air and get ready for his work shift. Stepping outside, the guy exhaled a club of steam as he suddenly heard a girlish voice nearby that refused to believe it. He noticed Shiny saying that Sunny's career was still too far from over, and she didn't believe he had voluntarily resigned. Asking her boss if she was crying, she yelled that he was being facetious, then asked if he was feeling any emotion at all. Looking up, the lad replied that of course he wasn't. He had just gone outside, for he couldn't listen to any more of this. First, Shani kicked him out, then asking if he had anything to wipe his eyes with, Sunny offered a pack of cigarettes. When the guy smoked, the owner stated that she was in a bad mood, so she ordered him to go on duty. When he entered the building, he asked if he could play at the front desk. Shani said he could use that computer. Everything he needed to know written down in the staff manual, and while the guy became a page, the owner announced that she was going to bed. Putting aside his notebook, Sunny put on his headphones and inserted his player's card, ready to enter the game for more adventures. He found himself in the middle of a forest road with an incredible amount of players and NPCs commiserating with each other. At the same second, Tyler called out to him, saying loudly that they were waiting for him. Along with him were the rest of the night group except for Monthly. Toth is very upset about the news that Sunny is retiring, so he's not coming since Sunny is his idol. The hero said that since they don't have one person, it will be a bit difficult to kill the hidden boss of the spider cave if they meet him again. He decided there was no point in going there again and then suggested we go to the skeleton graveyard. Everyone unanimously agreed. They arrived at a location surrounded by tombstones and green lights, accessed from level 15. Tyler asked Lord if he needed anything in this particular dungeon. He replied that he needed a skeleton warrior's saber. The guy thought that it was useless since it was decorative, but if this was what the Grim Lord wanted, he must definitely have a reason. Kneeling down, the whole group asked the dungeon to give them a hidden boss. Sunny noticed that they had developed a love for killing bosses. In the same second, their screams provoked the regular skeletons, who began to rise from the ground, roaring loudly. Before the guys could say anything about the mobs showing up, Sunny had already rushed into the fray, pulling out his umbrella and using a tug. In a moment, he had already killed 3 of them, while the rest of the group just looked at their leader in delight. However, they did not want to lag behind, and so they rushed into battle themselves, destroying the skeletons one by one. Tyler noticed that these mobs spawned randomly, after which he asked why there were so many of them then, since they were hard to fight off. In addition to attacking, the Grim Lord had time to heal his allies, who in turn thanked the leader for his help. Since Sunny wasn't using voice chat and he couldn't respond to his allies, he was completely focused on the fight. The last skeleton was crushed by Lord, piercing it with his umbrella, creating a powerful shockwave, thus bringing victory to the team. They then began to examine the rewards, happy that a fragment of blue equipment had fallen from them, but they still hadn't encountered the hidden boss. Then Sunny proposed to go through this dungeon again, to which the whole team agreed, because they were eager to see the leader in action again. After a while, Tyler stated that this was their 3rd time here, so the sweep should go smoothly, but he got excited pretty early on. The first to sense the danger was the Grim Lord, who ordered his allies to retreat quickly. In the same second, the ground in front of them exploded, raising the air with rocks and a cloud of dust, behind which lurked the true danger. The dungeon boss appeared, a level 20 skeleton warrior who was fully clad in corrosion-covered lats. The 3 boys were immediately frightened and ran screaming towards their leader, who remained unfailingly calm. Then a system notification appeared, informing them that they had entered the resting place of the skeleton warrior. Sunny rejoiced that the hidden boss had finally shown up, even though after 2 tries he didn't expect to meet him. Shani appeared behind him with a mask on her face and stated that she didn't think Sunny should resign. The guy freaked out, told his boss that it's midnight, and not only is she awake, but she's also walking around with a mask on her face like she's cosplaying a ghost. As the girl sat down at a nearby computer, Tyler heard a female voice in the chat room, then asked Lord if it was his girlfriend talking. Shani said it was because he packed himself so high, which is why when Era got in trouble, he was thrown out first. She has always followed this team and their competitions, but she feels like Sunny isn't as strong now as he used to be. The professional league is becoming more mature, and now it's full of strong players. Then she asked the guy if he was listening to her. But Sunny only calmly asked her to help him find a guide. Shani leaned back in her chair, asked what kind of guide he was interested in. The guy replied that he needed a skeleton warrior guide. Hearing this, the girl froze dumbfounded, looking at her subordinate. She then asked loudly why he didn't read it before engaging in a fight with the boss. But the guy didn't say anything to that. Sunny said they forgot to watch the guide, and Shani, after taking off her mask, asked to be reminded which boss they were talking about. The guy replied, adding that he needed to know how to make the saber fall off him with a 100% chance. The girl didn't understand what he needed it for. After all, she is nothing more than a piece of jewelry, so no one is hunting for her specifically, as Suddenly actually found a guide written by Sunny himself. He's definitely a big Sunny fan, no wonder he knows about it. The guy was interested in how many times you have to hit the belt buckle. Shani replied 24 times. There is also a picture here of the place to hit. Sunny asked to enlarge and let me see. The girl said the boss was trying very hard to help him, but the man took a glimpse and gave a quick thank you. Da immediately yelled that she put a lot of effort into the search and he just took a look, after which asked for more attention. While the guy was standing AFK, the rest of the team was calling for him, because if he didn't come back as soon as possible, no amount of guiding would save them. They were already at their limit, because the boss went into attack mode and it was very difficult for them to defend against such a monster. Just as suddenly, they noticed someone using the treatment on Tyler, guessing that the Grim Lord had returned. The hero stood at full alert and apologized for the delay, but in the meantime, he had gotten all the information he wanted. A beep sounded. One of the players claimed to have regained health as well, but it caused the boss to pull away from him. But the guy claimed that was exactly what he was after, and then rushed to the attack while the others asked what the technique was. Along the way, Sunny gave orders for Field 7 to run to the left and Cloud Sunset to get behind. Drifting Stream should go to the right. All at once accepted the instruction, but was asked if Tut was going to go at him head-on. He answered in the affirmative. The first thing that caught the hero's attention was a belt buckle that really stood out among the rest of the boss's attire. As the skeleton warrior swung, Sunny managed to land 4 strikes before bouncing off the monster's blow, increasing the distance. With a sharp jerk, he approached again, continuing to attack the buckler, striking for the 8th time, the skeleton's slowness playing to his advantage. While the boss raised his sword, the hero attacked nothing but the buckler, striking for the 11th strike in a row. One player said that a character with no specialization takes no damage while fighting from the front, and he did the least damage. Shocked Shani was looking at Sunny's actions, I said that he has to dodge all the time, but he still hasn't botched a combo. She felt as if he could stuff that combo until the end of time, then asked why he needed the guide. Without changing his expression, the guy replied that it was necessary just in case, but it was obvious he was doing just fine without it. He hadn't fought this boss in a long time and thought he had forgotten how many hits were needed, so he decided to reassure himself. It would have been bad if he had inadvertently killed him before striking 24 times, but now everything was under his strict control. As soon as the last 24 blows were struck, the skeleton let go of his sword, screaming loudly, after which the guy decided to chop off his arm. The notification that the skeleton warrior had been killed sounded. No one had time to realize when and how it ended, not because everyone was just standing still. Seeing that a saber had indeed fallen out of the boss, the hero considered it a success, after which he quickly cleaned it up. The rest of the team and the guys felt devastated as they win every time without putting in any effort. A surprised Shani remarked that she had only heard 20 strikes on the buckle, but the guide clearly stated that 24 strikes were needed. Turning around, Sunny replied with 4 stabbing blows, totaling as many as he needed to win. She probably didn't hear them as they were too fast, but that was what confused the girl into not noticing them. She reasoned that he was constantly moving the camera, after which she said she was tired, reminding him that it was his work shift. At that very second, the guys said they couldn't make it to play all night, and so they decided to call it a night. At the same second, 18 friend requests sent to him by Azure Stream popped up in front of Lord's face. When he accepted this very determined man's request and opened the chat room, Patak introduced himself, saying he was from the Blue Creek Guild. Sunny reflected that the only person he knew in this guild was Juan and his Blue Rain, but he didn't know about this man. Meanwhile, sitting at his computer, Simon thought that now that he knew who he was communicating with, he should be honored. At the suggestion of joining them in the dungeon, the Grim Lord asked why they needed him. The annoyed guy mentally replied that, but he had taken both of the first 2 kills, so their guild couldn't accomplish anything in this dungeon. You can't help but recognize his good skills, because it's easier to find 10,000 soldiers than 1 general, so you should try to get together with him. Simon offered to let him take the purple equipment that fell out in return for helping them sing the passing record. Sunny replied that he didn't need the purple outfit. He was far more interested in getting rare materials. Simon picked up on that. When asked what materials they needed, the Lord said 72 pieces of spider silk that falls from a low-level dungeon. He will also need the mithril pendants that fall from the White Witch. These pendants don't have any properties, so they are just jewelry. All of his requests are so petty, they can easily fulfill them as many times as they need to. For their guild, they are petty. In the same second, the guy froze in surprise when the Lord asked for 8 pieces of white wolf fangs, which was already harder to get. White wolf fangs are materials that drop from the Ice Forest boss, but most importantly, each player can only enter the forest 4 times per day. Hidden bosses appear rarely as it is. The chance that this boss will be exactly a white wolf is 2/3. 8 fangs is too much. Simon was confident he could get together with this player at a moderate price to get help and see him in action. He began to write that his demands were too great, and therefore would have to choose rather than requesting everything at once. He decided to haggle with the Lord, and he decided to give up the mithril pendant. Simon shrieked that it wasn't the problem at all. For a while, the guy was shaking with resentment, for he realized that he was having a hard time communicating with a player like the Grim Lord. Sonny asked how much he thought it would be adequate to ask for. The man offered him the choice of either silk or fangs. Annoyed, Simon waited for an answer, and in the same second, the Lord decided to choose white wolf fangs, which didn't make the guy very happy. After all, this player is clearly not stupid, knows that fangs are far more valuable than silk. Yet he was able to negotiate something with this guy. Suddenly, Lord asked what he thought about adding some more elastic silk to it, which he also needed. Dumbfounded, Simon decided that he had no shame or conscience at all, while the interlocutor offered to add only 40 grand. Simon, who figured he had already made a deal with the Lord, tried to figure out what was wrong with the man, but he kept haggling. Sonny, with a calm face, continued to write the possible amount of silk in the chat room, gradually decreasing the number, stopping at 25. After that, the number went down by 1, and every such message was like a stab in the heart for Simon. He then yelled that he couldn't take it anymore after asking what was wrong with him. He said that he was actually reducing their numbers 1 by 1. But a guild like Bluestream definitely shouldn't bargain over a single piece of silk. It would be too embarrassing. Throwing himself on the back of the chair, the guy said they'd get it all, then that he was finally able to deal with him. Suddenly, the Lord asked for a couple more mithril pendants, for he said he didn't care about them. Simon didn't care anymore. He just wanted it to be over, so he calmly replied that he would get it all. Sonny asked how they would divide the stuff from the hidden boss. He was told that he would be the first to choose what to pick up. Azure Stream reminded him to change his class before heading out, but he replied that it wasn't necessary. Putting his head on the table, Simon shouted that he just wanted to come to an understanding with him, but instead, he had to bargain. Requesting so much material looks like he's taking a contract job, not likely to make every effort to help them. Well, suddenly, he thought that the one might be even stronger than their guild's elite wouldn't be able to break the record just by swinging a weapon. But that's just impossible. He's only at level 20, and he's just flushed a whole bunch of hard-to-find materials down the toilet. After a while, the members of the Bluestream Guild reached the Chilling Forest, which was level 20 and was a challenge for many players. The wizard immediately asked Patok how the conversation with that man had gone. The guy replied that he had agreed and should be coming over soon. He then turned to everyone else, said that the expert he had called would be here soon, and then asked who would give him his seat. The archer replied that he would sit back this time. Patok thought that the Lord was still gone, so he didn't realize if he could count on him. At the same second, Sonny came up and the tank shrieked that it was Glory's world, then asked why he was wearing similar clothes. The Lord wore the shoulder pads of a knight, the combat gloves of a swordsman, and the scarf of a mage, which at first glance were incompatible. Azure Stream noticed this assemblage of different classes, then said that he thought the man was joking when he said he wouldn't choose a class. After which he decided to introduce him to everyone. He pointed to Thunderlight, Flower Lantern, and Floating Boat, who were the elites of the guild. Their classes, as well as their equipment, were selected specifically to break the record of the next dungeon. Sonny said hello, asking to be given a second to get ready. Patok replied that he could join the team when he was ready. The guild chat immediately started asking if someone like him could help them break the record, but everyone was doubtful. Simon, looking at the monitor screen, only sighed heavily, realizing that this guy was very difficult to play with. He was starting to get annoyed, and he didn't understand what the Grim Lord was even doing or why he kept delaying their team. The healer remarked that maybe this guy doesn't pick his class because he wants to play a character with no specialization. Such characters are a thing of the past. If you do not choose a class, you will not be able to pass the task of Ascension. They will not be able to pump above level 50. Even if he changed classes after he reached level 50, he would still lack attribute points. Then they asked Patok if he had seen who he had found, whereupon they gave him a judgmental look, but he only asked why they were looking that way. Then the guy said it's a new server, so everyone is level 20 or so it's not a big deal that it's without specialization. Tank asked if he had brought enough weapons since he still hadn't chosen a class, then asked him to make sure he didn't get confused. However, the Lord didn't reply anything to that, continuing to stand still, causing the wizard to laugh. The guy turned to the tank, stating that he was standing AFK, and therefore missed his ears and whatever the co-guilder was telling him right now. Sunny wasn't going anywhere, however, noting that he had gathered all the materials he needed, and the umbrella of 1,000 probabilities could now be improved. First, he needs to use the claws of the Midnight Cat by replacing the tip, then the weapon will have new properties. Ignoring the conversations of the people from the guild, the hero continued to improve his weapon, trying not to miss anything. Next, he needed to use his remaining claws to replace the ribs of the umbrella, thus increasing its strength and attack. Combined, all of this gave an upgrade to level 5 and pretty good characteristics, noticeably enhancing it. The research on the design of the 1,000 probability umbrella is almost complete, and he has a rough idea of what he'll need for the remaining parts. The guy then removed the inventory window, and Azure Stream noticed he was back, mentally thanking what kind of weapon he had. Then the guy asked if he could join their guild for a while or else the record NB put in their name. Sunny agreed. Above the character, in addition to his name, immediately appeared the name of the guild he had just joined. Rejoicing, the guild leader suggested that they finally get started since they had already sorted out all the details. But the Lord again asked him to wait, scrutinizing the equipment of the team that would enter the dungeon with him. Everyone had a level 20 purple weapon and they all had different abilities, backed up by someone else's. Flower Lantern asked loudly what he was staring at. Since their equipment was the best for this level, Patok asked him to calm down. Sunny responded by stating that if they wanted to break the record, he suggested changing the classes slightly, indicating that they didn't need a healer. Everyone was immediately surprised, while the tank only resented the anger. Okay, the lyricist who had been decided to give up was smiling guiltily. Unable to stand it, the tank grabbed Lord by the chest, asking if he thought they came here to joke around and why they didn't need a healer. The Grim Lord once again confidently stated that they didn't need a healer. Instead, it was better to take a high damage class. Smiling awkwardly, Azure Stream whispered to him that his idea seemed unreliable, but the man replied that there would be more tension. But everyone here was an expert. If they stand in the right places and turn out in time, they won't need a hit. He was told that the main tank would need a hit. Sunny knew this because he stated that they didn't need the tank either. This phrase hit Flower Lantern in the heart. Then asked what he was going to do about the boss and who was going to hold the aggro, pointing his finger at the guy asking if he was going to do it. Lord calmly replied that he could take on that role, keeping the boss on him for as long as necessary. This infuriated the tank even more. Patok realized that the guy didn't want to go through the dungeon with a team made up entirely of DPS classes, because there are also ways to mop up. Tank questioned why Patok was going along with this idiotic plan, but he wondered how Lord was going to pull it off. Flower Lantern angrily asked Floating Boat to leave the group with him, saying let those go with the other two. At the same second, Moon Grace, whose class was Witch, teleported over to them, saying hello. She asked if they needed her help. The Lord approached the girl and asked what skill branch she had chosen. The girl confidently replied the Dark Path style. He then questioned if she had taught Shururu Doll or not, to which the girl replied that she had that skill. This pleased Sunny. He said it was fine in that case, then asked everyone to get ready because they would be moving out soon. When asked by the girl if Patok would be in command, the guy didn't answer that the leader today would be the Grim Lord and everyone needed to obey him. Unable to stand it, the tank asked what he and the command gives him, wondering if their leader's head was okay. To another question from the witch as to why this guy was in charge today, Sunny replied that they were sure to break the record. The refreshed group then set off into the icy forest. Once they had retreated to the snowy ground, they began to look around carefully. Sunny said that will make the passage much easier. We can kill them with one wave, but Patok did not understand the meaning of the idea. The Lord began to explain that going through one wave would look like this. He would gather the monsters, the witch would use the doll, then the flames would be applied. Flow, some goblins are able to use ranged and magic attacks, moreover, they all look the same. And in the heat of battle, it will be too hard to figure out who's who, which means battle tactics will need to be constantly changed. The Grim Lord only glanced questioningly at the guild leader, for he was not the captain and tactician of the group today. Flo immediately gave in, saying that if he wanted to go through everything in one wave, they would do as he says. because today he is the leader. It wasn't going to be easy. Simon hoped he wouldn't die immediately after trying to tan all the monsters. However, the guild leader decided to discuss their plan in more detail first, but at the same second, he noticed that the Lord had already rushed to attack. The first thing Sunny did was chop down a huge tree to remove the fog of war and see what was hiding behind it. Not far from them, a huge horde of short green creatures had already gathered, and they were clearly not peaceful. The first row of goblins immediately grabbed their bows and began to draw the bowstring, aiming straight at the group of players. The mage stated that they were finished and would all die. The witch seconded, adding that there were a bunch of long-distance monsters. Flux shouted to the Lord that he wouldn't be able to dodge. There were blighters behind him that they couldn't handle. Simon suggested they back off and enter the dungeon later, but Sunny didn't react to those words in any way, continuing to rapidly tap away at the keyboard. Without losing concentration, the Lord used tumbling and dashing incredibly quickly, passing through the goblins like a knife through butter. The guy noticed that just now it was the legendary Z-Wobble, a way to quickly change direction left and right. The surprised witch asked Patok if he could also, to which he replied that it was not difficult to do so under normal circumstances. However, during a battle, it is on the verge of fantasy, because not every person will be able to react and press the right combinations. And therefore, he concluded that the Grim Lord was definitely a great expert, which was why he had given him the command. Apparently asked how he managed to find such a player, since it was hard to believe he used Z-Wobble during combat. Flux decided to see how he would gather the monsters into a pile. This action plays too important a role if they wanted to go in one wave. Meanwhile, the Grim Lord ran straight into the thick of his opponents, casting a spell along the way to make sure no one interrupted him. Meanwhile, a horde of goblins were running straight at him with shouts, feeling no fear or risk. They had to destroy the intruders. Sunny used a martial mage skill, the touch of a falling flower that pushed away those who stood right in front of the hero. This skill is really strong at repelling monsters, but it's not good at piling them up. Just as suddenly, he noticed that the touch of the falling flower had worked, and all the goblins went into rage mode, targeting the Grim Lord. He actually managed to gather them together, but there are too many of them. Is it possible to gather such a large number of monsters so quickly alone? Jumping into the air, Sunny pointed his hand downward, using the spell again, thus perfectly dealing with the remaining monsters. Everyone immediately marveled that he actually managed to gather them all in one place, even though he's the same level as them. But he makes it look like he's beating up nerds. At that very second, the goblins surrounded the Lord on all sides, swinging their clubs and coming closer and closer, giving him no room to retreat. The witch asked when they would start attacking, since the Lord could no longer return to them due to the large number of enemies. Flux asked in shock not to look at him like that, because he himself doesn't understand anything, Lord Leader, so they are waiting for his instructions. After running around the goblins, Sunny gathered them all into one pile, then had them chase him across the snowy clearing. Patok noticed there were so many monsters, but he broke through and probably lost a lot of health because of it, but he still had 75% left. This information pleased the guild leader, but it was unclear why the guy was running farther and farther away from them, taking the goblins away. The monsters will still chase him until they catch up after all. He'll just die and all their plans will be ruined. However, the guild leader underestimated the abilities of Sunny, who never went into the field without a clear plan in his head. Unless he could somehow get to them through the air, but that just wasn't possible. At that very second, Sunny gave the umbrella the shape of a rifle. Soaring into the air, the hero made a single shot, not really aiming. It was necessary to get the momentum for the rebound. Looking up, all the group noticed that the Lord had flown right over them, breaking free from the encirclement of the huge horde. Sunny landed next to them, and Patok noticed that it was a gunner's skill to move through the air using recoil. Shooters can fly backwards from the line of fire. The stronger the recoil of the weapon, the farther the character flies away. The witch loudly asked Azure Stream to stop analyzing, for a crowd of goblins were already running at them. Sunny ordered the mages to attack and the witch to prepare to use the doll. Everyone immediately got into a fighting stance, accepting the order. As the whole company rushed at the goblins, Patok ordered everyone to obey the Grim Lord if they wanted to get through this in one wave. To do this, they must not allow the bot to counterattack, and so they must take the attacking position as quickly as possible. Sunny asked the mage to prepare a fierce flame. The mage immediately began to cast fire around him, directing it at the horde. Not expecting such a thing, some of the goblins immediately began to burn in flames, losing some of their units that were in front. Then the order was given to use the blizzard, directing a stream of magic to another part of the goblins. Those were engulfed or chilling cold. The goblins that survived the attack or were behind continued to run forward. The monsters were too far apart. Some of them got hit and the recharge is too long. The Lord ordered the witch to use the doll quickly. The girl cast a spell, releasing her small copy forward, thus attracting the attention of the goblins. The doll provokes all monsters within a 2-meter radius, causing the monster's aggression to switch to her. But there was one drawback. The doll has too little health. She won't be able to last long because she was literally attacked from all sides. However, the Grim Lord declared that it was enough for him, whereupon he soared into the air, aiming to attack his opponents. Landing on the ground, the guy created a shockwave that pushed in the monsters closest to him. As Eurostream shouted for them to get up, at the same second, Sunny asked the Swordmaster to use the Sword of Falling Light. Simon, as if reading his thoughts, was already preparing this ability, swinging his sword towards the tenacious goblins. His sword then dropped to the ground, creating a whirlwind of blades around the caster that rained down on the monsters. The wizard declared that their leader was cool, but the latter replied that it was too early to rejoice, for the recharge of this ability was too long. If the monsters get up and attack again, they'll all flipper around here instead of coming through in one wave as planned. The guy didn't know what to make of them, asking himself if the Grim Lord had learned any AoE skills from the other classes. But as it turned out, Sunny had a different plan. He calmly but confidently asked the witch to use the Shadow Cloak. The girl smiled and said she understood, then began to cast the required spell, waving her wand. The goblins were immediately enveloped by a shadow that raked them into one pile and lifted them into the air, preventing them from escaping anywhere. She then brought her hand down sharply, thus bringing all the goblins to the ground, stunning them and incapacitating them. As Eurostream had completely forgotten about this spell, now they had enough time for their skill cooldown to complete. Simon realized that this guy was something with something. He was using skills not normally reserved for crowd control. He wouldn't have been able to pull it all off if he wasn't very experienced in the different classes. But what happened was that the passage of one wave was complete. It wasn't over yet, however, so Sunny encouraged everyone to hurry up so they could break the long-awaited record. At the same time in private chat, Flower Lantern asked if they were alive, to which Patok replied that the guy was just a freaking god. As they headed to the next location, Simon wrote that the Lord led them in one wave through the dungeon, much to the tank's surprise. Simon smiled smugly, thinking only that at this rate they could definitely set a new record. The group stopped in front of a sleeping goblin that was different from all the others. They immediately began to act quieter. The final boss of the Ice Forest, Ice Emperor Tane, didn't look that strong, however was level 25. At the girl's remark, Patok asked her not to be silly. Though he was the size of an ordinary goblin, he was much more dangerous. He is also the first boss in Glory to have a name. While he was explaining this to her, he didn't notice that Sunny had already rushed into battle. The guild leader called out to him, but the Lord ordered everyone to start and deal as much damage to the goblin as they could. Once up in the air, the guy decided to use the infinite air combo while everyone marveled at his abilities. They then decided to help him quickly when they suddenly noticed that the boss had abruptly disappeared from sight somewhere, returning from an attack. As Eurostream stated that he teleported, then asked them not to attack lest they become tanks. If someone becomes one now, considering the entire team is made up of attacking classes, they could all die. The second, A didn't notice the boss decided to attack them from the back, but the mage couldn't react in time. The goblin also didn't expect an ally to come to the guy's aid, who stabbed the monsters in the back to thwart him. Everyone immediately realized that it was a shadow clone, Lord somehow managing to keep up with Icetane's teleportation. His attacks didn't slow down even a little bit. It's only possible in theory, but the hero was demonstrating it all clearly. Without stopping fighting, Sunny asked everyone to attack him, adding that they wouldn't be tanks, to which those responded that they would give their best. The next second, streams of blows and spells rained down on the boss, apparently noticing that she really hadn't become a tank, dealing maximum damage. Patok asked how he was so good at holding provocation. This boss has a special attack pattern after all, and usually requires 2 tanks. Otherwise, it would be hard to keep him, to which the Grim Lord calmly replied that he just deals more damage than them. Simon could hardly believe those words, but the Lord had already proven that he could do the impossible. The whole group looked dumbfounded at the DPS rank, noticing Lord on top. concluding that he was not only a tank, but also a DD. The boss's health bar has almost turned red. When this happens, he will enter super armor mode and no one will be able to interrupt his attacks. The second they said that, super armor appeared, so the whole group decided to temporarily retreat to come up with a strategy. Flux noticed that Lord didn't back down, but he knew this dungeon like the back of his hand and knew what was about to happen. After he gets super armor, Ice Tane always uses the Ice Whirl spell, and if you don't retreat, you will 100% get hit by it. But for the umpteenth time, the Grim Lord proved that he was capable of going against the system by grabbing a goblin and throwing it over his shoulder. Using a throw behind his back, he interrupted his attack and cancelled his super armor, something a dazed Simon could not have expected. The rest of the group looked dumbfounded at this, thinking that they definitely wouldn't have thought of this in such a situation. Everyone concluded that characters without specialization were really cool, not like some people, after which they looked at the guild leader. Flo, why are they looking at him? It's better to look at the boss, after all he's almost dead. I therefore need to finish him off quickly. This they dealt with rather quickly, after which a system notification appeared announcing that Ice Tane had been killed. A second window appeared congratulating the players of the Bluebrook Guild for setting a new record, a sweep time of 20 minutes and 24 seconds. All of the guild members were immediately excited that they could do this, setting a new record. Only Sunny kept his cool. Coughing, Azure Flo turned to the hero, saying that it was a beautiful job that he had done just perfectly. However, his throw behind his back was very risky. If he missed, they would all die. In response to this, Lord also decided to ask a question. Whether he learned Circular Slaughter or not, Simon knew that it was possible to break super armor with it, but he was so much afraid of failure that he decided not to use it. The guy tried to justify himself, but Sunny asked him to be sure to learn this ability. It's very useful against super armor bosses. Patok replied that he didn't have enough skill points, so he hadn't learned it, when suddenly the witch stated that she remembered everything and he had learned the ability. She also asked if he had escaped at the end, at which time Simon put his head down on the table, asking her to stop. The guild leader was able to set a new record, but was not very happy as he made an incredible amount of mistakes. When they left the dungeon, they were met at the exit by a tank and a healer who praised them, for they had seen them fight. All players that were in the dungeon decided to share their impressions, except for Patok, who had mixed feelings about the walkthrough. Everyone was discussing the fact that they managed to break the record, while Tank told Sunny that he was actually God. It was really worthy of respect. He then apologized to the guy for his rude behavior, and the cleric asked how they pulled it all off. Azure Stream replied that it was thanks to Lord. He then asked Floating Boat to give him what they had promised, after which Sunny counted the inventory items. He noticed that they had given him too much, but remembered exactly that they had not agreed on so much and therefore wanted to discuss the matter. The second Patok came up to him, that's right after all. He helped them break the record by a full 5 minutes. Players from Grass Garden and Ambition Tyrant had likely already noticed the new record. He decided to ask in chat what they had to say about it. Plant and Grain replied that they had managed to recruit an expert. Simon immediately realized that Grain was now furious. Under normal circumstances, he always spoke to him throwing around clever phrases, but now he imagined him gritting his teeth. Most guilds are always competing against each other. They are also the reserve for professional teams. One of the main reasons for their appearance on new servers is the search for recruitment of strong players, and they are not the only ones who do it. Grass Garden and Tyrant's Ambition. It's likely they have their eyes on the Grim Lord as well, as it's unlikely those don't already know about him. However, he would definitely try to recruit Lord into their guild no matter what it cost him. There was no way their guild could miss the opportunity to get such a valuable player who would blow the noses of the other guilds. As your stream approached the Lord, wanting a private conversation with him, Sunny turned his head in his direction, listening intently. But in the next second, Simon noticed a system message that said that player Grim Lord was leaving the guild. Such an action dumbfounded the guy. At the same second, Grain wrote to him, asking how come he couldn't hold it together. Thoth replied that the Lord could do as he wished, himself thinking that the Grass Garden was watching them. They had found out everything too quickly. Continuing to examine the inventory, Sunny concluded that with these materials, he would be able to improve the umbrella of 1,000 probabilities. Suddenly, Seventh Field sent him a message congratulating him. The hero replied that he would be able to enter the dungeon 3 more times today. As soon as he asked for a team to be assembled, Tyler clicked him into voice chat, calling out to him since he was already nearby. The guy said that it was the Blue Stream Guild. They would definitely give up a lot to keep him. He wondered why he had left. Speaking of a player with exceptional skills like Sunny, the fact that he doesn't join a guild means he can work with anyone. The Lord replied that he works for the highest bidder and does not want to be bound by the confines of one guild. Tyler replied that because of how well he plays on this server, there will be fights for him, and then he can choose who he wants to work with. At the same time, the guy thought that even though he wanted to go to the dungeon with them, not only was he a great player, he was also a saint. However, Sunny hadn't thought things through that far, so he asked for equipment that would increase damage and prepare to go in. After a while, visitors to the Happy Internet Cafe wished Sunny a good morning, thanking him for his hard work. The guy replied that his shift was over, so he would be back by nightfall, after which he headed to his room. He heard a sneeze from Shiny in his room, who slept uncovered on the couch in front of the TV on. He didn't pass by. Carefully taking a blanket, he covered the girl so she wouldn't get cold, being careful not to interrupt her sleep. He then went to his room, taking off his sweatshirt to prepare himself for sleep, as this night had exhausted him. He lay on the bed, wrapped in a blanket while the sunlight streamed in through the only window, warming the guy. Shani was tossing and turning in her sleep. From the outside, it looked like she was dreaming about something dynamic that made her unable to lie still. The next second, she simply fell off the couch, tangled in the blanket, shrieking loudly, more out of fright than pain. She sat on the floor, trying to figure out where she was and what had even happened, but sleep still hadn't left her body. After a moment, she realized that she had fallen asleep on the couch again as she suddenly noticed the blanket, though she remembered exactly that it wasn't there. The girl guessed who might have taken such care of her, and so she decided to check out what Sunny was doing now. She found the boy in his room, sleeping like a dead man, oblivious to the creaking door and the passing sunlight. While brushing her teeth, Shani thought about how she'd been watching soap operas a lot lately and then suddenly falling asleep. Then she wakes up from the cold in the middle of the night and drags herself to her room. But that was quite a routine. But this was the first time in a long time that someone had taken care of her and covered her with a blanket. Even though it was a simple act, it meant a lot to her. The smell of the blanket was so familiar, so she thought she was sleeping in her bed. She wanted to turn on her side, ended up falling off the couch. And it's lucky he's not tall, or she'd have hurt her knees, which wouldn't be a good thing at her age, because she's tired enough as it is. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Shani was surprised, as she rarely had anyone come to see her, and now she wasn't expecting anyone at all. Opening the door, she shrieked that little Tina was finally back. Noticing that Shani was just waking up, the girl said she would wait for her in the hall. She entered the room, carrying a huge black suitcase and a filled backpack behind her, settling in comfortably. Tina asked about the fact that she had hired a new employee. Shani realized that she had already been told everything, whereupon she replied that he lived in the storage room. Now he's asleep after the night shift. But the girls also said she had a fight with him on her first day of work. She agreed. Suddenly, Shani asked, "How about we have a duel between the two of them, since this guy is very good at glory?" Tina hadn't expected such an offer as soon as she arrived, and so she didn't say anything back, hoping to silently move out of the conversation. Glancing at her watch, the owner of the internet cafe remarked that Sunny was probably awake by now, and so they should be introduced. Meeting a half-asleep guy who had his mouth full of brownie, Shani immediately introduced him to her friend. Putting her arm around the girl's shoulder, the proprietress introduced her to the guy, who still hadn't recovered from his nap and didn't understand what was going on. Holding out her hand, Tina said hello and said it was nice to meet you. Sunny returned the handshake, saying it was mutual. Looking at their handshake, Shani thought they had insanely beautiful hands and those long, thin fingers. Tina's hands are so graceful and neat, but Sunny's hands are also very beautiful, even though he's a man. The girl then asked who would win, determined to find out sooner rather than later. Sunny, who had no clue about anything, froze in place. When asked by the guy what it was about, Shani replied that it was about the duel between the two of them in glory, because that's what she had been waiting for all day. Sunny asked Tina if she was into glory, to which the girl replied that she was just an amateur and only knew the basics. Shani asked the guy not to listen to her, because that's being modest, and compared to her, Tina is a real pro. To this, Tina said she just wasn't interested. Glory is too easy a game, so she gets bored quickly. The guy could not find anything to answer this statement, so silently and carefully considered the girl, who could be very strong. After a while, they took over 2 computers while they were surrounded by visitors saying that Tina was having a duel with the manager. Everyone immediately recognized the Grim Lord from Server 10, noting that Tina was indeed brave for daring to do such a thing. Shiny said Sunny was good, but baby Tina had always been the coolest in their internet cafe, her reputation as good as Sunny's. She was a little ashamed to admit it, but every time she lost a duel, she asked for her revenge. Sunny's skills are indeed amazing, but will he be able to handle Tina in the arena because fighting a human is different from mopping up a dungeon? Shiny with many talented players, but when it comes to the arena, Tina has no equal. She will beat anyone. The owner began to recall the first time she decided to show her friend Glory, starting the demonstration from the arena, asking her to watch carefully. At the time, she didn't know about this game yet, but Shiny wanted this to start playing it, so she decided to start by showing her the arena mode. Shiny hoped that by watching a top-notch player like her, Tina would take an interest in Glory and start playing with her. However, Misty Mist, Shiny's character, lost the duel time after time, causing the girl to only embarrass herself in front of her friend. Yelling that this guy was too fast, the owner behind loudly pounded her fists on the table, and Tina calmly remarked that she had lost. Shiny responded by saying she was playing, and at the same time explaining the rules to her, she was having trouble concentrating, then asked how she liked the game. The owner didn't really think she'd be interested, especially given her embarrassing loss. Plus, Tina always looked so at ease. It seemed as if nothing could really interest her. But surprisingly, the brunette stated that it looked like quite a lot of fun, after which she asked to sit down at the computer and try it out. It didn't look particularly difficult for her, but Shiny stated that she had only seen 1 round, and yes, her opponent was playing well. The owner sat her friend down at the computer, briefly explained what to do and where to click, then sent her into battle. But as soon as Tina tried to play for the first time, the first round went expectedly. She was just beaten. They left her no chance. The girl calmly remarked that she had lost. Shiny replied that it wasn't surprising since Da wasn't used to the controls yet. After Tina adjusted the sensitivity of the mouse, she lost again in the second round, and her opponent decided to laugh at her. Shiny began to explain that she needed to keep her distance, as their opponent was only proficient in melee attacks. After explaining the abilities, Tina stated that she understood everything and would try again. Shiny hadn't seen Tina so serious in a long time. The owner asked not to be too upset if she loses again, as she has only played 2 rounds, and for a beginner, she's doing pretty well. But when the 3rd round began, Tina tried to use all the tips she got from her friend, keeping her opponent away from her. Shiny noticed that her speed was greatly noticeable. At first, she thought that she was quickly getting used to the controls, but then assumed she was just pushing everything in a row. However, all of Tina's combinations were too successful. Eventually, a blue sign appeared on the screen saying victory. This surprised Shiny very much for watching the fight. After all, Tina had a crushing victory in the 4th and 5th rounds, and during the fight, she was very quick and skillful in squeezing through abilities. But these are her first matches. She plays for 10 minutes, and in that time, she has learned how to use skills and follow tactics. The owner cried out that she is the truest genius. With such potential in the future, Tina can become a professional player. She then asked if she had an account card, offering to register it. It was obvious that the girl was very excited. At the same second, Tina slowly pulled off her headphones and turned to Shiny. Yes, she realized she wasn't interested anymore. With a calm tone, the brunette said she would refuse because she was bored. As it turned out, this game was too easy for her. Somehow that was it. Though she tried hard, Tina was no longer interested in the game, though it was a huge loss. After all, if she had continued to play at Glory, she might have become a professional player who would have been picked up by a famous team. The second the visitors started creating handmade posters supporting the girl, Shiny was surprised at this enthusiasm. She thought they liked Sunny better. She told you that Tina was talented and very pretty, says little and does a lot. They can't abandon a character of such an archetype, and so they began shouting words of encouragement to Tina, wishing her victory. Without changing the calm expression on her face, the girl briefly thanked her newfound fans, then turned back to her computer. At this time, Sunny heard that they asked them to flog him and mop the floor with his face, and the guy was asked to behave himself. As they began to load into the game, Shiny told her friend that she had to use her launcher again. She explained that the skills were still the same, but the equipment was noticeably better. Tina smiled slightly and agreed. The owner asked the guy what about him, if he would use his account, which is still just over level 20. The one agreed, explaining that it was his only account. Then the girl offered to lend him one, specifying which class he wanted. The guy asked for a card with a classless character, but in response, he only heard a reproach because no one has been playing that way for a long time. Tina decided to inquire about classless characters, whereupon Shani began to grudgingly explain the point of playing such a character. She also added that this guy has a lot of trump cards up his sleeve, so he asked her to be as careful as possible. Shani also explained that she fixed field. Even a level 20 character will have stats that will become roughly equal to her opponent. However, a character with more level and a richer selection of skills, there's nothing to be done here, so Tina will have the advantage. Finished with the explanations, the players began to enter the fixed field. The battle between the Grim Lord and Misty Mist would now begin. They found themselves in an empty arena with tall stone columns arranged around them. They had a few seconds to prepare for battle. Sunny said that fighting for nothing was boring enough, so he offered to put something on the line, like a pack of cigarettes. Tina agreed, however. She does not smoke or carry cigarettes, and therefore would not be able to put them on right now. Taking money out of her pocket and putting it on the table, the girl suggested betting 100 yuan each round. It would be easier that way. Shani said she would mediate and hold their bills, to which the guy replied that he only had an expensive pack of cigarettes. The proprietress said cigarettes would be fine, but Sunny clarified that he only had a carton. The woman asked loudly how poor he was. Then she decided to lend him 100, since she could deduct it later from his paycheck. He grinned and thanked her. Before they start, the guy wanted to clarify if he could put his full strength into the battle against Tina. Such a question dumbfounded Shani, causing her to ask where he had gotten all that self-assurance from, asking him to focus. The guy decided that this was a sign of agreement, so he decided to get that money back right now, after which he lunged straight at his opponent. A crowd of people gathered around Tina, watching her actions and trying to cheer her up as much as possible. The girl then claimed that Sunny was overconfident, after which she began to attack him at long range. The Grim Lord ran straight at the attacker, ignoring the bullets flying in his direction. It was important for him to shorten the distance. He pulled out his umbrella, listening with the edge of his ear to the sound of bullet casings falling to the floor, but it didn't throw off his concentration. Megla realized that she had wasted too much time to do any damage to her opponent while standing still. That was her mistake. That's why the guy decided to use the Swordmaster's skill, sword drawing, but Tina managed to dodge. The sword only caught a strand of hair, causing no damage to the girl, but it was too close to ignore. One of the visitors noticed that he was able to shorten the distance without taking damage, but Tina's evasion skills are also amazing. Shani thought he used Z hesitation and immediately applied the sword pattern, deciding to confuse his opponent first. However, it wouldn't be hard for Tina to get back. If it were her, she would have already fallen under this attack as she suddenly noticed that the guy had already changed weapons. Sunny headed toward Blink again, not giving her a second to think or pause, wanting to take control of the situation. Getting as close as possible, he lunged with his sword, but Tina used her rifle to bounce back from the blow. Shani thought Tina's reaction speed was something with something. That jump allowed her to get outside of his attack radius. Now she needs to use aerial fire. The recoil from the shot will allow her to break the distance and at the same time come back from any hit. While she was in the air, she noticed that the Lord's weapon began to transform again, which discouraged her a bit. That second hiccup was enough for the guy to stab her in the shoulder. Changing from sword to spear, he was able to reach her at a distance. As soon as the spear slammed into flesh, Sunny used the power of inertia to plow the girl to the floor, not letting her get away. It was a martial mage skill, a circular swing that knocked the girl off her feet but didn't do any noticeable damage. People noticed that this voiceless character had too many aces up her sleeve because they were sure that Tina had definitely dodged. Classless characters are able to use the basic skills of all specializations. This is their advantage. Drawing with a sword cannot be used without an equipped sword. You need a battle mage's spear to apply the circular swing. His weapon was abnormal. The circular swing skill disoriented his opponent, and Tina didn't handle the sudden camera jumps well. Right now, the battle was not going in the girl's favor. However, she was now as focused as possible and didn't want to fall flat on her face. Without taking her eyes off the monitor screen, she thought he didn't look like the guy she'd encountered in the past. His actions are pretty slow, but for some reason she's always half a second behind him, even though she does everything faster than him. She realized she was completely overwhelmed. She couldn't keep up with his pace no matter how hard she tried, but that was no reason to give up. The match has just begun, though she doesn't fully understand his class. The knight, it's obvious he prefers to fight up close. Playing as a launcher, all she has to do is keep her distance from him, when suddenly she notices that the guy has disappeared. While she was thinking about all of this, Lord attacked her from above, kicking her in the face, thus knocking her to the ground again. Before falling, the girl noticed that his weapon had now turned into a cannon, and therefore her theory no longer worked. But Sunny was already on top of her, trampling her into the ground, but it was far from over, for Blink still had plenty of health. The Grim Lord pointed his rifle at his opponent with a smug look. That's when Shani noticed that his weapon had now turned into a cannon. Sword, spear, cannon. It turns out there are weapons that can take 3 different forms, but she hadn't heard of it before. Frowning, the girl turned her attention to the guy's stance, deciding it was the skill of a sniper executioner, and she was right. Sunny then started up close to Tina with his rifle, and Shani shrieked that it was really him because it looked so familiar. While the owner was outraged at what was happening, Mangla's health dwindling by the second, Shani motioned for her to get up. In addition to the owner, the visitors also shouted that this wasn't the end and that she would make it through, as the round had only just begun. Hearing the advice and words of encouragement, Tina used an evasion skill, thus interrupting the Grim Lord's attack. After that, without rising, she pointed her weapon at the guy, wasting no time in hitting the attack button, wanting revenge. The stream of bullets immediately ripped towards Sunny, who was too close to not take damage, but the girl didn't expect to kill him right away. However, she was sure that all the bullets had reached their target, and so she was able to barter on the health he had taken off her. When the fire stopped, everyone noticed that the Lord had literally turned into a sieve and continued to stand still. A tense Shani was at first relieved that her friend had completely turned the tide of the battle, taking the initiative. As she suddenly realized that it was a fixed field, she wouldn't be able to do that much damage, and she wouldn't be able to kill it with one skill. All the more reason the body shouldn't have turned to smoke. In the same second, Sunny was behind Mangla, holding a sword at her throat. He used the assassin skill, cut throat, thus knocking her down a significant amount of health. Tina frowned, cursing to herself, for she had been beaten, and what she had just shot at was a shadow clone. While she was distracted, he went behind her back, but in the next instant, the guy used the Berserk skill, Mountain Destruction. Trailing off, he began to use every ability he had on him, changing his weapon form from spear to sword and back again. He then soared into the air and began shooting the girl with a rifle, using the launcher skill, Barbecue. It was enough to disarm the girl, leaving her with minimal health, but he was in no hurry to kill her. Mangla, who was sitting on the ground, was suddenly hit in the head with a rock, causing her to lose 1 health. She turned her attention to the guy who had summoned a goblin, who in turn was throwing rocks at the girl. Dumbfounded viewers asked how many skills this guy had. Everyone immediately wanted to create a character with no specialization. When it was clear that this fight was over, Sunny slowly pulled off his headphones, deciding to get some rest. Turning to Tina, the guy suggested that he end it there, because really, she had no idea how to play. But he noticed that she has a high speed, however, her right and left hand coordination is a horror, and her knowledge and skills and equipment is meager. She has very little real-world experience and her tactics are too predictable. Her ability to anticipate and adapt is practically nil. Therefore, if she wants to defeat him with such skills, let her come in 100 years. These words caught the girl's attention. Shani screamed that he was taking it too far since Tina isn't that bad. The guy apologized, saying 100 years was just an exaggeration. The proprietress asked herself, couldn't this guy have been a little softer? Also in front of so many people to say such a thing. Glancing at her friend, Shani decided that she was about to explode. With her temper, she certainly wouldn't stand for it. Without letting the mouse out of her hands, Tina suggested in a calm voice that the guy finish the game, because 1 round wasn't an indicator. Rubbing his head, Sunny replied that he didn't see the point of it. She had already lost, and he just felt sorry for her. Don't bet to finish her off. Further, while she was distracted by the goblin, he would attack from the air using the eagle seal, then the falling sword of light. Then a heavenly strike, and finish it off with a dragon tooth, a touch of the falling flower, and a circular swing that would end it all. After that, she would be dead, as she wouldn't be able to dodge the abilities of the different classes that the guy kept changing. Tina realized that Sunny was telling the truth. However, it wasn't her style to just give up without trying again. The guy added that it would just be unfair to win that way, so he asked her to forget about it. But Tina refused, because a loss is a loss, she does not need his pity, and therefore he earned the money honestly. Shani shouted loudly for him to take them away, thinking she needed to hurry up and forget about this like a terrible dream. While the owner was arguing with her subordinate, Tina laid a couple more bills on the table, much to the surprise of those present. Looking at Sunny, Tina calmly said that she had lost this round, then offered to play another. Even though she doesn't know how to play, I hope he takes her seriously. But losing like this, she won't accept it. Shani decided it was all Sunny's fault, since it was already the end. And on top of that, he decided to say all sorts of things to her. Tina is very proud and takes everything too seriously. Even if she loses, she still won't accept a handout from her opponent. She asked the guy why he was looking at her like that. After all, she had no influence over it. It was all his fault, so it was up to him to sort it out. Sunny smiled, offering to put up another fight, a serious one this time, but it wouldn't be a pleasant gaming experience for her. The attendees watched in amazement as their favorite Tina was unwilling to give up, demanding a rematch of a rather strong player. No matter how hard the girl tried, Sunny kept catching up with her, using different and incredibly fast combos that were hard to keep track of. One of the guys said that when Sunny said earlier that he didn't put his best foot forward, he thought he was just joking. Meanwhile, Tina was completely absorbed in the game, because earlier it seemed too easy for her, but now she literally can't do anything. Once again, the Grim Lord defeated her by an incredible margin, taking virtually no damage. A red sign popped up in front of the girl's face, notifying her that she had lost, to which she was rather surprised. She couldn't believe she'd already lost, since she hadn't even touched her opponent, and the guy still didn't seem to be playing at full strength. Last time, she thought she just couldn't keep up with his pace, but now she was completely lost during the fight. Shani, who approached her, offered her a little break, and after a few seconds of thought, asked her to play again. After a while, Shani thought Tina was losing over and over again. She didn't stand a chance. The first round was just a joke compared to the rest. This time Sunny is focused, cautiously ruthless. He doesn't give his opponent a second to breathe. She thought he was just showing off, but the difference between professionals and regular people is so great. She was too hasty. Shani wanted Sunny to spark an interest in the game and Tina, but this was clearly too much. After seeing the pile of money, viewers asked how much she had already lost and if it was shameful for a guy to do that to a girl. Some also remarked that it was time for her to stop, but she reached into her purse again, demanding revenge as she suddenly froze in place. Noticing this, Sunny grinned and asked if she was out of money, to which the girl decided not to answer him. Popping up from her chair, she asked to wait and went to withdraw more money, but Shani demanded she stop for the day. Glaring angrily at the guy, the owner mentally asked him to say something nice and not to provoke her in any way. Sunny also asked her to stop no matter what. She can't beat him tonight and persistence won't help her. She uses different skills very quickly, but you can't win at Glory just by speed, but she'll still have plenty of chances to fight him. He asked her to study the game and only then come to him, because she should already realize how big the difference between them was. The audience watched in shock as the smiling guy convinced his opponent to back down with facts and logic. An exasperated and frightened Shani thought it was no good, since Sunny had just added fuel to the fire. Suddenly, Tina replied that it was reasonable, after which she asked him not to leave the money lying around and to take it away. The guy replied that he wouldn't hold back then, offering to play sometime else. Tina immediately agreed. Shani menacingly asked if he was serious about just taking the money. Even though she didn't want to complicate this situation, she was now overwhelmed with anger. Tina asked why he should be embarrassed. After all, it was a real competition. She had bet money and lost. The proprietress noticed that they were thinking so much alike. Coming out, she would only upset them if she continued. Tina stated that sooner or later, she would get that money back. Sunny agreed, let on that it would be a lot harder than she thought. When the conversation was over, Sunny rose from his chair and decided to take a walk, waving a temporary goodbye to those present. Tina asked Shani how big she thought the difference between them was, but she didn't even know what to say. Not both much better than she was. The brunette added that he was right. She had a lot to learn, then asked how long it would take to catch up with him. For a few seconds, Shani stared dumbfounded at her friend, unable to believe that Sunny had actually succeeded in getting her interested. Afterwards, she realized how well things had worked out and said that if she wanted to improve her gaming skills so badly, she couldn't help her. She will only be able to find her a new account card to create her own character. After a while, Tina began to scrutinize the different character classes, starting with the swordsman, who was characterized by high damage. She then looked at the gunner, who had an increased control complexity. Well, he was also powerful in his own way. Tina looked at the specs for a while longer before she couldn't bear to ask which class she should choose. Shani replied that she didn't have to pick one right now. Until she got level 20, she could learn skills from all classes. The girl specified that if she didn't change class, her character would be unspecialized like Sunny's. Her friend agreed. Unspecialized is a style of play, not a class. Unless a player changes class, they can use the skills of all specializations. But when the character reaches level 50, he gets a class awakening quest. In order to pump further, you need to commit. Because they don't have a class, they don't get the awakening task. As a result, classless characters can't break the bar at level 50. That's why all non-specialized characters are gone. There are theoretically options to get around this limitation, but it's difficult. Remembering Sunny's weapon, Shani thought it was the reason why he was playing an unspecialized character. She said it wasn't worth it to study at Sunny's. Yes, they couldn't. Then Tina decided to look at other classes. The girl remembered her friend talking about some man or god, after which she asked what class he was. The cafe owner replied that his class was a battle mage. However, the one who played him had retired, and that made her sad. Looking at her friend, Tina thought she had known her for a long time and had often seen her lose her temper for no reason. But this is the first time he's seen her so grim. Apparently, she greatly admires this god of war, and he meant a lot to her. She decided to cheer her friend up by smiling and asking her how about her choosing a battle mage. After all, who knows, maybe one day she'll be the next god of war, admired by many people. Shani shouted happily that it would be 1,000 times cooler than defeating Sunny, and she should strive to become the god of war. Sunny came up to them and asked if she wanted to play as a battle mage. Since he could teach her, Shani asked if he was eavesdropping on them. The man replied that she was talking so loudly that the whole cafe could hear them. The owner replied that she didn't need his help. After all, she has a secret weapon, thanks to which Tina will be able to get all the information she needs on her own. The girl opened the folder, revealing that she had all the combat can-do guides Sunny had written, attributes, skills, equipment, and combat tactics. The guy was surprised that she'd rather choose to study alone than with a living person, but she questioned whether his training would be better than the Guido's. Sunny smiled and said that these guides were written 9 years ago. Since then, many updates have been released and many things have changed. Arguing that all these guides were long out of date, the guy started to move the files to the recycle garbage can. But Shani tried to stop him. He added that if someone helped him update these guides and he found out about it, Sunny would be pleased. But he needs some time. While he's doing the update, the girls will have time to create a new account and customize their character. After a while, Tina asked the guy if he was the Grim Lord. Tina didn't answer, only glanced questioningly at the monitor. The girl looked at the leaderboard of the first kills instead of pumping her character. Tina replied that there were too many people there, so she decided to do it later. With that, she asked if the first kills could be replaced. Sunny explained that there is only one chance to get the first kill, but it's not something else one person can handle. It takes a team. Everyone must play cohesively, and everyone must know their duties perfectly, depending on the character class. Looking at the girl, the guy mentally asked her if she was coming up with a plan to break his record, but that was still a long way off. He then said that if she didn't understand anything in the guide or the game, she could ask him. She immediately thanked him. Sunny asked why her speed was so high, to which he got the answer that it had always been that way. But as it turned out, he wasn't that important. A slightly frustrated Shani sat in the manager's seat, thinking about everything that had happened in the last 2 hours. As she lifted her head, she noticed Tina and Sunny chatting nonchalantly, even though it was so late and they were still playing. Their two managers are playing games while she, the hostess, sits at the front desk. She feels like something is wrong here. Sunny really teaches Tina though. She rarely sees him so energetic. He usually looks like he's about to die. And her friend was finally interested in Glory. After all, a duel between them turned out to be a good idea. Although it didn't go the way she expected, the most important thing is the bottom line. Tina is very talented and hardworking. Maybe she can go pro. She loves Gloria too. But unfortunately, she's not as good as Sunny, and she doesn't have Tina's talent, nor any chance either. Suddenly, she jumped up from her chair, deciding to stop being sad. Even though her fingers aren't that fast, she can't be so pessimistic. She has a freaking internet cafe. Maybe one day she can start her own professional team. A customer who approached her asked to extend her session, but she shrieked for him to ask the manager to help with that. She beckoned loudly to Sunny, but he and Tina didn't react in any way to their owner, figuring her mood was very fickle today. After a while, Sunny, along with other players, decided to pump in the burial ground. Other players knew not to get in here. Here Sway either crazy or skillful because the monsters are too strong, although they give more experience for them, but it is difficult to defeat them. The guy the zombie pounced on screamed loudly that he was out of potions as the Grim Lord suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He helped the stranger escape death. He immediately realized that this guy was strong as he suddenly noticed that he was only level 21. They were about to add him as a friend when suddenly Lord was called out by a familiar voice. Sunny decided to interrupt the destruction of the mobs. He spotted a familiar group whose leader was Azure Stream. The latter asked if he wanted to join their team. After saying that, the guy immediately received an invitation to join the group. But Sunny was in no hurry to accept the application, looking at it for a few seconds. The swaying guys immediately recognized the Blue Stream Guild. Since they wanted to invite him to join the team, they didn't stand a chance. Blue Stream is one of the 3 strongest guilds in Glory. Azure Stream is the guild leader. His invitation has never been declined. However, this case was an exception. Lord declined the invitation, saying he could pump himself, which upset Simon. He regretted his decision before he even sent the invitation. There were so many people gathered here and he couldn't be gentler. Then Patak said he was misunderstood. They weren't here to pump up. It was an affair he wanted to lure Sunny to him. There was silence for a few seconds, during which the Lord reasoned why they wanted to call him. Then stated that they wouldn't need that many people to grind experience. They also recently cleaned up the burial ground dungeon. Hence, their guild is here because of the savage boss, Bloodgunner Jagger. He was sure that those decided to ask him for help. Patak replied that, as expected, he understood immediately, after which he asked again if he wanted to join them. Simon figured he wouldn't refuse this time. The Grim Lord certainly wouldn't put down the opportunity to get material from the wild boss. Even someone like him can't defeat the savage boss alone, and he'll need a good team anyway. A wild boss is a boss that is not in the dungeon, but on the level up area itself and appears 3 times a week. It happens at different times and random locations, but unlike dungeon bosses and hidden bosses, wild bosses are available to all players. Because of this, wild boss battles often devolve into massive guild brawls. The boss itself is not as important. Randoms and loner teams don't stand a chance. Smiling, Lord decided to agree, asking where he would appear, after which he invited everyone to go see. Azure Stream had a bunch of thoughts and questions floating around in his head about why he wasn't going to join the team and if he should be invited back. He then decided that the latter was planning to take the boss alone, but he had absolutely no way of guessing what Lord was thinking. But he didn't want to seem rude, and so he agreed to Sunny's suggestion, after which he beckoned him to follow him. After a while, they reached a rocky area where a yellow lightning bolt struck the ground not far from them, creating an explosion. Following this came the Bloody Shooter Jag, the wild boss of the burial ground, an undead with a pair of revolvers that moves at insane speeds. Patak said they got the news 5 minutes ago, so he called everyone he knew who was in the area. Their reinforcements are coming soon too. The information gathering is pretty good, and it looks like their guild is the first to arrive on the scene today. Just as suddenly, the leader of the Herbal Garden Guild, Plantain Grain, said that Azure Stream was a little late. He noticed that he had brought a lot of people with him, after which he offered mutual aid to straighten out the people from Tyrant's ambition. And after that, they would fight the boss and see who would win. But all Simon could think about was that Tyrant's ambition would be here too. The guild leader of Tyrant's Ambition Guild, Cold Knight, said that they were the last ones to come here, and therefore it was better for them to return home. Now there were 3 of the best guilds and a bunch of people on the vast terrain. Patak replied that they were only here to watch the show. Each decided to let their opponents advance, but only for them to weaken themselves and the boss and then finish them off. However, no one dared to make the first move, either towards the boss or the other guild, trying to resolve things with persuasion. Just as suddenly, the Blue Stream healer asked Azure Stream to temporarily postpone the negotiations and take a look at the boss. Turning their heads, everyone saw that the boss fight had already started and was in full swing. 4 people from all sides went to attack. One of the guys asked what was wrong with this game and if this boss was too strong, yet kept trying to damage it. Everyone was mentally asking him if he was sure the problem was the game and not him, since he was trying to kill a wild boss with a team of randoms. But after several failed attempts, they decided to retreat. One of the players asked the pair bun to give up because they can't win. The guy who played as the bully kept smiling but staying was not part of it. However, his comrades insisted on it. But he quickly changed his shoes, for there were so many people watching them, which made him feel very embarrassed. Yet he continued to laugh. Stream said it's only been 2 minutes and they're already scattered like flies. Simply put, the randoms teams don't stand a chance. He then turned around to address the Grim Lord, surprised to notice that he had suddenly disappeared somewhere. Meanwhile, Sunny attacked Bloodshot, thus saving the fleeing guy who didn't expect anyone to come to his aid. Smiling, Lord asked which one of them was the leader, then asked to be added to the team. The guys were surprised at this arrangement. At the sight of them, Patok crouched down and snickered as Grain told him that he was the one who had brought him here, while Cold Knight saw the lad for the first time. Simon told himself that Lord had chosen a team of nubs he didn't even know over joining him. Bun smiled and thanked the guy for his help. After all, this boss is pretty powerful, and so they have to be careful. Sunny wasn't listening to him anymore, however, using the touch of the falling flower on the boss to disorient him. It didn't do him any damage, as it was all about interrupting the infinite attack animation. While the boss immobilized stood still, Lord dashed past, concurrently turning his umbrella into a spear to continue his attack. Running behind Jagu's back, Sunny used a spiral path, twirling his spear and dealing numerous blows to the boss. And after that, he pushed the gunman off towards the rocks, thus knocking him down to buy himself some time. Grain appreciated the guy's skills, saying that he was able to push back the boss alone. Even an amateur would find it quite difficult to do so. Another guy said that Gloomy Lord is very famous. His name is on a lot of records. Then he offered to join the battle. The guild leader replied that he might be experienced, but it was useless as Glory was not a game that could be played alone. He won't be able to push Jag back for long, as all skills have a cooldown, and always order and such happens about the same. A player can use a certain ability once, after which it goes on cooldown for a while. It's called a perfect skill cycle, and in practice, you have to dodge a lot. Plus, the boss may have skill resistance. This is exactly the case with wild bosses like Jag. He was created and balanced with the expectation that he would fight dozens of players. At the same time, the boss, with a single leap, shortened the distance between him and Lord, pointing 2 revolvers at the latter, up and aiming, but Sunny stared silently at his opponent in no hurry to run away or dodge. Grain said that if the boss recovers even a second early, it means the opportunity to damage him with impunity is lost. And so the guild leader concluded that this guy was not a survivor. However, besides Lord, the gunman had managed to injure other people as well. In that same second, Grain was hit, while his assistant began urgently calling for a cleric to help him. But Grain noticed that Lord used a normal attack to repel Bloodshot's hand. He didn't understand how that was possible. Noticing the same, Patok mentally praised the guy while his ally wondered if they should join. But the leader suggested to wait a little longer, because the other guilds haven't moved yet, because they think that the Lord can't win. However, he doesn't believe it himself, even though he's seen how strong he is, but his level is too low and the boss has a lot of health. And their real opponents are Grass Garden and Tyrant Ambition. If they join the battle, they will be at a disadvantage. One of the guys noticed that the guy who joined them, Grim Lord, is a Server 10 legend. He's the one who was able to get the first 3 kills while still in the starting village. Pretty much everyone knows who he is. While Sunny's allies were engrossed in conversation, he was able to land another blow on the boss, knocking him down again. Seeing the dumbfounded faces of the other people, the guy smiled and asked how long they would just watch, then invited them to join. Sunny's small team asked how they should fight him. Since he was rising again, the guy asked that they listen to his commands. Giving the boss a surprise blow, Lord asked the Berserker to quickly use a bloody cross while Jag was in the camp. His ally did as he was ordered, and it was now much easier to hit him since the enemy was paralyzed. The Lord then asked the mage to cast a fierce flame. The girl immediately complied, creating a stream of fire. The gunman was engulfed in flames, during which he saw no one around him, and so Sunny decided to take advantage of this. Using his spear, he gave Jag a heavenly strike that lifted the ladder into the air, preventing the boss from counterattacking. The allies excitedly stated that he had pulled off such a combo so easily. Before this, they hadn't even had a chance to deal damage. And the bully cheerfully asked what he should do, to which he received the answer that, after the boss got up, he should use a sand throw. The guy took this order seriously, approaching the boss and charging at him with a handful of sand, asking him to taste it. It looked as ridiculous as possible from the outside, as Jag didn't react in any way to the ability sent at him. He only soiled the boss's clothes, and it was noticeable that he was angry. The surprised guy couldn't figure out what he had done wrong. The gunman immediately started firing revolvers at him, and the man quickly ran away and asked why his skill didn't work. Sonny replied that he had to throw sand in his face or he wouldn't be blinded. Now he needed to use a brick kick. Only the attack needed to come from behind. Bun accepted the new instruction, immediately turning around, changing the trajectory of his movements, grabbing a brick lying on the ground. Dodging bullets, the guy interjected that he just needed to get behind him, adding that it was easy. Swinging the brick, the guy pathetically announced to his boss that he had a package coming in, then threw it with a swing. The brick landed squarely on Jagger's neck, but there was no sign of the skill working. He only frowned as he froze in place. His team watched silently from the sidelines, realizing that now Bun would have to run away again. The man shouted that nothing had happened anyway, but he was told that he should smash the brick over his head himself, but not throw it in any way. The Blue Creek healer noticed that this bully moves very fast and dodges all of the boss's attacks regardless of silly mistakes. Patok said it's not that weird. She's probably tried a lot of games in the past, but never played Glory. However, the leader noticed that thanks to the Grim Lord, even these newcomers were putting up a decent fight even though they had just been on the verge of collapse. Grain and his assistant were not happy with the ongoing battle as these newcomers paired up with Lord began to deal damage to the boss. At that second, Patok ordered everyone into position. The other guilds aren't going to wait long. They need to deal with everyone but the Lord. If someone attacks him, you need to step in and help. Since he is a friend of the guild, they shouldn't let him down. As soon as the guild leader gave the order to attack, all of his subordinates immediately rushed forward with weapons in their hands with shouts. Seeing the huge crowd heading their way, Bun excitedly asked if these people had decided to help them. Sonny replied in the negative, explained that they were trying to steal the boss's murder and they were their target. The guy's delight immediately faded away, whereupon he replied that it was very insidious. They had decided to engage in battle when they had just gotten things going. However, they didn't want to run away, to which the Lord said that it would soon become very dangerous here, so they should retreat for now. In the short time of their acquaintance, the boys decided to trust the Lord completely, and therefore immediately agreed to his order and began to retreat. While running, Bun asked if he was going to fight them alone, offering to stay with him. Sonny stated that there was no need for that, and therefore he should keep running away. The newcomer didn't fully understand the point of his venture. But since he's fighting alone now, he can increase his speed a bit. This will help him in the boss battle. He began using various skills, continuing to deal damage to the boss without giving the boss a chance to counterattack. The dazed Patok appreciated the Lord's incredible speed, but it won't do anything. The boss still has more than half of his health. While Sonny was pounding the boss with his spear, Grain didn't realize what was going on. His allies had escaped, and he was pretending like they didn't exist. While he marveled at his speed, his assistant asked if they should chase them or focus on stealing the boss. The leader raised his right hand and loudly ordered them to stand and wait for his command. For now, the newcomers were no hindrance to them at all. For now, they were not allowed to move. Those let them run, they could be forgotten about. If they got too flashy, it could turn into a debacle. If they start chasing them, forgetting about the other guilds, and are the first to engage in battle, someone will definitely stab them in the back. Suddenly, Grain asked Lord how about him joining them, suggesting that he take the whole reward. Following him, Cold Knight raised his voice, also offering Sonny to join them, adding 20 white wolf bristles in addition to the reward. Patok decided that the Lord had foreseen that the top 3 guilds would fight and offer high prices to recruit him. Meanwhile, the fleeing newcomers heard the suggestions from the guild leaders, finding them incredibly good. After that, they asked the captain to stop running away, because those are trying to recruit them. If they join the group, they will be given all the loot. They decided to go back and look. The captain was glad they weren't here to kill them. As if reading their thoughts, a message came into the team chat from the Grim Lord, urging his allies to keep running. The 3, including the captain, immediately ran, while the last one asked if they didn't need the things they were being offered. Without slowing his run, Bun ordered him not to do that and to obey the Grim Lord, for he knew exactly what he was doing. At this time, Grain noticed that the Lord wasn't even going to pay attention to them, to which Knight replied that then they would do the wrong thing. Meanwhile, Sunny continued to fight the shooter and deal damage to him, keeping him from recovering from his attacks. Another blow with the spear threw the boss to the side of the fence. The corroded bars could not withstand such a load, breaking with a crack. Jag didn't get up for a while, a stun effect hanging over him, making him unable to get back into the fight quickly. During this second hiccup, Sunny waved his palm in his face, sighing heavily, then asked the guys to be careful. The guild leader didn't understand the meaning of his warning, trying to carefully and quickly assess the situation. It was then that they noticed that Bloodshooter was suddenly quiet, years from everyone present immediately rushing towards the boss. In the same second, a golden beam erupted from his body and shot straight into the sky, destroying the ground nearby. Jag shouted loudly. It was obvious he had gone into a rage, but no negative effects were working on him now. On top of that, he used the Death Legion summoning skill, after which zombies began to rise from the ground. The top 3 guilds immediately tensed up, realizing that the archer had gone into a rage, and thus it would become even more difficult to fight him. On top of that, players started being attacked by zombies that tried to stop people from reaching their summoner. This arrangement was not in the guild's favor, but there was nothing left for them to do but try to fight off the high-level zombies. The healer was pleased that the other guilds were in the same situation, but Patok was curious as to why Jag was suddenly enraged. The summoned monsters have a pretty high level. It will be hard to deal with them, but on top of that, the boss's health isn't red yet. Suddenly, Simon realized what had caused this change, then asked himself how he could have made such a stupid mistake. In addition to lowering health to the right level, there's another condition that provokes rage, and that's getting too big of a combo. To prevent players from bullying the boss too much, when the combo reaches 200, the boss tries to escape. That's why the Grimlord stayed. He wanted to get the combo to 200. He dared to pull something like that while the 3 strongest guilds were watching him. Grain stated that if it wasn't for the fact that he had to watch the 2 of them, he definitely wouldn't have missed such an important detail as a combo. Cold Knight advised him to just accept it. No one would think a team of random players could do such a thing. One of the players asked the leader to look towards the boss. Lord leaves the shooter, for the provocation is still on him. They had greatly underestimated the Grim Lord. He was able to fool 3 guilds at once. Everyone simultaneously thought that it had gotten embarrassing. However, they had no time to be distracted by talking as they were attacked by a horde of zombies, giving them no respite. It pained Potoku to remember their run in the dungeon. At least he hadn't lied to them then. But now, the situation was completely different. He started shouting to the other leaders not to destroy the formation. You were told to shut up because they can do it without him. The one replied that they had no choice but to work together. They must combine the strength of the 3 guilds and defeat the Legion of Death. Not far from where Bun was fighting, I said it was getting pretty dangerous there. Good thing they listened to Lord and ran away. And the guy who came back to them was killed, suddenly not noticing Sunny running very fast in their direction. Without slowing his step, he rushed past them, urging them to come with him. I said, I need to find a deserted place and kill the boss. The allies immediately asked where the boss was coming from here, as the friends simultaneously fell silent, realizing that he was now behind them. Seeing the gunman's embittered face, the newcomers shouted loudly, adding that he had actually brought Jag here. They immediately started running away, asking where they could hide, but the Grim Lord didn't answer them anything. At this time, Grain shouted that the Lord was too cunning, to which Patok replied that it was his own fault for his stupidity. They stood amongst themselves, after which they decided to listen to Cold Knight's opinion, but he was slow to answer. He wrote to Sunny that no matter how far he ran, they would still find him. Because he had no idea who he had contacted, Lord advised him to hurry. Such a simple-minded reply only infuriated the guild leader, who began chopping zombies left and right without saying that he was already following him. Grain and Patok looked at the 3rd leader in surprise, wondering why he was suddenly so riled up. They figured he was whispering with the Grim Lord, who had at this time scurried far enough away, finding an empty and open spot. Bun frightened, he noticed another group of people moving towards them. He figured they were trying to steal the boss too. Seeing them, Sunny smiled and asked his ally to take it easy and add them to the team. The latter surprisingly agreed. Sleepy Moon cheerfully stated that they didn't seem to be late. The rest of the team only greeted the Grim Lord. Overjoyed, the band leader realized that Sunny had called these guys in after thinking things through several steps ahead. The Lord immediately asked if they were afraid of getting hurt by coming here, but they said that as long as he was here, even the 3 strongest guilds wouldn't scare them. They added that he was a good brother who remembered them when he fought the boss, so they couldn't help but come. Noticing that the boss had already caught up with them, Lord suggested that they should hurry up and deal with him since they didn't have much time. They were not in the best position right now, as their time to win was limited by the arrival of other guilds. They surrounded the gunmen and began using their strongest skills to deal as much damage as possible. Suddenly, Cold Knight texted Sunny that they were done with the Legion, so all he had to do was wait for them. The Lord stated that they would have to speed up, the other guilds would be here soon, they needed to concentrate and increase their speed. Rushing forward and attacking the boss with his spear, the hero asked his allies to keep up in order to finish everything as quickly as possible. Tyler asked that they weren't fast enough earlier after all. He had already reached his limit, so he would have to try harder. The newcomers said they were having quite a hard time keeping up, the wizard adding that he almost missed with his attack. Sunny realized they were average players. He was demanding too much from them. Hitting faster is easy, but doing it without mistakes is another conversation. After all, the accuracy of their movement will suffer greatly. Among all, only Bun had incredible fun and claims it's fun. This time, he successfully used sand throw and brick strike while doing it very fast. Lord noticed that this guy was very good. When the group leader stunned the boss, it became easier for his allies to hit him and deal damage, causing his health bar to almost turn red. Suddenly, everyone stopped when someone behind them announced that they had been found. Month turned his head, stiffening in surprise, and there was an incredible crowd of people slowly approaching them with a decidedly unfriendly attitude, which tensed the entire group. Cold Knight was the first to step forward, turning to the Grim Lord, menacingly declaring that the hour of reckoning had come. He acknowledged that he'd beaten them, but he bet he didn't have any more aces up his sleeve. Sunny figured they'd found them faster than he'd planned. Bun asked what they were going to do next, since they couldn't stand up to so many people and still finish off the boss. Cold Knight shouted that the boss had very little health left. They should split into two groups, one such a boss and the other such a gloomy lord. A huge number of players immediately rushed into battle. Divided into groups, they filled with confidence in victory began to attack. The small group remarked in shock that they had never had so many people running after them before, noting that it was even a little fun. Month glanced fearfully at Lord, asking what they should do now, but froze when he saw what their leader was doing. Thoth continued to fight the boss, even though they had too little time left and urgently needed to retreat. At this time, Grain and Patok joined the fray, asking how things were going, to which Cold Knight suggested they see for themselves. They noticed that his men had already run to attack, and replied that it was too good a chance, and therefore he did not dare to wait for others. He tried to fool them, but ended up digging his own hole. He wanted to hide and eat it all by himself, but he presented him with a boss with low health. They would get rid of him first, the boss would stay for last, after which he apologized to Patok, saying that their guild would get the first kill. But Grain interrupted the joyful thoughts of the head of Tyrant's ambition, for the latter himself had said a few seconds ago that Bloodshot had little health left. By purposely continuing to fight the boss, Lord was making sure to get his health and drop below 5%. At that very second, Sunny got his way, deciding to temporarily break off the attacks. For now, the grand show must begin. Jag, with a smile on his face, began to cheer in all directions with his revolvers, using the random fire skill that would catch up with a random player. Knight remembered that when the shooter's health reaches a critical point, he starts firing in all directions. He was too angry and didn't notice it. Hiding in advance, Bun's group rejoiced at the perfect skill to massacre the crowd. The entire guild is in range. No wonder Lord told them to take cover, but now he's dead too. Even though they've gotten this far, they still won't be able to kill the boss. Sitting beside them, Sleeping Moon refuted their words, saying that dying with his enemies was not his style. They then noticed Sunny turning his umbrella into a sword and attacked the boss from behind, determined to end this battle in one blow. The blade entered the shooter's body with a crunch, interrupting his endless attack, thus saving many players from being killed. The newcomers rejoiced that he survived. Realizing that his clone was killed then, it was done to confuse the guild. The three leaders looked dumbfounded at the system alert that said the first Bloodshot assassination had been made. Once it was all over, Sunny tiredly removed his headphones, sighing heavily, but in his heart glad for the victory. He didn't notice that there were people around him asking what he managed to play the boss from under the noses of the top three guilds. He hoped that none of those people were in that cafe, because they must be very angry right now. Meanwhile, Knight stated that this wasn't the end. He recognized the skills of the Lord, however. None of them would leave here alive, for they were able to fool the top 3 guilds. Keeping a calm yet serious look, the Grim Lord only grinned and offered the leader something to discuss. Sunny menacingly suggested that they back off, or else he would stop being so lenient, and then they would know his full power. All the players in front of him were shocked when they heard such speeches from a single player who was going to confront 3 guilds. Knight panicked, wondering if he was bluffing. There were many more of them, yet he still decided he could beat them all. The second he noticed the strange aura coming from him, it could also be that the Lord had more in store. Knight ordered his men to leave. When asked if they would fight, he repeated the order again in a drooping voice. Turning around, the huge crowd of people began to leave the burial ground while Sunny continued to watch them. The newcomers sighed quietly, thinking that they were about to get a serious beating, but they would like to see the Lord straighten them out. Sunny only smiled and glanced at the guy while simultaneously thinking that he had less than half his health and 0 mana left. After that, they decided to take a look at the loot. Once again offering Lord the first choice, he decided to only take the bloody rifle. Shiny smiled contentedly, calling the guy a villain since he had no mana left at all. So that was the lie of the century. The visitor said that he pissed off Tyrant's ambition a lot, asking if it would backfire on him in the future. They certainly wouldn't forget about it. Then they noticed that Cold Knight had texted him. The curly-haired guy noticed that they had already started threatening him. As the guild leader suddenly offered him to kill the wild ice forest boss together on his own terms, the visitor was dumbfounded by such an offer. When Knight read Sunny's terms, he was shocked at such huge requests, concluding that there was no limit to his chutzpah. At this moment, the guild leader hated the Lord more than anyone in the entire world, however. For the sake of the first kill, he bitched and agreed. On Sunny's 3rd day working at an internet cafe, he was asked to rent a computer, to which he asked to wait, since he was new here. The visitor was surprised to see the manager playing games, while Sunny thought about improving his umbrella with a bloody rifle. First, it will improve the sword form and rifle form to level 15. As long as the weight remains the same, physically and magic damage will be increased. However, the probe itself hasn't reached level 15 yet. Luckily, it's a silver weapon. Otherwise, it would have become obsolete by now. Meanwhile, Azure Stream suggested he go to the dungeon together. The guy thought he was very persistent. He replied that he already had people he would go with. Simon wondered who had been able to invite him faster than he had. Lord replied that he would go with the Tyrant Ambition. Simon could not have expected such a response, for he himself wanted to cooperate with Lord. He shouted that the man had recently stolen his boss from him, and now he wanted to cooperate with them, adding that Cold Knight had no shame. Suddenly, the guy froze in place, realizing what the Grim Lord was really trying to accomplish by constantly switching allies. It looked like he wanted to take a piece of every guild in Server 10, thus gaining a huge advantage for himself. Sunny didn't notice as he was approached by Tina with a thermos in hand, who asked him what he was doing. He replied that he was reviewing skills. The girl stared intently at the monitor, saying that she was just thinking about what skills she'd better learn. As she sipped her tea, she mentally noted that the guy was already at level 21, which meant she'd have to try harder to catch up to him. He suggested that she pump her Heavenly Strike and Dragon Fang. It was worth pumping them exactly enough to maximize their complement to her fighting style. She figured she was only at level 6, a whole 15 behind him. She should hurry up and catch up. Then she left the front desk, heading confidently into the lounge while Sunny watched her. Tina took the empty seat, confidently deciding that she should devote all of her immediate time to pumping up her character. Looking at her, Sunny thought she had come in the morning, fought him in the afternoon, and decided she would play the battle mage in the evening. And now, in the middle of the night, she's going to get pumped. That commanded respect for a person who doesn't give up. He also noticed that she liked to drink tea, which almost made him mistake her for someone from his old acquaintances. At this time, at the base of the magnificent era, the manager asked Marie to rest. After all, the tournament is tomorrow. She should be as good as a cucumber. Agreeing, the girl silently continued drinking her tea, mentally wondering what Sunny was doing right now. Meanwhile, Cold Knight hurried the guy, saying that he had brought the people he had asked for, attacking classes, at least level 20. After looking over his new allies, the Grim Lord began confidently issuing orders, describing tactics for defeating the Goblin Trader. The girl wizard ordered her group to do whatever the Grim Lord said. The 3 guys immediately agreed. After a while, hiding behind a tree, The girl announced that they were in position and could see the target, who was unaware of their presence. The wild boss, Goblin Trader. Lorraine calmly paced forward, carrying a huge backpack filled with a variety of items. Sunny stated that he would take on the role of tank, but they would have to redirect that role to himself when he said, after that, they will need to take the boss away. At that very second, he decided to attack the goblin. However, he immediately put out an umbrella, defending himself from the attack. The guy noticed that he was attacked by Azure Stream, who was sure that he wasn't expecting it, and therefore decided to attack suddenly. Simon explained that wild bosses exist to be fought for, which is exactly what they will do now. Smiling, Sunny agreed with that statement, changing the shape of the umbrella in passing, accepting Patok's challenge. After all, it looked like he had a good opportunity to test out a new weapon that he had invested quite a lot of rare materials into. Simon noticed that he was back with that strange spear or sword. He had never seen anything like it before. At this time, Sunny announced to his team to prepare to become tanks. They immediately took the order and started attacking the boss. After apologizing to Patok, the gunman ran off, concomitantly provoking the boss to run after him, and Simon wondered where the guy even came from. He didn't understand why they were hiding and becoming tanks to take the boss somewhere. In his eyes, it was a very strange strategy. He then took off his headphones, wondering if it was Tyrant's ambition now, but next time it might be Grass Garden. Meanwhile, the leader of the Magnificent Dynasty Guild, Chuck, said that they were working hard to get a new record. He explained that a guy by the nickname of Grim Lord showed up, and he's strong, but the interviewer thought he wanted to ask him to set a couple records. He asked not to worry about them being exposed after all. Sunny had already bailed, so no one would care. Sometime later, a system alert congratulated Ambition Tyrant for getting the first Goblin Merchant kill. Cold Knight noticed that Lord, before the death of the boss, left the team, so their guild got all the glory. In response, Sunny said it would be nice if they threw a couple more white wolf brindles on top, along with the agreed-upon payment. He offered to give him another 25 bristles. Hearing this figure, the guild leader fell into a stupor, dumbfounded by the guy's insolence. Knight was too stunned at how shameless he was, but when asked what was wrong, he said it was fine. Then he asked his subordinate to bring them to him, because they should have a few left in stock. She quickly texted him in the team chat. And then, the leader found out they were out. The girl clarified that they also needed to get the 20 he had originally asked for. Knight asked how urgently he needed to stubble, because the best members of their guild had already reached level 25, so they wanted to go through the Ice Forest again. They're going to break that record in the next couple days. If he helps them break that record, don't deal with all the compensation at once. In this way, he hoped to delay the time of issuing what he had promised, the hero agreed, deciding to clarify something about the compensation. The annoyed leader clarified that he could ask for anything, in response to which the guy didn't hold back. So he decided to ask for 30 white wolf bristles, 2 mithril pendants, and 1 crystal staff in addition. This staff is a level 25 orange weapon, so it would be hard to get it. But if they don't already have it, they can use something else as collateral. Trying to restrain himself, the guild leader thought that he would have to strain the entire guild for them to get these items. He tried to figure out who was working for whom here. It was as if they had become his personal slaves themselves, and it was unclear how that had happened. Satisfied with the trades, Lord asked what was wrong. In response to this, Knight, trying to hold back the shivers and tears, again replied that everything was fine. For the sake of getting records for the guild, he would endure anything, after which he asked what kind of players he needed for the record. Grimlord replied that he needed 4 level 25 players with high damage, pointing to the Knight group. He said these would do. Once they get in, those should obey him and just try to do as much damage as possible, as they go for a single wave pass. The sorceress girl asked with interest what the 1 wave pass was, but the leader told her to just do what the Lord says. Before they could enter the Ice Forest, a group of players had already encountered the goblins who were unsuccessfully trying to defend themselves. During this skirmish, they verified that the past record reached 20 minutes and 24 seconds. Then the Grim Lord helped with it. The girl replied that it wouldn't be hard to beat him, because Lord, you said yourself that they could do everything in 16 minutes. But if his speed isn't the fastest, you'll have to find a way to gather all the monsters in one place. Meanwhile, Cold Knight's right-hand man was telling the leader that it had been almost 10 minutes since they had entered the dungeon. Bluebrook Guild and Grass Garden are also inside the dungeon and trying to break the record, but that didn't surprise the guy. He looked very tense and wished he could be there in person to go through this location. Just as suddenly, a system alert popped up in front of them. It said that the grass garden had finished passing in 17 minutes and 47 seconds. It was 3 minutes faster than the Grim Lord's last record. They wondered if he could beat it. In the same second, the girl sorceress told the leader that they had mopped up the first wave of mobs. He marveled at their speed. She's never seen such strategies before, but it's true. None of them stopped by the tank, because Lord's damage is very high. Cold Knight rejoiced, saying that the grass garden had better get on with their celebration. Within minutes, they would break the record. Suddenly, another system alert popped up. The guys decided that this time it was the Blue Brook Guild that was done for the purge. Knight glanced dumbfoundedly at the inscription that said that the players of the Magnificent Dynasty had passed the dungeon in 13 minutes and 24 seconds. Aside from Knight, Sunny and the entire Blue Stream Guild couldn't take their eyes off this notice, trying to realize what had happened. Cold Knight asked for a quick check on the fastest record among all the servers. His subordinate immediately went to fulfill the order. Lord said they also broke the maximum Ice Forest record in all of Glory. It's been a bunch of years since anyone has been able to beat the 14-minute time. The guy concluded that they were experts, and at least 3 people on their team at a professional level. Era's team may have been performing poorly lately, but they wouldn't fall so low as to drop training for the sake of a new server. After listening to the Lord's words, Knight concluded that it wasn't impossible to break this record, which meant they had a good chance. Sunny agreed, clarified that they should wait until he hits level 25. They also need to get past that mark. He also asked to collect the items he requested: 30 white wolf bristles, 2 mithril pendants, and 1 crystal staff. They agreed, so he asked them not to even think about it, but they didn't believe he could break the Magnificent Dynasty record. But it will be difficult to set a record. Each team member must have excellent skills and understanding of the game. Knight and his aide pointed to himself, but the Lord added that he didn't need healers or knights. It was a stab to the heart. Even if they have to take account cards to play the right classes, you'll have to do it personally. It's easier to forget about the record. Sunny smiled and replied that he could try to find the right people in account maps. Everyone immediately flinched when they heard that. They decided it was a trap. The Grim Lord in the eyes of others is a cunning old fox. Given his greed, he would definitely ask an exorbitant price. Knight agreed, but immediately pointed out that they wouldn't be able to give him anything else. He asked not to worry. They would stick to the original compensation. After which, he asked to find out everything about the 5 members of the Magnificent Dynasty, as well as provide some equipment. When asked what classes needed equipment for, Sunny said they would need a battle mage, a bully, and a luncher. His interlocutors were surprised to notice that he wasn't actually trying to bargain, and suddenly became so serious. The Lord also asked him to wait until he raised level 25, then he would help them break that record. After this conversation, he decided to add Steamed Bun as a friend since he was playing as a bully, deciding to see if he was available. He was startled by a sudden voice that said someone had broken his record, but he replied that it wasn't just his record that had been broken. The records of the other 9 servers were also broken. Tina asked if he would try to bring him back, then nodded affirmatively. The girl with bags under her eyes stated that if he got that record back and she could beat him, it would be even more fun. The guy said she was underestimating that record, then asked what level she was at. Yes, she replied that she was already at 16. He asked her to reach level 25. Something fun was waiting for her there, when suddenly 2 bags landed on their heads and Shiny's disgruntled voice was heard. She stated that Tina couldn't imitate Sunny any further because she would jeopardize her health if she continued these games all night long. The guy was surprised that the girl had also sat up all night, to which Shani asked that they had played all night without even talking to each other once. After which she turned to her friend, stated that she couldn't compete with someone like him. It wasn't worth it. After Knight asked how he was going to find the players, Lord said it was something he had yet to deal with. The next evening, he decided to take a little walk and stretch his legs as a friend heard someone say that he expected nothing less from Marie. Seeing him, Shiny said he's still new here, so he doesn't know it's a tradition of their internet cafe, Glory's tournament broadcasts. They are currently watching round 20, Era versus. Team 301 degrees. Right now, there are one-on-one matches going on. When she finished explaining everything, she turned back to the monitor and cheerfully turned to Marie, who was her idol. The commentators kept saying that Era's beautiful women's player, Marie, won a point for her team in a one-on-one match. Now the overall score was 2-1. The cafe owner continued to shout that Marie was gorgeous, as expected of her idol. Seeing the disgruntled faces of the visitors and staring at the monitor, Sunny thought that Era had lost 2 out of 3 battles. Next up would be a 3-man group match. Now the commentators had to name the first players to take the field. It was the new captain of the magnificent Era team, Sebastian, and he will be opposed by the captain of the 301 Degrees team, Chris. The attendees immediately shouted that this was the new hope of the magnificent Era, Sunny's successor, and began wishing him good luck. When a participant loses, he leaves the field and is replaced by the next one. If all players of one side are eliminated, the other side wins. Sitting next to the commentator was their guest commentator for the day, Mr. Lucas, a well-known professional player. He said Sebastian took over the captain's role after Sunny retired, and this is the first time he has played on the 4-leaf at a tournament. Sunny noticed that Lucas was making up a lot of things. The guy was a good friend, because he could count on the finger of his hand the number of times they had talked. Now the first competitors have entered the arena. They are circling around each other, trying to probe their opponent. The commentator asked who had a better chance of winning. Lucas said it was a tough question, and not both were very good players. Their chances are about equal, with the Autumn Leaf account having more silver equipment than any other account. Overall, he should be stronger than Scene Killer Chris, but Sebastian hasn't played a battle mage before. Chris, on the other hand, is a veteran player with a lot of experience, so 301 Degrees has the advantage in this match. Suddenly, Chris began to advance, deciding to go directly, the Scene Killer now in Autumn Leaf's sight. However, Chris did not attack. After all, he is a veteran and he should not be so harsh in his hasty decisions. However, that was exactly what Sebastian could take advantage of, and to take this win required being more brazen. Sebastian decided to attack instead. His style of play is quite aggressive. He starts with a sky kick. As expected, Chris stepped back, Lucas noticing that he couldn't resist calling them youth. Meanwhile, after dodging a heavenly strike, Scene Killer counterattacks with a glowing cut. This strike is very hard to dodge. The onlookers simultaneously shrieked, for in that very second, Sebastian decided to use the Dragon's Tooth instead of dodging. This skill was needed to interrupt the glowing cut. In addition, the Dragon Tooth hit Chris, dealing damage to him. Just like the old adage, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, Sebastian did not back down in the face of fear. He managed to bring his opponent to the ground, thus buying himself some time for another attack. Shani remarked that Sebastian turned out to be very good. Sunny added that the glowing cut was a very quick attack. And to interrupt her with a dragon tooth, his reaction speed is no joke. Tina walked up to them, noticing the battle mage. Shani offered her a look. After all, this guy was playing in her class. The very second the screen said win, which was Sebastian's. The onlookers who were in the cafe shouted loudly that the god of war was still alive, after which they began to shout words of encouragement. Young Sebastian starts the group match with a win. Apparently he's used to Autumn Leaf by now. Next, the 301 Degree team sends the next player. They sent a swordmaster who was slowly getting closer to the mage. The audience laughed at how much he fears the god of war. Perhaps the man now thinks he's in a nightmare. Sebastian quickly overtook a cautious opponent before earning another win that happened all too quickly. The commentators from the audience were wondering if Sebastian would sweep away the next player and win 1-3. It was the first time the commentators had seen something like this in a professional league game, and Shiny said 301 Degrees were making a mockery of themselves. The laughing commentators noticed that Night Tide, aka King of Exhaustion, entered the field next. Everyone decided it would be fun to watch, and Shiny remarked again that this guy was such a coward for not daring to come out directly. This team may not even think about competing next year. Sebastian will help Era take them out completely. Captain Era addressed his opponent in general chat, saying that when he plays like that, he gets really embarrassed. He then did another combo, Sebastian's speed increasing like yeast, but Tide continues to run away. The spectators were unhappily asking why all he was doing was running away instead of fighting. At this rate, he would definitely lose. Meanwhile, the entire Era was asking the captain to just finish him off so they could move on to the next team. Tensing up, the guy wanted to do just that, to end things as soon as possible. But his opponent was too annoying. After a little while, it finally came to fruition. Sebastian had to sweat hard for that last win. As expected from the King of Exhaustion, it's not just his opponents who are exhausted, but the audience and commentators along with them. Meanwhile, almost all of Era's team was praising their captain, but the latter was not happy with this result. Then his ally mentally remarked that this kid, Sebastian, was a very nasty person indeed. Tina said this guy was pretty good. The account he used was the Autumn Leaf Shiny was talking about. While the girl was explaining to her friend how impressive Sebastian was, she didn't notice Sunny disappearing somewhere. She found him in the smoking lounge, asking why he'd gotten so far away since the team battle was about to begin. She then asked why he looked so restless, asking him not to worry, for Era would handle it. Slowly exhaling tobacco smoke, the guy calmly replied that the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. The girl was surprised that he was talking about Sebastian losing, since he had just defeated 3 people in a row. Sunny replied that it wasn't Sebastian who would lose, but all of Era, and at that very second, to everyone's surprise, the lights went out. Everyone immediately started calling for the manager. Tina asked if the lights would be back on before the end of the night. Another person shouted for everyone to scatter. Sunny stated that he was in a hurry to get level 25, then asked how her cafe could have screwed up so badly at such a moment. Annoyed and angry, Shani asked who even gave up his levels, then asked for an electrician to be called faster. 3 hours later, the boyfriend claimed it was taking too long to fix the light switch. Tina noticed that Shani had gone to bed. The girl then sent the guy off to start his shift, and she would stay here and do the pumping. Sunny noticed her focus on that. Tina asked the guy sitting next to her how the match they were watching ended, after which she decided to look up the score. She noticed that the 301 Degrees team scored 7 points while Era scored 3. She then asked how he knew Era would lose. After all, Sebastian completely braved his opponents in the group match, to which the guy didn't respond that it was part of the 301 Degrees strategy. They intentionally lost in the group match, making Sebastian anxious and increasing his speed. Although the first player they sent out was the very fast and accurate Chris, who couldn't lose that easily. The second player lost very quickly, which served to reinforce Sebastian's arrogance, causing him to relax. The third player, on the other hand, played to be as annoying as possible, angering Sebastian and forcing him to increase his speed to the limit. Because of how much emotion was boiling inside Sebastian, he was doomed to conflict by his own team, which lacked synergy. He didn't have enough time to create it, so given his situation, it ended in disaster. 301 Degrees has 2 key and strong players. They were the ones who took part in the team battle. This was already a cause for concern. Tina summarized that the magnificent Era lost because of poor teamwork. Sunny confirmed her words. He also added that Glory was never a singles game, after which the guy took a puff. The girl noticed how Sunny's face changed as he spoke the last sentence, but she didn't let it show. Meanwhile, the players of the magnificent Era were wandering the street and tried to stop one of the contestants who claimed he wasn't drunk. Why did he yell that they lost today because of Sebastian, who didn't have an ounce of team spirit and also only cared about himself? On top of picking on his attitude after Sunny left, Sebastian showed up, which caused even more problems. They noticed an internet cafe nearby, deciding to blow off steam and mess with the newbies on server 10. Taking off his headphones, Sunny greeted his guests without raising his head, asking in passing how many seats they would need. But as soon as he noticed them, he immediately misjudged them, while the drunk guy noticed Tina, calling her a hottie. The girl replied that the place was not for public use. He looked at her computer and asked if she was playing Glory. The guy immediately grinned and started hitting on her, telling her she wasn't that bad. She calmly thanked him. He then asked if she recognized him, and in the meantime, his co-workers were trying to get the guy's attention. The one grudgingly pulled away from the conversation and asked why they were poking at him, to which the startled player pointed a finger in the direction. Turning his head, the groggy player spotted Sunny, who calmly asked if they were needed. The visitor was stunned for a second. Tensing and frozen in place, the guy immediately recognized his former colleague, not expecting to see him here. Exhaling, he said hello to the older man, snidely asking if it was possible that he worked here as a network manager. He then asked if the job was too difficult, also inquiring how much he made. Sunny replied 1,800. The guy asked if that was too little and if it was even enough to cover his smoking addiction. He then added that if that wasn't enough, he could come and ask for help at any time. They are not that far away, just need to cross the road and walk a couple steps. Then he asked the approval of his guys. Tina hesitantly asked Sunny if they were friends or if they were his, but the visitor replied that she hadn't picked the right words. After all, none of them would dare to be Dear Sunny's friend. It would be more correct to say that they were only his subordinates. The phrase was said with a smirk and pretense in his voice, but Sunny calmly withstood the verbal attacks. Lee was very familiar with that look on his face. Sunny is going to count him out again. He pretended to be scared. A co-worker whispered that he was in no position to count him out. Then the guy replied, how could he forget? After all, that one was bigger and their captain. He turned to the older man, deciding to bet he had a lot of things to say to him now, the way he had before. Afterward, Lee said he was sorry. Now he could say whatever he wanted, but they didn't have to listen to him anymore. Tina asked if he'd had too much to drink, but he said something to the effect that he shouldn't worry. It was a private matter between him and Sunny. All of a sudden, Sunny blew up, saying he's told him off so many times, but he keeps doing everything wrong. If he wanted the man to stop, it would be polite to give him a chance to finally stop. Hearing that, the girl grinned. Such an answer made Lee angry, causing him to slam his palms loudly on the table, unable to contain his indignation. Whereupon he replied that he was the one who never gave him a chance to fully prove himself. From the very first day he stepped on the team, the one always tried to suppress him and never gave him a chance to stand out. But he knows that he did it because he was afraid of him, afraid that if he started to stand out, he would take his place. However, now he's the one left on the team, and Sunny has become the one thrown out, and now he won't be able to suppress it forever. Now Lee is now a vice captain, and he is only a pathetic network manager with a salary of $1,800 a month. Saying this, the guy laughed. Sunny then turned to the other members of the team, asking Lee to step aside, adding that none of them had played well tonight. First, Victor was too focused on looking flashy, making too many unnecessary moves. This gave the opponents many opportunities which they took advantage of. Their style of play, though simple, was very practiced. If he can accommodate his way of thinking with his smooth mechanic skills and strong sense of rhythm, he will never lose one-on-one. The boy listened silently to the former captain's criticism, realizing that he was absolutely right in every aspect. Then he turned to Richard that he was too much of a cautious man hesitating, thus losing the initiative. In professional matches, the delay between reaction speed and player action is often measured in tenths of a second. The guy's head is not that hopeless, as it has enough experience to make the right decisions quickly. The guy with the glasses immediately nodded, agreeing with every word Sunny said, while Lee was silent at first. Then loudly inquired whether he thought or he that remained their captain, and what right he had to lecture them. Then he asked Lee that when Sebastian had gone on a winning streak and seemed invincible, did he notice anything? When he realized the threat posed by his opponents, did he spend any time to come up with a good strategy? He reiterated that he told him off in the past because he was doing everything wrong. He didn't give him a chance to stand out for that very reason. However, now that he has gotten to where he is, he needs to strive to do his best, because vice captain is a very difficult job. Afterward, he put his hand on Lee's shoulder, said that he wanted to cheer him up, and anyway, it was time for them to go back. Thoth didn't understand why they had to leave. After all, they came here to take seats. Why he asked to unlock 4 computers. Suddenly a sign appeared in front of the player's face, which Sunny waved right in front of his nose for him to scrutinize. It said that's the rules here. Sunny said they don't serve people who've had too much to drink. And they are famous people. And if they make a scandal here, nothing good will come out of it. Lee immediately faltered. Then they turned around and headed for the exit. Not wanting to continue this conversation, Sunny only wished them luck. Tina calmly asked who they were, to which she received the reply that they were former co-workers. She noticed that they were professional players. And then she asked if they would come back to cause him trouble. But that would be too inconvenient for them. If they made a mistake, a crowd of passers-by would form around them, causing them more trouble than him. This reassured the girl. Why she asked if he was okay. For a few seconds the guy procrastinated answering, exhaling tobacco smoke. Why he smiled and said that it was a small performance, nothing more. Compared to the past, it was nothing at all. The guy then asked if she really didn't recognize him, because it embarrassed him a lot. Yes, laughed that she had just started playing after all. She also added that she had gotten to level 20. Sunny glanced at her monitor, surprised at how fast she was. The guy sat down next to her and said that after she finished her class change assignment, she should come to the ice forest. He doesn't want to waste time. He needs her to familiarize herself with a couple of techniques and strategies, the girl agreed. After a while, Grim Lord and Soft Mist exited the dungeon, completing the passage of the ice forest in 35 minutes and 48 seconds. The guy said she did well for a first pass, and for now, he wants her to get used to this dungeon. She understood everything about starting a fight, changing provocation, grouping of mobs, their characteristics, and the features of the boss. He then suggested that she try to go it alone and he should step back and make the call. She clarified that it was a solo dungeon, but the one was sure she could handle it. Tina stated that she would get through it. Sunny went to the landline then, dialing a number he hadn't called in a while, but remembered by heart. After a long beep, the phone was picked up by a girl. The guy immediately realized she wasn't out of bed yet. Recognizing the voice, Marie jumped up, asking where he was. The man replied that if she crawled to the window, she might see him. She immediately began to look at the road, answering that she couldn't see. He clarified that she should look across the road diagonally. There's a place called the Happy Internet Cafe, she knew of it. Asked if he played there all night long. Toth replied that he worked there. Marie said that place suited him just fine, then asked where he lived. Sunny replied that the same cafe provides him with food and lodging and his hostess is a big fan of hers. He asked her to give him, sometime, her autograph if he gave it to her. For sure he would get a promotion, and then asked if she was too busy. Marie was surprised, since the man should know what her schedule looked like, but she replied that she would get to him in a moment. The guy clarified that if she came in, she would draw a crowd since she was a celebrity and he had a personal request for her. He wanted her to help him break the record on server 10. The girl was again surprised that he was playing on a new server. The guy dumbfounded her even more, clarified that he had transported the Grim Lord there. For a few seconds, Marie was silent, then replied that if you compare it to pumping a character, the umbrella of 1,000 probabilities is far more problematic. But Sunny stated that he had a whole year. That was more than enough. She wondered what would happen after a year. Smiling, the guy replied that he would be back as promised. This answer pleased the girl, who smiled just as much. Once dressed, she tried to stealthily sneak past her co-workers to the exit, hiding her face in the process. At the same time, she was learning the details of how he was pumping up the character and weapons, saying it might not take a whole year. Exiting the building, Marie took a quick step to the nearest store to purchase a single Glory account card. Meanwhile, Sunny said the problem will come when he gets to level 50, because he doesn't know how he's going to get to 70 yet. Anyway, he asked her to hurry up and get to level 25, then keep pumping so he could always rely on her. The girl understood everything. They were going to have to spend a lot of time pumping, and on top of that break the server record. He decided to end the phone call, told her she'd get the details later while he went out for a smoke. When Sunny stepped outside with a cigarette in his teeth, he froze when he saw someone in front of him that he didn't expect to see right away. On the other side of the road, he recognized Marie, who tried to hide her face with a scarf and dark glasses. The guy immediately revealed this disguise by waving a hand at his girlfriend. The latter responded in kind, happy to be able to see him again. All she could think about was that no matter where he was, she would always be there to help him. After all, she was his friend. After a while, Sunny returned to the internet cafe, wanting to find out how things were going with Tina's pumping. He walked over to Tina, who was completely focused on the game and was mercilessly clacking away at the keyboard and mouse. She asked him what was wrong, but he told her not to get distracted as he was just watching her progress. She thought that there was no end or edge to these goblins. Next, she needed to use the touch of the falling flower. As she suddenly noticed that she didn't have enough mana, on top of that she was injured and the game warned of danger. Tina took too long to decide which potion she should drink now. Sunny noticed that she didn't skimp on the potions. Without looking away from the screen, he explained that when trying to break a record, you can't wait for potions to finish recharging. Yes, and besides potions, to increase efficiency, you need to calculate both the time of their use and your actions. Taking a seat in the chair, he offered to watch him for a bit so he could show her, but she immediately declined. It was a matter of principle to her, so she confidently declared that she would end it herself, no matter what it cost her. The surprised guy agreed with her, asking her to call him as soon as she was done. The girl gave an affirmative answer. Glancing at Tina, Sunny smiled, mentally telling her that Glory was far from as easy as she thought. While Sunny was minding his own business, he got a text from Tina that she was done with the single pass. He watched in amazement as the girl hopped back up, apologizing, for she had very much underestimated this dungeon. Taking a seat on the soft chair, she sadly lowered her head and asked if he could show her how to properly go through it. The one agreed, asking to listen carefully to everything he would say. The girl was surprised to notice the guy getting serious. She explains in detail how to maximize efficiency, saying that theory is often different from practice because strategies are always changing. You also need to memorize the amount of mana that each skill consumes. This is all to be remembered so that no mishaps occur. Tina was frustrated by the fact that she had to memorize the amount of mana for all the skills she constantly used. The girl thought it was enough to just press buttons in time, trying to deal with opponents as quickly as possible. She didn't expect to have to put so much effort into just playing the game, but she asked the guy to keep going. She also needs to deal the most damage while using as little mana as possible, as well as being aware of all the hidden skill effects. While Sunny was pouring out a ton of information on the girl, she decided to keep it simple and record everything he said on her phone, pointing the camera at the monitor, and she continued to record video while listening to a lecture from the master of this game. It took a lot longer than she thought it would. Her hands were starting to get tired of holding the phone, yet she held on. After a while, Sunny concluded that that was it for now. If they wanted to drink that record, they needed to push themselves to the absolute limit. They will need maximum concentration and a lot of effort, so she needs to practice diligently for a few days. He decided to go through the ice forest on Tina's account, doing it 20 minutes earlier than she did, while using almost no potions. Tina asked if there were any more tips. She wants to memorize as much as she can, and also, she's almost reached her dungeon entrance limit. He asked her to stop, thankful that this night shift was hers. It was already morning, so he asked her to rest. Sunny said you can't rush too much. You also need to take care of your physical health, and he'll help her get pumped up. After all, if her pumping takes too long, they'll have to put their entire plan on hold indefinitely. Sunny imagined it being said of him that after he retired, he became a training partner for the newcomers. If the rest of the guys in the professional circle found out about this, they would weep with laughter, so you have to stay in the shadows. Tina said she was going to go to bed, advising the guy to get some rest too, but he decided he had another important task to take care of. Logging into his account, he met up with Steamed Bun, who he had recently added as a friend, to ask for help. The bully was all too happy to see him, loudly announcing afterward that he had come and was ready to carry out his instructions. Sunny noticed that he was waking up pretty early, to which the guy replied that the guy had told him to stop raising the level. The guy then started inundating him with a ton of information about guilds, the arena, and learning how to use abilities. Seeing a goblin running nearby, Bun decided to visually demonstrate to the Lord what he had learned. After that, he began to use sand throw, knee strike, and strangulation, thus taunting the poor goblin. Using all the skills he had, he was able to gain the victory, after which he stood in a victory stance, hoping for the Lord's praise. He then stated that because of these skills, he dominated his opponents, playing like a god in the arena. Sunny replied that it wasn't bad, thinking that he was actually a fast learner, then asked why he liked the class so much. He replied that when you started playing, you realized that the skills were going pock, knee strikes and such, the same ones you see in street fights. That's when it occurred to him that it was about him, because he was very good at this sort of thing, even though he had never used a sand throw in his life. Sunny was then asked how many arena points he had. He replied that he had defeated 98 opponents, so he had 98 points. The Lord asked me not to spend them. After accumulating 250, he advised me to buy myself a 25th level purple weapon, the Fighter's Claw. Bun shouted happily that his next goal was 250 arena points. Taking off his headphones, Sunny asked what was going on in his head. Suddenly, he noticed a new friend request. Recognizing the name Cleansing Mist, the guy noticed that she was pretty fast. After chatting with Mari for a bit, Sunny concluded that the Battle Mage, Bully, and Luncher were all in place, just as he had planned. After a little while, customers were asking the manager to give them a pack of cigarettes, and some noodles, and some sausage and chicken feet. Running from place to place, Tina honored the requests of the customers, those asking to bring them a bottle of green tea later, preferably iced. Sunny told her that she was working hard, but her shift would be over soon. Da replied that she would start practicing in a few minutes. Putting on his headphones, the guy noticed that Tina had already managed to change slightly, which from the outside looked not bad at all. Cold Knight wrote to Sunny that he was able to get information on players from Magnificent Dynasty, that the magical swordsman was Lee, with whom he had recently gotten into an altercation but had come out of it victorious. Sniper and Striker were the two players he pointed out the mistakes to, and those players took it for granted. Knight also said that he was pumping too slow, to which Lord replied that it didn't matter. His assistants leveled less than him. He replied that Cleansing Blink only had 16, which was the smallest among all those who must participate. The guild leader shouted that they would have to wait for a very long time for them to try and break this record. They couldn't procrastinate that long. Tina passed by and said it would take her about 10 minutes and then she would join him. 2 days later, players began to gather in front of the entrance of the Ice Forest dungeon to set a new record. Knight said he brought the player the Lord had asked for. He was level 23 and was an elementalist with good skills. The guy stepped forward and said hello to everyone. His name was crowd favorite. He also hoped they would get along quickly. But Knight didn't realize what his intentions were, deciding that he had come here just to observe the Grim Lord. After all, the crowd favorite's account was not the main one. Behind that character lurked the larvae of a far more famous person. After all, his main account was Wandering Peak, who was the guild leader of Tyrant's Ambition Guild and was now here undercover. The entire group immediately turned around when they heard a rather boisterous guy calling out to the Grim Lord, drawing his attention. It was Bun, who managed to score 250 points and acquire the purple weapon, the Fighter's Claw, that Sunny had advised him. Cold Knight immediately recognized the newcomer bully, remembering when they had fought for Bloodshot with a huge crowd. However, Bun paid no attention to his words. Glancing at Tina, he said that there was a beauty among them, after which he said hello to her. The girl smiled, and Sunny asked what she was laughing about. She remarked that the guy was funny, then asked how to use voice chat. The Lord decided to introduce her personally, clarifying that she was a rookie battle mage, at which time Tina coughed, preparing to speak to the team. With a smile, she said she hadn't been playing at Glory for very long, so she asked the team to take care of her as a newcomer. Smiling, Bun stated that she had a very pretty voice, then asked what her zodiac sign was. Lord asked him to keep his cool. Knight stood shocked when he heard that she hadn't been playing that long. He'd brought their leader here, and he'd decided to bring a couple newbies. A disgruntled guy told Lord that they were missing one more person. Sunny replied that she had a job during the day, so she was a little uncomfortable. As a lone figure suddenly appeared amongst the fog and headed in their direction, Lord immediately pointed out that it had arrived just in time. Cleansing Mist, played by Marie, had managed to pump up to level 23 and therefore was fully prepared to get a new record. Sunny smiled as he greeted his friend, while Steamed Bun blushed as he saw another beauty in front of him. As she approached them, the girl said hello to everyone, adding that she was happy to meet everyone and that she was a friend of the Grim Lord. Cold Knight was angry that they had another girl in the group. Sunny snidely asked if he looked down on the girl players. Lowering his head, the man asked if they could count on them. The Lord asked him not to worry and would like to ask for 2 pendants in advance. Knight reluctantly agreed, saying that there were 2 girls and a player, so it was logical that he would need 2 suspensions. Marie smiled and said that they were materials for pumping the umbrella of 1,000 probabilities, then asked if he could really take them in advance. Smiling back, the Grim Lord replied that they were talking about the Tyrant's ambitions. They had enough materials not to impoverish themselves. Suddenly, Bun came up to Nighty, poking him with his elbow and telling him that he looked very sour and worried. He then asked what his zodiac sign was. This question pissed the guy off in a second, but he laughed and said he was just kidding. The whole group then headed into the dungeon, while the bully said they would clear it out quickly and then said goodbye to the guy. The crowd favorite told Knight to go do his thing, and he would stay and practice with them and see if they lived up to his expectations. After the entire group disappeared into the portal, Cold Knight dejectedly lowered his head, realizing that after this dungeon, he would be unfortunate. Remembering the face the leader had looked at him with before entering the portal, the lad could confidently state that he was definitely angry. After the Ice Tane was defeated, Bun began to wonder what their time was and how long they had been passing. They were notified that the passing time was 14 minutes and 1 second. This was 30 seconds longer than Magnificent Dynasty. Marie told Tina not to worry, because when they made a real run, their levels would be higher and their weapons better. Sunny replied that she was right. When everyone reaches level 25 and uses purple weapons, it will be easier to break the record. The guy suggested going through the dungeon again. After that, they could split up and start pumping, and at night, they would try to break the record. As soon as they started, Tina tossed her foes with a heavenly kick, glad it worked the first time. She then used the touch of the falling flower for mass damage to gather all the enemies into one pile. Sunny told her that she was doing well and was already a pro at using this tactic, but there was no response from the girl. The guy looked at her and was surprised. She was completely focused on the game, not paying attention to anything around her. He smiled and thought she couldn't hear him. Not only does she have high speed, her concentration is also at an all-time high. Meanwhile, the crowd favorite was watching Bun, who was fighting 3 goblins, shouting loudly and attacking. He thought about the fact that this bully was so noisy, and he kept using the same skills all the time, when suddenly a goblin jumped out at him from behind. Bun reacted instantly, asking his ally to turn around while telling the goblin to taste his poisoned claws. Once he had struck the goblin, then told the favorite to keep his eyes open, Sunny asked Bun not to stray too far away, for he was their main trump card. He explained that his chokehold reduces the target's physical defense by 50% for 3.5 seconds, so he needs to always be around. The boy immediately agreed, and Lord turned to the crowd favorite, who immediately snapped out of his thoughts, asking what was wrong. Sunny that he's done well in past runs, but he better focus now because next time he won't be rescued. Dumbfounded by such a statement, the boy immediately apologized, for he had allowed himself to waste precious time in reasoning. He had been watching them for quite some time now, but these people were clearly different from other ordinary players. Soft Mist and Pear Bun are beginners, but their mechanical skills are perfect. With more practice, they will quickly become experts. But Cleansing Blink's playstyle is conservative. The speed isn't as good, and it's not as dynamic, so it doesn't seem as strong. As suddenly, his musing was interrupted by gunshots coming from behind him, then he turned his attention to Marie. The boy noticed the girl firing a huge cannon, sending the goblin closer to Bun to deal with him. The crowd favorite was shocked to learn delivery arrows, that technique where you have to shoot at a target to get it to its destination. She was able to calculate the position and trajectory. After that, she ferried the monster with her reach shots. He didn't understand how this was possible, because only a professional could pull something like this off, but not an amateur. Favorite to put together a chain of professional player and girl lunches, adding to that by delivering shots. He figured it was Marie, then the Grim Lord, his strange weapon and his frantic request for materials for the sake of weapon enhancement. A professional player using old battle techniques who is a friend of Marie's, this was a description only one person fit. He hesitated to confirm his arguments, for that would completely upend his world and the situation he was in. As he was suddenly pulled from his thoughts, he noticed that the Lord had asked Cleansing Mist not to fool around, for they could have accidentally thrown the boss into the forest. In a real race, this could mess things up big time. The girl began to apologize, thinking he'd praise her if she could pull this off. However, in the message, Sunny wrote to her not to use delivery shots, or else it would be revealed that she was a professional player. Exhaling, the crowd favorite thought that it was just a happy accident. It seems he had fantasized too much to himself. After a while, they were able to complete the dungeon in 13 minutes and 40 seconds. That was quite a bit of progress. Tina looked at Sunny with surprise, to whom a serious look rose from his seat and clapped his hands loudly. He asked the audience who needed anything, asked to speak now, because at 12, he would need to step away for a while. Tina smiled and said, "There's plenty of time before 12, and the customers won't hold back because he needs to go somewhere else." She also added that while Cleansing Mist is busy pumping, she'll practice some more. Meanwhile, at the base of the magnificent era, Lee televises, thinking caustically about how he only barks, but doesn't bite. He was still thinking about Sunny chasing them away, but he still works as a pathetic network manager, and his salary is only 1,800. He also called his current captain a naive brat. It was the perfect environment for him to reign from behind the scenes. Well, suddenly the phone rang. The guy couldn't understand why he would be getting a call in the middle of the night. He was informed that the forest record had been broken. Also, Lee confirmed that it was definitely professionals. As only they could break his record, we had to find out who did it. He was told that the man who broke their record they had seen yesterday, he asked someone to verify the true identity. The person who broke their record was Sunny. Hearing that name, Lee shuddered in surprise and anger. The guy screamed while the guy kept following him around. Figured he still wanted to mess with him still. Lee yelled loudly as his companion moved the phone away from his ear, deciding to wait for him to finish his outrage. After which Lee asked to plant another batch of accounts. The guy confided in Lee. I reply that he will now start preparing. Finished with the phone call, the player decided to go wash his face to clear his mind a bit and calm down. Glaring angrily at his reflection, he remembered Sunny's words saying that he hadn't given up hope yet and would definitely come back. Lee loudly asked Sunny not to worry, because he had already reached the limit of success in his life, and he would not get any more. Now all he can do is look after the hapless internet cafe, and thinks that breaking his record will accomplish something. With a loud curse, the guy headed for the room, completely forgetting to ask what the new record was so he would know what he needed to do. Lee immediately sat down at his computer and logged into the game. The first thing he looked at was that Tyrant's ambition had gone through the dungeon in 13 minutes and 5 seconds. The guy smiled slyly, saying it wasn't all that bad because he was beginning to think the guy had done something amazing. A while later, server 10 players were discussing that Magnificent Dynasty had regained its record in the Ice Forest. Simon smiled and said that it was nighttime, but there were so many interesting things going on and the record tug became a competition. This is sure to escalate into something bigger, as Team Tyranny and the Magnificent Era are longtime enemies. At the same time, Lee yelled that no matter how hard Sunny tried, in the end, he was just dust under his feet. I mean, he'd said right off the bat that he'd break his stupid record. The guy thought he was the one inimitable king of Era. This accomplishment pleased him, after which he glanced at the account card that had been delivered to him right in the middle of the night. Plugging the card into the game, he noticed that it was a pretty good account with a level 24 character. He's not a member of a guild, also a berserker. It was perfect since a berserker isn't much different from a magic swordsman. First of all, Lee opened the Friends tab and searched for Gloomy Lord to add him as a friend as soon as possible. Smiling and rudely insulting him, the guy wondered what his former captain might be doing on the new server. Once he found Sunny's character, he didn't hesitate to throw him a friend request, happily waiting for a response. However, after a few minutes, the reply still hadn't come. Annoyed, Lee decided that he dared to ignore him. After a few more requests, he received a reply that the Lord had accepted his request. This was Lee's personal victory. Guy was the first to start the conversation. While Lord asked who he was, Lee asked if he needed players for the team. Sunny replied that he didn't have a team, as all the people for the record consisted of random players, and therefore, if the opportunity arose, he would write. Lee asked if he wanted to duel. Lord instead decided to introduce him to his comrade, who would be more interested. Insulted because he had sent him to one of his pawns, as he was suddenly surprised, staring at the screen. Lord recommended Steamed Bun to him, while Lee wondered how he even came up with that name. However, there was nothing left for the guy to do but accept the invitation and show him what he could do. He decided to teach him a couple life lessons to prove his superiority over the Grim Lord and the entire server. Using mountain crushing, Lee mercilessly attacked Bun, who had already spent a fair amount of time in the arena. Therefore, it didn't cost him anything to dodge another attack Lee was sending in his direction. The ground shook beneath his feet as the berserker's sword shredded everything in its path, yet still missed its target. Lee was becoming increasingly annoyed at the fact that this skittish guy was able to dodge his every attack without much effort. The bullies only smirked in response, confident that he could dodge indefinitely. In the same second, the guy lunged forward, grabbing the berserker by the throat and using a chokehold on him, claiming that he was now immobilized. He then used a brick kick on him, stunning his opponent and preventing him from moving from his position. Lee let out a loud curse, asking where this wild monkey who can only get in the way and dodge popped out from. Just as suddenly, the berserker swung the ball, using a reverse slash and throwing the bully away from himself. Abruptly approaching him, he figured the guy thought that since he was holding back, he was weaker than him. However, that was far from the case. With the next swing of his sword, he sent Bun straight into the column, which immediately cracked from the heavy blow. Lee was sure the man had no idea who he had decided to pull on, so he decided to show the pup where he belonged. In that second, he faltered, realizing he couldn't win. This guy was very skilled for an average player. If Sunny starts to suspect him, this is all just going to get more complicated. If he loses a couple times, it's going to look like he's just inexperienced. Gotta make sure Sunny doesn't realize anything. Closer to 5 AM, Lee had suffered 5 defeats, deciding that was enough. If he wants to get into Lord's group, he has to pretend to be an ordinary player. But after all, no one would turn down a strong player. Writing to Lord, the latter replied that Bun had told him that he was pretty weak. Lee became angry again, for the newcomer had just called him weak. But Lee replied that Bun was just lucky. By corresponding with the berserk, Sunny, I noticed that this evil sword has a lot of enthusiasm. However, he still decided to invite him to the graveyard for a ride. Tina was surprised to ask who it was. After a brief reply, the girl proceeded to pump, while Lee thought the penetration was successful. However, in all this time, he never learned anything, at which time Tina told Sunny that she had a morning shift tomorrow, so she left to get pumped. Sunny agreed with her, deciding to make a group at this time for now. A few minutes later, the girl sat down at the computer. The guy put on his headphones, telling the voice chat that today they would be going through a burial ground that required level 23. An excited Tyler immediately asked if they could beat the local record, because it would be so much easier with him. He had been through the burial ground before with Sleepy Moon, so they knew some of the strategies, Sunny agreed. Suddenly, Evil Sword texted Lord to add him to the team, but he replied that it was already assembled. This made Lee very angry, who started shouting loudly and waving his hands in all directions, realizing that he was too late. He still couldn't find out anything yesterday, so we'll have to start with his acquaintances, specifically Steamed Bun. Meanwhile, Sunny's team has stumbled upon a boss. The Vampire Knight log has come to life, so they need to be careful. While everyone else was wary, Lord smiled, telling everyone that there was a change of plans because of the hidden boss. Tina sighed, said that because of the hidden boss, they can't break the record. Meanwhile, Sunny said he had a request. If his lightsaber falls off the boss, he'll take it for himself and everything else he doesn't need, and they can split the reward. The hero decided to clarify if Month uses lightsabers, but the latter replied that he uses katanas. Afterward, Sunny directed the team into action, asking them to obey him, while Month asked them not to call him baby. Without wasting time, they attacked the vampire, and such his from both close and long range, trying to do as much damage as possible. Sunny told Tina not to rush in so abruptly, needing to quickly get around the knights to push in his direction. The girl shouted that she understood, then ran behind her opponent's back and used touch magic. Using his spear and tossing the vampire up, the Grim Lord had Marie prepare the barbecue. The girl responded with a short agreement, then with a serious face began to water the enemy with her cannon. Sunny continued to attack, remembering to give commands, asking Marie to use armor-piercing bullets. Cleansing Vague reacted lightning fast to her friend's orders, picking the perfect time to attack. A dumbfounded Monthly stated that he already knew that Grim Lord was good at acting, but these girls were also monsters, and they were just here for quantity. After the win, Sunny was upset that his lightsaber didn't fall off of him, while Monthly and Tyler began to sort through the awards. The Lord stated that he only wanted the Holy Sword, so he offered to make another run. After all, their main goal was to break the record. A while later, during a boss battle, Tyler yelled that they weren't keeping up, offering to replace them. Tina, stay focused on the battle, asked me not to say such demoralizing things and keep playing. Sunny only smiled, reminded that they were the ones who wanted to drink the record. Tyler realized the foolishness of his words, saying they would try. When the record was broken, Lee was shocked to think that Bun was his main trump card, but he was able to set a new record without him. He decided to text Bun why he didn't call him out for the record, to which he replied that you can't get distracted in the arena. This caused a portion of anger in the player, after which he shouted that he was tired of pretending and decided to act for sure. He began to attack his opponent with all his strength, using all his skills and all his experience as a professional player. After he won, he decided that now the guy would realize how good he was, because now he didn't look so weak. When asked about Lord, Bun and replied that he was going through the dungeon with other people and they had already started, whereupon Lee shouted. When it was 3 a.m., Tina looked at the screen in surprise, deciding to approach Sunny and find out in person. She asked how come he was out of the game. The girl figured something was wrong, but the guy seemed calm. He replied that he wanted to explore the burial ground a bit, to which Tina replied that they had already set a new record she needed to focus on the ice forest. Sunny replied that until they improved the equipment, it would be too hard to beat him, and he thought to himself that she was only interested in records. The guy said thoughtfully that he didn't know what the Tyrant's Ambition people were going to do, but he had lost control of the records of this server. So he needs to get fresh and useful information as soon as possible, while coming up with a new strategy. The girl said with surprise that they had set a new record, then asked that there was something wrong with the way they had passed the burial ground. The guy didn't answer that their goal should be a record that no one can beat. Otherwise, they'll get beaten every time. And because of that, most people would stop asking him for help. She liked the idea of a record that no one could break. Tina then stated that she would get back to pumping, asking him to tell her if he came up with anything about a new strategy. Meanwhile, Lee had been calling Juan, asking if he had found out anything, as it turned out Sunny was helping guilds with records for a fee. Lee decided that we were having a hard time there now, whereupon he asked how much he was charging for the run, for he could pay him too. But he got the answer that Sunny does not charge in money, but in rare materials and silver weapons. Suddenly, the guy realized he was working as a mercenary for the big guilds to get back into the Pro League. Then he asked for 5 accounts, but the classes will say later, Juan realized that Here wants to send 5 professional players. Lee mentally asked Sunny if he could handle them in their current position while getting out of the mud and into the princes. Meanwhile, at the internet cafe, Sunny asked Shiny to borrow his account for a while to run into one dungeon. Upon receiving the card, the guy explained that he just needed to look around in the burial ground, as he had reached the login limit on his account. Approaching his desk, the girl asked why he had such a mess. The man replied that it was just dungeon notes. She wondered if he was making so many records for the sake of the record. Sunny replied that he was doing a little research to break the record. Shani was saddened to think that the professional league had abandoned him, but he still continues to play in glory. She figured her favorite professional player felt the same way after retiring, so she could understand his feelings. The guy noticed the change in his boss's mood, and so he decided to gently ask what was wrong. She looked at him pitifully, said through her tears that he would do well, and wished him luck. The man looked at the girl in disbelief, wondering if he'd heard her, but Shani shouted that she was trying to sympathize with him. After midnight, Bun and Lee were in the burial ground. The bully asked to listen carefully, for they would soon meet the Grim Lord. He also asked the guy to be nice to him, and if he gives advice, he should remember it for the rest of his life. At this time, Lee thought he had heard enough from Sunny in the past. If it wasn't for his plan, he wouldn't have to listen to him. After a while, Bun greeted Lord, who was in the company of two pretty girls. Lee immediately looked at Cleansing Mist, who greeted him cheerfully, deciding that it was definitely Mari. Bun said they have been fighting constantly in the arena for the past 2 days, and his opponent has gotten much better. Sunny replied that then he wouldn't mind taking it, then asked him to follow all his instructions. The newcomer agreed. Lord said this will be a trial run to test his strategy for the new record, but it's not perfect yet. As he began to explain the details, Lee thought about how this was complete nonsense after all. 4 opponents in the beginning was impossible to avoid. But Sunny decided to demonstrate everything in person, lunging forward at the first 4 monsters while the others looked on. Lee said he had great positioning and was able to get everyone in one place, but it wouldn't help them kill them any faster. Just as suddenly, the Lord bounced back, replacing his body with a shadow clone, thus confusing the monsters. Everyone watched in amazement as the guy professionally used the shadow clone while the monsters didn't realize anything. Following that, Sunny used a touch of the falling flower, hooking all 4 zombies, throwing them up in the air. While those were in the air, Lord began to pull out the umbrella of 1,000 probabilities to see his plan through. He used the dragon tooth, and the ground beneath the guy's feet began to crack and crumble, creating a shockwave. Suddenly, Bun decided to rush forward, shouting that he would help while pulling out a brick. As he landed on the ground, Sunny menacingly asked him not to move, just stand there and watch to memorize everything. At that very second, the guy noticed that 4 zombies were stuck in the crevice of the cliff, preventing each other from getting out. Lee was surprised to notice that he was using the surroundings to keep them from getting out. Not a bad strategy for a solo run. But it wasn't clear how that would help pass and dungeon faster, since they'd be free and they'd still have to fight them. In response to this question, Sunny began to attack the trapped monsters with his spear while they were helpless. He attacked them one by one, but you could do nothing to counter him. And then he silently accepted his fate. Lee figured he needed to kill them one at a time anyway, so there was no point, and he just wanted to show off. As Tina suddenly pointed her finger at the gap, stating that something was wrong with the last monster, everyone immediately looked over there. The girl dumbfoundedly stated that the last zombie couldn't get out, as he was stuck not only in the crevice, but also in the remains of his comrades. Bun concluded that the broken bones from the other 3 monsters were keeping him from moving, meaning they would only have to kill 3. Shocked Lee didn't know it was possible to do that. He was just lucky he hadn't blabbed too much into the voice chat. The newcomer said it would be very difficult to push them together like that, Sunny agreed, adding that they needed to work together. Only so-and-so won't be able to go through everything as fast as possible, by his calculations. If this part of it succeeds well, they'll speed up by 10 seconds. The girls noticed that then, in the entire dungeon, they would be able to skip 9 monsters, which would add up to a whole minute and a half. So Lord urged them to start practicing sooner rather than later. Everyone headed after him with confidence, and Tina decided to try the first one. Bun noticed that Soft Mist seemed very agitated. The girl replied that it was perfectly normal. Meanwhile, Lee said that it was impossible to think that such a strategy was possible before, because it wasn't something the average player would have thought of. Then he stated that he would learn all the strategies that Sunny came up with, and his pro team would always be 1 step ahead. The exasperated guy concluded that Sunny was finished and he would never set a record on server 10 again. He decided that he would completely destroy his dream of returning to the professional league, thereby stomping him into despair. A few days later, they still continued to train in the burial dungeon as well, and Sunny noticed that his level had become 27. Not a minute after he leveled up, Azure Stream immediately wrote to him, deciding to join them. After all, he needed a vampire lightsaber too, since he was a master swordsman, and this weapon would suit him well. Patok knew that Lord needed more than just a lightsaber, and so he asked what else he needed. The latter replied that he would prefer 8 bone spikes. The Lord agreed, deciding to bring 5 of his boys into his guild. When questioned by Patok, he replied that this was the plan. Simon thought that if his team broke the record by being a guild, the guild name would stay there forever. Well then, the guy decided to offer Sunny to join the guild for an extended period while they would pay him. Sunny thought the burial ground would be an important test. Stream would be watching to see if anyone could beat that record in the future. The next day, after midnight, inside the burial ground dungeon, the execution of the plan to break the record began. Having dealt with the first wave, the Lord shouted that they had done well. On to the next part, the most important. The cave that will allow them to lock the boss is very high up. The whole team needs to work very cohesively in the air. But in all their runs, they never once managed to make it, however. If things work out, they will save a lot of time. Sunny yelled menacingly that they were almost at the gatekeeper of the courtyard, so they would only get 2 tries at this. Tina decided to do everything on the first try, but Lee mentally told her that they wouldn't be able to do it while he was with them. When they got to the spot, the Lord loudly ordered everyone to start, but decided to bait him himself first. In front of him was a level 27 zombie gatekeeper who cried out loudly upon noticing his opponent. When the whole team was around him, the guy asked Cleansing Mist to be first and Bun to be second. Bun made a slight mistake by picking the wrong angle, noting aloud that he had miscalculated, but it didn't seem to be anything critical. At this time, Lee smiled, thinking that he didn't even need to do anything. This guy had messed it up himself. However, that didn't stop the Lord, who loudly ordered everyone to not stop and continue. After all, it was a minor loss of time. Lee decided he couldn't reveal himself, so he decided to show them what the real skills of a professional looked like. He used a reverse slash, tossing the monster into the air, thus showing what a berserker in his hands could do. In the end, it's not the most perfect run, but Marie praised it, firing her cannon in passing. The newcomer smiled, happy to think that with his guys, he would easily break this record. They wouldn't even have to try. Bun was already flying forward at the monster, swinging his arm and loudly begging for a response to give his right hook, which was already aiming for his face. The attack was successful, after which the blonde shouted that it was now the Grim Lord's turn to strike. Sunny stomped the monster into the ground, giving it no chance to escape or counterattack, determined to finish it off finally. Bun shrieked happily that he was immobilized, so they had succeeded. A disgruntled Lee was in agreement with these observations. Because of Bun's mistake, they hadn't lost very much time. About 3 or 4 seconds. He didn't know if it would be as easy as he thought. With a serious face, Sunny announced that they were moving on, for it was too early to celebrate. There was still a 3rd dungeon left. Tina was no less focused than Sunny, and therefore leeched to be as helpful as possible. Marie was pleased when they saw the alert that said they had gone underground in 17 minutes and 22 seconds. Simon watched the chat room discussing the new burial ground record, wondering how much money Blue Creek had paid for such help. Meanwhile, Sunny wondered if Awesome Dynasty would make their move, breaking the record they had just set. Tina then asked if they were going to continue, but Lord wasn't quite sure what exactly they were supposed to continue. The fired-up girl stated that they had made a small mistake with the second boss, so she suggested they have a couple more runs. Sunny announced that they'd had enough for the day, and Lee told himself that as long as he was here, they wouldn't see a perfect record. After a little while, Era players asked Lee if they would be trying to sing the record. The latter replied that he had already prepared accounts. One of the players said, "If I'm not going to set the record straight now, they won't have time to prepare for today's match." The 4 allies stared dumbfounded at their vice-captain, hoping that he had just decided to make a joke. But they realized from his face that he had indeed forgotten, whereupon they reminded him that they would be playing against Blue Rain. Lee slammed his palm on his face loudly that he was too focused on Sunny and had completely forgotten about the tournament. In the evening at the internet cafe, viewers crowded in front of the screens, listening to the voices of the 2 constant commentators. Shani was telling Tina that Blue Rain's team was very strong. Sunny listened to them with a skeptical look on his face. The commentators wondered if the magnificent Era would be able to hold their ground in the upcoming matches. They spotted Problem Rain. It was the team's main ace, Sherlock, who slowly walked onto the stage. As soon as the cameras were pointed at him, all the audience heard started talking a lot, insulting his opponent. Tina was surprised that this guy was quite talkative, and therefore questioned if he was really that strong. However, Sherlock immediately proved his words with deeds, quickly destroying his first opponent, which I expected from a holy sword. He had already dealt with one of Era's players even though the match had just started, but Era's fans didn't like this start. After that, one autumn leaf entered the stage. You can immediately notice that the character's appearance has changed. He began to look more like Sebastian. Meanwhile, Sherlock began to nitpick his opponent about his new appearance. Captain Era remarked that he talked too much, but he had far more actual experience in tournaments. And the commentators said both sides show a great battle, but Sherlock has a clear advantage. He doesn't miss a single opportunity, taking advantage of his opponent's weaknesses, but Sebastian figured he'd have a hard time in a team fight. Lee creased his face as he watched the reaction of his captain, who was sure his team would take the lead. A team battle ensued, with Era's home advantage absolutely not helping them. Sebastian was about to reach his limit. Lee knew made a mistake. This allowed Sherlock to counterattack. Everyone noticed that Lee is showing very poorly today. He also lost a one-on-one match, and now he made another mistake. The audience, and including Shani, asked what Lee was doing because they thought he had forgotten how to play, and even they would score better. Meanwhile, Sherlock used all his skills under perfect timing, after which the commentators announced that Lee was out of the fight. However, Sebastian hasn't given up yet. He fights with even more fury, but Sherlock is still one step ahead. When the magnificent Era team saw the defeat notice in front of them, the headphones dropped to the floor with a crackle. Sebastian immediately jumped up from his chair and turned to Lee in a rage. He had seen someone make an incredible amount of mistakes. The vice-captain immediately bowed and apologized, explaining that he couldn't concentrate. However, it was a terrible argument that made the captain even more angry. He stated that he didn't care, then headed for the exit. When the whole team left the room, Marie, which was the last to leave, said she would go too, whereupon they left Lee alone. One of his comrades returned, deciding to check in about that record, thank you, whether they would try to break it. A new portion of anger came over the vice-captain, who, with complete determination in his voice, declared that they would do it. After everyone finished watching, the attendees headed for the exit, discussing the magnificent Era game. One customer said he missed Sunny very much. The owner of the cafe shared this sentiment with him, smiling sweetly as she said goodbye. Shani said tonight's tournament was painful to watch, with 11 p.m. coming up, then asked if they would be playing all night. Tina was a little embarrassed by the question, while Sunny looked at his boss calmly, not wanting to answer directly. The girl understood everything, saying that they were really crazy. Even she wasn't that addicted, after which she asked Tina not to sit for long. When asked what record would be next, the guy said the burial ground, Tina, since they just broke the record there yesterday. Suddenly, one of the visitors said that someone had already managed to break the burial ground record, and it was Magnificent Dynasty again. The girl immediately ran to the monitor, loudly asked what time it was. She was told 16 minutes and 56 seconds. They did manage to break their record, and by more than 20 seconds, which was a pretty impressive result. Tina asked Sunny what they should do, because even if they didn't count Bun's mistake, it would only save them 3 or 4 seconds. The guy only smiled sweetly and asked the girl not to worry, as she suddenly noticed a man wandering near their cafe. She shuddered, loudly saying that someone was just outside. That person had done nothing, however she was soundly frightened. Sunny asked to forget about him, then suggested that he go and text Bun, saying that they would go through the burial ground one more time. The girl asked what if it was a mugger. The guy said he would be on the lookout. After that, the girl went to the non-smoking area. In private messages, Evil soared and asked how someone was able to break their record. Sunny replied that the person didn't put their best foot forward. A surprised Lee reread the message several times, still unable to understand what Sunny was talking about. The way the guy answered led Lee to think that he had revealed his identity, asking if he had forgotten who had trained him. The terrified player asked himself what he had worked so hard for. After all, he had even lost to Blue Rain because of this. Then he tried to calm himself down, because even if he realized everything, there was nothing to worry about after all. It wasn't a defeat yet. They won't be able to bring back Gravedigger's record. His underlings aren't the equal of the pros, and they certainly can't pull their gear. Meanwhile, Sunny leaned back in his chair, thinking about the new record and the fact that they would have to get it back. And as he suddenly turned his attention to the street where some guy was waving to him personally, He gestured for him to come in. With an incredibly quick movement, the stranger opened the door and headed for the counter, his face hidden by a black mask. Leaning over to the guy, the blonde asked if anyone recognized him, to which he heard a counter question about whether he had come alone. Thoth kept answering in a whisper that he wasn't going to come with his whole crew. Sunny didn't say anything to that. Why he said that some girl recognized him, Sunny replied that he was overestimating himself. The girl was also a cafe employee. She thought he was a burglar. Sherlock stated that couldn't be the case as he had fans, and this cafe was a dangerous place for him. Sunny sent him to Section A, computer number 1. No one is there. He himself has the night shift now, so they'll talk in the game. The boy took a quick step towards where his comrade pointed him, trying not to stand out, but his movements were too flashy. When he arrived at the place, he noticed that it was too dark. He couldn't see anything at all. He didn't expect to be in an internet cafe. Finding the right computer, he sat down at it. Taking off his mask and cap, Vice Captain Blue Rain began to log into the game. A level 27 swordsman appeared on the screen. He thought that after getting this over with, there was no way he would touch this account. He then opened up a friend search and started looking for the Grim Lord, deciding that it was a strange name Marie had come up with for him. The guy sat there thinking that he's getting paid hundreds of thousands to enter tournaments, but he's sitting here helping Sunny with some record. He could still forgive the guy for making him buy the account card himself, but he didn't even greet him or offer him snacks. However, he was curious how good the guy was, after which he decided to check out the current graveyard record. Once he got to the Grim Lord, he was left pestering him with questions about how they had managed to break that record. Sunny briefly replied that there were a couple new strategies, but he heard more questions and comments in response. Sherlock noticed that he was not only trying to break records on the new server, but also developing new strategies. Not wanting to respond to these comments, Lord calmly stated that he had prepared a weapon for him. Thoth immediately asked to see it, adding that if it didn't fit him, she wouldn't use it. Whereupon the guy froze, glancing disappointedly at the vampire lightsaber he was very familiar with. Taking the weapon in his hand, he began to twirl it around in his hand, examining it closely. Then asked if he had gotten it for free as a bonus for signing up. Lord asked him to just get over it. Sherlock replied that his credibility had been destroyed by a common vampire sword, and he couldn't have anyone finding out about it. After a little while, the whole team, represented by Marie, Tina, and Bun, came up to them and asked where the evil sword had gone. Sunny replied that the man said he wasn't coming for personal reasons. At that very second, Marie noticed the new guy and started asking who it was. The Lord wanted to call his name, but he quickly shut his mouth, loudly asking him to shut up and not reveal his identity. Both girls immediately squeezed their eyes shut at the guy's scream, and after all, they were wearing headphones, and the sound was very sharp and loud. Sighing heavily, Sunny asked why he was so angry, since he wasn't really as recognizable as he thought he was. Bun asked if he was Lord's friend. Sunny nodded, and Sherlock thought that they really didn't recognize him, which made it easy for him. The bully stated that if he doesn't want his identity revealed, and he likes being mysterious, then his zodiac sign is definitely Scorpio. But the newcomer replied that he was a lion, whereupon Bun started humming a song that Marie liked, but Lord asked everyone to calm down. After a while, Sunny began to show strategy again, while Sherlock began to pepper him with a bunch of unnecessary questions. Then, the newcomer turned to the others. I started to ask if they had seen it, but Marie only asked him to watch in silence. Sherlock drew his sword, stated that he had already figured it all out, and asked to just watch, then rushed forward. If you kill the 3 skeletons of the cave entrance, their bones will block the paths, preventing the zombies from getting out. So he decided to give it a try. After successfully implementing the strategy, the guy was surprised, to which Lord said it would help save them at least 10 seconds. The leader also added that there are 9 such parts of the race. This strategy can also be used on the second boss. Sherlock urged everyone to hurry up. Tina marveled that this guy was able to execute strategy after one demonstration. Bun added that he was mega energetic. Lord asked Tina to provoke the boss. After all, he has another strategy. He'll write it down later so she can look more closely. Ta agreed, hoping that without proper knowledge, she would be able to implement Sunny's strategy, who tried to describe everything in detail. Then he turned to Bun, saying that when the boss came over and they performed as practiced, they would work together and throw him in the air. Asking Sherlock to stop studying the walls, Sunny wanted to show him where he would need to be when executing the strategy. There's nothing complicated about the positioning itself. The most important thing here is to work cohesively to lock the boss in that cave. When they got to the right place, Tina announced that she had brought the boss, and then the showdown began. When the monster was sent to Bun, he immediately used a knee strike, lifting the boss even higher for others to damage. Mari took aim at him with her cannon and began firing projectiles in his direction, sending to her allies to continue the strategy. Sunny said that the angle here was pretty tricky, but Sherlock replied that he could easily handle it because he knew his stuff. One announced that he would first strike with the nakedness of his sword, after which he began to complain that this weapon was too bad. The blow had no weight at all. As the boss took to the air, Sherlock announced that it wasn't over. He needed to gain some more height, so he would hit him again. When the monster peaked, the newcomer announced that it was no longer possible to toss higher, but the Grim Lord praised him. This would be enough to give Sunny the ability to shoot the boss with his cannon while even higher above the boss. Sherlock said he expected nothing less from the creator of the delivery shots because no one uses them as well as he does. After all, using enough shots in the air is quite difficult even for a professional player, let alone a casual one. A dumbfounded Bun looked at the boss who was stuck in the rock, saying they got it right on the first try. Soft Blink didn't even have to help them in the air. He really didn't think they were going to make it. However, Tina gave him a disgruntled look. Sherlock smiled and said that if they went at this pace, they would be able to save about 30 seconds. However, there was something strange. Dynasty couldn't have made this record without his strategy, but Sunny is the creator of it. And the question arose as to how they were able to recognize them. The entire team immediately began to stare intently at the Lord, who replied that Evil Sword was Lee, a player from the Magnificent Dynasty. The first to go into shock was Marie, who had never expected her teammate to go to such a nasty lengths and so brazenly steal their strategy. While Sherlock asked what the Evil Sword was, Bun asked who Lee was and how that even relates to the record. Sunny replied that Evil Sword had learned his strategy by playing with them, and then he helped Dynasty set a record, which surprised the bully. He smiled and said that this kid really enjoyed learning, but then she realized the gist of Lord's words and froze in shock. The second Bun realized that this guy was a spy, so he wanted to tell him everything, but Lord advised to do it in private messages. Mari was surprised that the guy recognized him right away, but decided to play with him anyway. The guy replied that he had decided to help himself. Why would he refuse? Sherlock said he was 100% focused on stealing his strategies, so when it came tournament time, he played like complete garbage. But he still learned his strategies and gathered a whole group of professional players. It was unclear if they could break their record. In response, Sunny smiled and said that we have Sherlock after all. The same man smirked haughtily and said that was fair enough. Marie stated that in such a low-level dungeon, it didn't matter how good Sherlock was. It wouldn't be enough to outplay Lee. And his strategy with delivery shots doesn't buy him much time. Lord replied that Sherlock isn't their only advantage. After helping Lee, they got a vampire lightsaber. The blonde looked at his weapon in surprise. "Thank you. Does he talk about this garbage?" Then he realized something and asked that he had planned on calling him in all along. All just because they needed the special effect of that trash. He treats him like a thing, and he can bet Sunny was counting on it as well, despite the tournament. Lord said he also needed it to improve his weapons. Sherlock replied that he hated it and regretted it. Sunny asked him to chill out after all. They were setting this record for his guild, so they should try to set a record on the first run. After a while, there was a system alert that Blue Creek Guild players had set a new dungeon record, 16 minutes and 24 seconds. When Lee saw this, he panicked and asked who Smooth Tree was, suspecting that he was a good professional player. Sunny's secret trump card playing the Swordmaster. Then he remembered today's tournament, deciding he had Sherlock's help. At the same second, Marie walked past the guy, thanking him cursorily for his help. He flinched and stared at the girl. When she was near the exit, the man loudly asked her to stop. Marie froze, trying to gather all her confidence. Then she turned around sharply and asked menacingly what he wanted. Now the pretty girl looked very embittered and dangerous. Lee was scared. After all, she wasn't usually like this. He didn't understand why she seemed so determined today, even though she had never been like this before. Marie added that if he didn't need anything, she would go. Lee clenched his hands into a fist and thought that Sunny's follower was trying to provoke him. He mentally asked the girl what would come to mind that he could disrespect the pizza captain. Just then, that she had a pretty face. But then he wondered aloud to himself, why be so nervous? It's just a record, and he's too focused on Sunny, and it doesn't matter. Then the guy smiled spontaneously, convincing himself that he was right, and Sunny was wrong. he was actually better. No point in worrying so much. Instead, he decided to make the captain comfortable, and standing on the doorstep, he stated that he wanted to apologize. The latter let him inside. Meanwhile, Sunny was texting with Bun, who was upset that Lee hadn't replied to him. At the same time, Sherlock was chatting something up. Toward the end, he asked if he had listened to what he had just said, putting on his headphones. Sunny asked him to repeat it again, since he hadn't heard everything. The blonde man asked what kind of weapon he had. Leon's himself here made, and when he had time, he was also curious as to how come this was the first time he had heard of it. Sunny replied that it was a long time ago, back in the days when he had just started running around the world and stealing boss kills. He asked him not to remember it. The guy added that he made it with a friend. This weapon was made under an unspecialized character, especially for him. Sherlock began to reason that after the opening of the third server, unspecialized characters were no longer so popular. He then asked if Sunny was going to return to the pro scene. He said yes, after which he was heard asking why he resigned then. The guy replied that his team started to perform poorly at tournaments, so the captain had to take the hit. Sherlock cringed as he watched all of his tournaments. The problem was clearly with the team and not him. They just made a scapegoat out of him. The blonde immediately realized it was Lee's doing. Sunny asked when he became so good at understanding people, to which he replied that it was Yexi's words. The guy asked, since when did he start caring about others? At that very second, Sherlock ran up to him saying he didn't answer his question. He couldn't believe that he had taken a hit for his team, so he wondered why he had resigned after all. Sunny smiled and asked if he needed to stay. Only as a training partner, it seemed disgusting to Sherlock. That's why he said he should have tried to move to another team, but not to go to such extremes and resign. Who knows, maybe one of the teams would have offered a high enough price. It was worth waiting and pondering it before leaving. Sunny calmly asked that if he moved, what about Marie? Because unlike him, she brings them a lot of money. And if he went to another team, she would definitely break the contract, and there's no way Ira would forgive her for something like that. It's not worth it to her. He agreed, for given what commercial value Marie had, she would certainly be made to pay a large sum. Upon learning that there were 6 months left on his contract, Sherlock shrieked that it was too long for a return to the pro scene. In response, Sunny smiled and told the guy to just wait, because he would come back and rip it up again, just like old times. Surprised and asked how he had the nerve to be so arrogant, even after being kicked off such a tough team. Sunny asked for a reminder of what other dueling weather they had. Sherlock decided to change the subject. He said it was really cool weather today. After a couple seconds he froze, thinking about something, exhaling a cold vapor of air. Apparently the guy was trying to find the right words. Then he looked into Sunny's face and with a serious tone asked him to make sure he came back, because he should be a professional player. His interlocutor continued to smile and agreed to his request, for those words meant quite a lot to him. Sherlock said that if he had any problems he should just tell him. In response, Sunny silently held out his hand. The blonde looked at the guy's demeanor and wondered, asking why he was being so formal after all. They were kind of friends. He wanted to shake hands, but Sunny stated that he wanted his vampire lightsaber back and also said that 2 hours cost 10 yuan. At this time, Simon was shouting in shock that the record of 16 minutes and 24 seconds could definitely not be beaten by anyone, when suddenly he received a message. The Grim Lord asked him how much keyboard he had managed to eat. The man clutched his chest in tears, mentally begging for mercy. But the one finally there can stop worrying, because he doesn't think there will be even crazier experts on Server 10. Time in the pro club Little Grass, the guy asked the interviewer to take a look at Grim Lord, who set all the best records. The captain of Team Yaxi stared intently at the monitor, embracing every word his subordinate spoke. Plantengrain thought that the god Yaxi himself had decided to come down to them, ordinary mortals, which made him very worried. But that and the notebook he bought last year will finally have a use. He should definitely get Yexi's autograph. But at that same second, Grain was watching the grave-digging battle, where Sunny's team was massacring every monster they encountered. Everyone fought very harmoniously, and the Lord gave far fewer orders, for everyone knew what they had to do and what their role was. Yexi said it was Autumn Leaf's style of play. When asked who he meant, Lord or Mugla, he said both. Grain said Lord is playing on an unspecialized character, then realized she said the obvious, because Yexi can see it himself. The brown-haired guy agreed, adding that unspecialized characters were pretty rare in their time. Grain then decided to ask what was wrong with one Autumn Leaf style, to which Yexi replied that he meant it a little differently. He clarified that it was a brutal style of play. The interlocutor was surprised because he dared to say such a thing about the god of war. He realized that only Yexi would have dared such a thing, but he was blessed by his presence, then asked what he would say about the bully. Toth replied that this style is arbitrary, but if rigid it's a mess. However, his skills in terms of mechanics are very good. Suddenly, Yexi asked for Zern's account so she could personally communicate with the Lord. He was surprised, but offered him a seat. The boy was excited to be able to see Yexi himself play in person. He was beyond excited, thinking he was very lucky. After checking the mouse keyboard, the guest asked if he would mind if he changed the keyboard layout to customize everything. At first, Grain agreed, but then cried out that he didn't need to change anything since he was his idol, so he put you already layout like his. Yexi was surprised at first and then smiled, saying that it must have been hard to play like that. But Grain immediately shook his head. The boy hugged himself, shuddering, thought Yexi was so polite, though any other player might find it odd. In the same second, Sunny noticed that someone was rapidly approaching them from behind, causing him to have to stop attacking the monsters. However, the wizard's first target was Tina, who they expected to be attacked from behind, causing her to get hit in the chest. Pulling away slightly, she glared menacingly at the stranger and asked what he was doing. I myself was trying to figure out what was going on here. The wizard didn't answer anything, so the girl decided to attack him, but he moved from his seat, heading towards the Grim Lord. Sunny thought that he had just been hiding earlier, so he assumed that he wanted to ask for help with the dungeon, but he suddenly decided to attack them. Suddenly, Plantain Grain suggested the girl learn from each other, then smiled without stopping moving. Tina was shocked at such a suggestion, sweating slightly. She didn't fully understand what this man wanted from her. However, she accepted his offer without a second thought, lunging at him with her spear at the ready to show him all she could. As soon as she got as close as possible to the wizard, he pulled away and Tina was enveloped in a green mist. She didn't know what it was, for this was the first time she had ever faced one-on-one combat against a wizard of such an unusual subclass. Grain continued to smile, creating new spells and sending them at the girl. One of them hit its target, and Tina noticed she couldn't move. Sunny asked in surprise if she had ever fought against witches, but she responded loudly with denial and panic. Bun stated that he knows this class. Having met them before in the arena, they can still fly on a broomstick, which makes them hard to get. He asked the girl that she now felt like her body was weakened, and it became difficult to move. This agreed. The bully called the spell laxative. Yexi was surprised to clarify that it was a scattering powder. At the time, Sunny was ashamed of him, but he understands why he called it that. Dissipating Powder, a level 20 witch skill. Once successfully applied, it removes all positive effects and weakens the enemy. But since Bun had already fought against such opponents in the arena, he decided that he could overpower him, after which he prepared a signature brick. The blonde decided to act cunningly and outmaneuver his opponent from the back, whereupon he shrieked loudly that she had become during a brick, throwing it at Grain. However, the man dodged sharply, and the bully realized that he had missed. Yexi decided not to waste time and immediately began to counterattack. He threw blow after blow without stopping his combo, while Bun cussed loudly, gradually losing his health. Grain decided to act for sure, whereupon he jumped the air and attacked with a fire beam directly from above, catching up with Bun. When the spell dissipated, the bully was lying on the floor, completely exhausted, unable to even get to his feet. Tyler and Month looked dumbfounded at Plantain Grain, questioning what he was even doing and if he was always this good. Somehow Bun got up, asking if he hated him because he didn't hold back against him at all. Meanwhile, Yexi was just flying on his broom. However, the bully decided that this was not the end and it was time for a new brick, whereupon he threw it again at his opponent. Yexi reacted instantly, knocking the brick away with the edge of her broom, sending it back to her master and showing her superiority. In the same second, Sunny was already rushing to his aid, drawing his sword to destroy the malicious brick and save his comrade. Using the nudging of his sword, the Lord looked at the Plantain Grain with burning eyes, realizing that something was amiss here. Determined to support his leader, Tyler loudly asked the Grim Lord to flog him, for he was much stronger than the witch. While in the air, Yexi sent out another spell, targeting Sunny, as the main priority right now was to fight him. However, the Lord rushed directly towards him, diving straight into the spell, causing him to lose some of his health, after which he used Mountain Crushing. Yexi decided to dodge this attack as he was in the air, causing the rocks that Sunny destroyed to not reach him. However, Tyler and Month stated that the Lord had used mountain crushing almost to the point where now Grain would definitely not be able to dodge, and he would know a world of pain. Yexi only smiled in response to such a comment, for he knew what he had to do to dodge even such a dangerous attack. Without getting down from his broom, he began to twist turns, dodging every rock that was pointed in his direction with little or no exertion. It looked like it was more of a fun for him than a real duel. At this time, Tyler was surprised that he was able to dodge at this angle. Without wasting any time, he flew towards the Grim Lord, who lowered his head slightly, and Yexi thought that he was already exhausted. However, Sunny watched his opponent closely, recognizing this style of play and guessing who was now playing in place of Zern. Yexi didn't want to wait to be attacked, so he used his broomstick as a weapon, swinging it at the Grim Lord. Grain shrieked in joy that he had hit it. However, Yexi remained calm, saying that it was possible, however, not certain. After that, they noticed that the Lord began to dissolve into thin air, and they realized that it was just a shadow clone. Yexi realized it at once, and Grain was dumbfounded to think that the Grim Lord was able to dodge an attack from the great Yexi that he himself would not have been able to stand against. While the guy was circling on his broomstick, Sunny jumped out at him out of nowhere, holding the umbrella of 1,000 probabilities in his hand, preparing to attack. The hero kicked him, deciding to use the bully's skill, the Eagle Seal, at which time Grain shrieked as he sidestepped him. When the Lord was able to knock him off his broom, everyone else looked dumbfounded at this battle, not daring to get involved in this duel. A veil of dust rose above the ground, out of which the air was quickly snatched by Yexi, knowing something the opposition was very uncomfortable for him. Sunny jumped out after him, daring to catch up with him while he was saddling his broom, but it was a matter of seconds. The Lord quickly drew his sword and used the sword nudging skill, noticing the stream of blood that gushed from the wizard. Everyone immediately noticed as Plantain Grain fell to the ground and his broom flew far to the side, robbing his master of his mobility. Taking off his headphones, Yexi smiled and said that fighting an unspecialized at level 27 was indeed very tiring. After the battle, Tina asked that it was the head of the Herbal Garden Guild, to which Sunny replied that it was his character, but he wasn't playing it. Month asked who it could have been. Lord replied that they weren't ready to hear the truth, but it was probably Yexi. A Month of incredulity snickered that he was Sherlock then, and Tina asked who Yexi was, which surprised the blonde man considerably. The one was surprised she didn't know that. Bun stood up for her and asked why they should know, also asking what his zodiac sign was. Sunny sighed heavily as he looked at Glory's two newcomers, who still didn't know much, but it was just about in his favor. He chose to explain that Yexi is one of Glory's best players. He plays the class they have been dealing with recently. He is called the Wizard, and this title is not awarded to a character but to the player himself. It was created specifically for Yexi. After all, this title reflects his style of play. He's always trying to come up with something that others don't expect. Bun asked why he attacked them. Sunny naively said that maybe he had seen his great skills, and there was no way he could wait for the opportunity to try him out. He was pleased. Lighting another cigarette, the Grim Lord suggested that everyone get back to pumping, and if Yexi needed anything, he would be sure to come back. Leaning back in his chair, Sunny mentally told himself that he was more than sure it was Yexi, but it was unclear what he was up to. Meanwhile, at the Little Grass Club, Yexi rose from his chair, returning the computer to Grain, who was thinking about who the Grim Lord was. After all, the latter was able to overpower the great Yexi, after which he decided that he probably wasn't in the mood to have any conversations right now. Suddenly, the guy turned around and smiling asked where he should sign. Grain that he would really like his autograph. The bewildered guy immediately handed the player a notebook, thanking him loudly for what he had done today. Toth asked if it would be okay if he signed the cover. Grain blinkingly agreed, whereupon Yexi signed his name. Embracing the notebook, Grain was very happy, while Yexi stated that it was time for him to leave, whereupon he said goodbye. Grain stammered, not knowing how to address the guy, who stopped at the door, asking what else he was interested in. Plantain Grain asked uncertainly what Yexi's conclusion was about what had just happened between him and Lord. Toth replied that Majlar and Bun are good players in terms of mechanics, but they're still new, and about Lord, you can't judge for sure yet. However, the latter saw it all for himself. He had put too much pressure on him rather than the other way around. He wanted to expose him, but only ended up exposing himself. Perhaps he knows it was Yexi, for for the latter is quite perceptive. At least he realized right away that it wasn't grain. The boy froze in shock with his notebook in his hands, panicking as he tried to realize what kind of monster this Grim Lord was. After a while, Grain heard the sound of an alert, immediately realizing that someone had texted him, even though it was quite late. He was written to by a chapter who asked for 5 accounts with the classes Ghost Swordsman, Sniper, Battle Mage, Assassin, and Witch. The boy assumed that Yaxi, after losing to the Grim Lord, had decided to take his team back and get revenge, though that was poorly believed. The next day, Grain was also sitting at his computer, thinking that there wasn't much time left and they should be here soon. Suddenly, he heard the door creak open, and a guy who was clearly shy about going inside started hesitantly peering in. He apologized for the disturbance and asked if the senior plantain Grain was here. It was Little Grass's reserve player, Harold. Grain replied that there was no need to be so polite to him. The guy replied that Captain Yaxi had sent him to run an errand. After all, the one asked to take the 5 account cards from him, explaining that they needed them for training. Zerno immediately realized what the matter was. He then said aloud that he thought Yaxi wanted revenge on the Grim Lord. Harold apologized that he knew nothing therefore about the matter. Grain asked to forget what he heard, then asked for his autograph. He signed and handed the notebook to the guy. Meanwhile, in the internet cafe, a visitor asked for 1 seat. Sonny immediately asked to show him his ID. At the same time, we hear the sound of the message. Simon asked him again about the offer, but he asked for a little more time. Patok thought this time he would agree. He said that all the guilds on that server knew how valuable the one was, Sonny agreed, thinking about switching to another account. Lighting a cigarette, the guy thought he had managed to deal with Lee, but the damage had already been done, for he had assembled a team of professionals. If that hadn't happened, he wouldn't have had to ask so many people for help, and now Bun and Tina were inundated with invitations. They can't go on like this anymore. It's not just Blue Creek. Tyrant's ambition has extended an olive branch to them too, which is not the case with Grass Garden. The Little Grass players had passed the burial ground for the 4th time, tiredly wondering how long they could pass it in. They realized they couldn't even get into the top 3, but that very second, Yaxi came to them asking if they were done. On seeing their result, the captain praised them, saying they had done well, but was told they were very far from the record. It was all along the lines that they're using the wrong strategies to set such records. New ones were definitely invented, and that takes training. Yaxi smiled and asked if they were joking and really wanted to waste time on something like that. The two blanched, not knowing what to say. Instead, the captain decided to give them another, more responsible task, asking them to find the Grim Lord personally. When asked what was next, he replied that he had to be killed once, after which they could go to bed in peace. Everyone was surprised that he only had to be killed once, but what got the response that in the future, it would be one of their main exercises. Frank asked Harold if he knew why the captain suddenly told them to hunt for the Grim Lord, calling it part of the training. At the same time, someone asked Frank to go and get some drinks, for it looked like he had some free time on his hands since he was thinking over the captain's words. Eugene asked to get him some green tea, thinking that he was still a green newbie, so he was unlikely to understand anything. However, he was also curious about who this Grim Lord was, after which he said that he needed to find this guy, and after killing him, he could go to sleep. The second he wrote to Zern, asking if he knew where the Lord was now, he replied in the negative and was then asked to look into it. He knew he would make the main team in the future, but that didn't give them the right to be so familiar with him. However, someone should find out about Lord. After a while, Frank brought Eugene some tea. He asked him to leave it there, and after an audible notification said they had information. The Grim Lord and his crew are heading towards the burial ground dungeon, so they need to split up and try to intercept them. They couldn't be allowed to enter the dungeon, so Frank was already at the entrance, hiding and keeping an eye on the company. He shrieked that he could see them. Eugene immediately demanded the coordinates and asked him to hold them. They would be coming to his aid soon. The guy wasn't sure he could handle such a task, but being asked to move immediately put all doubts aside. Gathering all his strength, he began to press the keys, then decided to jump out at the Grim Lord from behind, attacking him. Sonny knew they were being watched, so he quickly drew his sword and fended off the attack, scrutinizing the stranger. With a wave of his weapon, he pushed him farther away from him to break the distance and give himself time to strategize a battle. Frank didn't realize when he had time to notice him. They were able to put up such an amazing record, so they were definitely experienced, and there were also 5 of them. However, he had no time to think now. as the Grim Lord lunged at him, giving him no time to think or run. Sunny was ready to destroy anyone who risked attacking him or the team, so he looked like a ruthless professional. He decided to strike him with his sword, however he used the assassin skill, air jump, then soared into the air. He realized that the Grim Lord was quite powerful and didn't seem to be an ordinary player, which caused a lot more problems. However, while he was distracted by the leader of the group, he noticed a brick a little too late that was flying swiftly in his direction. He managed to dodge by arching his back, at which time Bun asked who he was and why he had decided to attack them. Frank landed right in front of Tina, who kept a spear in her hand and was ready to enter the fray at any moment. The girl made a lunge, deciding to strike the spear directly at the guy's face, but he managed to lean back, moving away from the spearhead. Not wanting to just stand by and watch, Month and Tyler also decided to fight the stranger, while Here thought he couldn't handle so many people. And his team asked to hold out a little longer, because they will come soon. The most important thing is not to panic and try to survive. John asked if Frank wasn't doing well. Linda added that they were, after all, just minor sleuths that they deal with in a heartbeat. Hearing this, Frank hesitantly apologized, in response to which he only heard a tisk-tisk from Eugene, who thought the guy was just a wimp. He smiled wickedly, mentally calling Frank trash, but he himself did not yet know what awaited them in the coming battle. The Grim Lord's entire crew pounced on Frank, who was single-handedly trying to fight off 5 men attacking him from all sides. But by this time, Eugene, who was playing as a battle mage who went by the name Cloud Heaven, had already arrived and was smiling widely. Bun noticed another one walking towards them, after which he asked what that glowing thing around him was. It was a unique trick of battle mages. They activate when the player uses certain skills, and there are 5 types of them. They will fly around the mage for 30 seconds. Bun compared these spheres to the feathers of a peacock with which he tries to attract a female, but no one shared this comparison with him. Sunny stood silently watching, deciding that something was amiss and someone had set these people on them on purpose. At that very second, Eugene rushed into battle, telling the Grim Lord that he was finished, for they absolutely had to defeat him. The guy swung his spear and used the Dragon Tooth skill, which Sunny easily dodged without much effort. After which, he grabbed the umbrella of 1,000 probabilities and gave it the shape of a spear to fight the battle mage as an equal. He used the Dragon Tooth in the same way, aiming the skill at his opponent, who immediately bounced aside with a sharp movement. This greatly surprised Eugene, who didn't expect him to start fighting him in the same manner without using any tricks. But the guy was sure he was much better at playing as a battle mage, so he decided to give that one a heavenly strike, but it passed him by. Sunny decided to answer him in the same way, while Eugene realized that the latter had decided to copy him, suggesting that the latter try to copy it. But he decided to show Lord the real skill of a professional player, and then he began to increase his speed. Pressing the keys incredibly fast, his character began to move in different directions, sending out various spells. He was sure that he wouldn't be able to copy those movements and keep up with him, when suddenly Sunny jumped out in front of him. The boy flinched when he saw the Grim Lord in front of him, who not only dodged all of his attacks, but counterattacked as well. The dumbfounded Eugene couldn't understand when he had time to appear in front of him, and why he was still standing on his feet and able to fight. While he was in the air, Sunny looked at him and smiled, noticing the 7 spheres behind him, commented that it wasn't bad. This frightened Eugene even more, who only now realized that his opponent was far from an ordinary player. Linda noticed that Eugene had already reached them. The 2 of them should be more than enough, so she asked if they needed any more help. Looking at his screen, she expected Frank to fail. But as it turned out, Eugene's strength wasn't enough either. The battle mage tried to stay focused, doing somersaults and trying to get to the Grim Lord, who still hadn't taken any damage. Linda asked why he didn't use the spheres, since they would be gone soon. He replied that he just didn't have the opportunity. Also, an important factor was that the character's level was too low, causing the spheres to be of little use. In the same second, Sunny caught up with him, hitting him with an umbrella right in the back, doing some pretty significant damage to the guy. Turning away, Linda asked the guy not to worry since she hadn't seen anything. Eugene rudely asked her to shut up and mind her own business. He realized that he had been too careless, but he had just been planted, causing him to be able to counterattack with a normal attack. Turning his head, the guy didn't find the man who had just stood below him, figuring the man had disappeared somewhere. Eugene stared dumbfounded at the screen and tried to do something, but all his efforts were useless. Harold turned around and said that he would help him, asking where the Grim Lord had gone since he hadn't seen him either. As suddenly the guy froze, looking at the monitor of his ally with surprise and realizing that the latter was having a very hard time right now. His monitor glowed with flashes of fire and various spells. Eugene couldn't see him, but Sunny continued to attack from all sides. They both tensed up as they realized that the skill the Grim Lord was using was Ghost Steps. Since this technique requires you to constantly find a blind spot and move quickly behind your opponent's back, this is only reserved for players with vast experience. The opponent knows his opponent is nearby but can't see anyone. All he has to do is watch the health bar slowly dwindle. But the worst part was that he didn't even know where the blows were coming from, yet the green health bar kept decreasing, turning red. They couldn't believe that the Grim Lord was capable of such a thing, and so Harold had no choice but to hover in the air on his broomstick and watch. The gap in skill level and experience between them is too great, so you need to distract Lord and try to save Eugene. The boy gained speed and sent a spell towards his opponent, but he repelled it with a single swing of his sword without much effort. Then he decided he would have to fly closer while Eugene distracted his opponent from what was going on behind his back. The battle mage bounced to the side while the wizard flew closer to him, noticing that the Lord had started using a new skill. Harold noticed it rather late, after which he decided to stop the broom, realizing that he was now using the Exorcist skill. The huge blue beam that was called the Symbol of Rebellion rushed high into the sky, nearly clawing the guy on the broomstick. If he is hit by it, he will also be tossed by the air. Then there is no way he can fly closer and help his comrade. Meanwhile, Sunny switched back to the battle mage and used his own spiral throw on him, hooking the latter with his spear. However, it was too late for them to do anything about it, because the Lord had thrown Eugene to the ground before Harold could fly up to him. The wizard glanced fearfully at his comrade, watching as he sprawled on the ground, his armor completely destroyed. His health bar had reached 0, and it was obvious that he had lost and his character had died, causing Eugene to be extremely resentful. The guy on the broom watched his ally slowly fade away, reaching his peak and perishing under another Grim Lord. Noticing this, Bun said they had handled one. At the same time, Frank noticed that the bully was distracted and thus opened up. It was a great chance to strike stealthily, making it easier to make it easier on himself and fight against fewer people. This was his chance, which he immediately took advantage of by hitting the blonde, after which she decided to retreat, breaking the distance. Bun immediately shouted that he had escaped nimbly, at which time Frank headed towards Harold, who was already waiting for him. At this time, Linda asked Eugene how someone died, but he was still blazing with anger and was unwilling to answer the question. In that second, Harold loudly ordered everyone to run, realizing that there was nothing they could do, much less win. The whole team looked at him in shock and asked why they had to run. It was obvious they didn't realize the level of danger yet. Harold replied that their opponent was too strong, so they needed to retreat and come up with a plan, because without one, they would definitely lose. One player thought that Lord had killed Eugene and Harold was definitely afraid of him, then asked who they were even fighting against. A little while later, Bun asked how they could have let him escape, for this assassin was too nimble. Months added that they couldn't even catch him with the 4 of them, to which Sunny asked them not to relax, because these people should not be underestimated. When asked why, he replied that fighting them was much more fun than fighting people in the arena. Bun and Tina were immediately incited by the thought. Meanwhile, in the little grass training room, Linda asked what they should do now. Frank replied that they should attack them again. The girl decided to find out Eugene's thoughts. He said he needed to be reborn. It would take some time, plus he still had to get to them. Just as suddenly, Frank noticed some movement on the screen, whereupon he shouted loudly that they were following them, so they needed to be careful. The entire team immediately put on their headphones, mentally preparing themselves for the upcoming fight they must endure. They immediately scattered, each taking their own position, deciding to wagering from the spot they had hidden behind, hoping to catch their opponents off guard. Bun stated that he saw them hiding. Sunny stopped him, said that now it was going to be a real team battle. He then asked if they had watched the professional league, and everyone but Bun nodded affirmatively, while he shook his head in disappointment. The Lord smiled and asked to memorize their location. They would share, then asked everyone to stand in the formation of the cross. Bun should stand in the front, Tyler on the left, Baby Monthly in the center, and Tina in the back. He would be on the right. He ordered to follow him. While Month complained about being called a baby again, everyone else immediately obeyed the order and began to take their positions. At this time, Linda, who was playing as a sniper, started asking the voice chat team what the situation was like because she was afraid to look out. John replied that they were in a cross formation, then began to accurately relay each player's position so that the others could understand what was going on. Harold also noticed that they were moving towards Frank, but they couldn't let them be dealt with individually. Harold asked Linda to try and distract them. In a confident tone, the girl agreed, trying to think of a way to pull it off. Suddenly, she jumped out of her hiding place, thinking that the Grim Lord was already a dead man. Along with that, she drew her pistols. She took aim and started to fire at her opponent, but at the same second, she received a return aimed shot right in the head. The girl stared dumbfounded at the monitor screen, asking loudly as he fired, surprised that his weapon could still fire. Sonny, for his part, had already pointed the umbrella of 1,000 probabilities in her direction, giving it the shape of a machine gun, which he immediately used. Linda realized that she had to be on her guard. She was sure she definitely wouldn't miss this time. Then she tried to shoot again. However, just like last time, she was again hit in the head by a bullet, even though she hadn't yet had time to look out from behind cover. It was strange for her, because the timing of the Grim Lord's shots was too good. He hit her twice in the head, right before she attacked. But anyway, now they are going to her like the guy asked. But along with that, she asked everyone to be careful. While hiding behind a huge boulder, she heard a loud explosion, causing her to become very frightened. Note that it was definitely not a gunshot. Just as she suddenly heard Lord say that the angle was too low, Bun picked up that the distance was a bit off as well. She didn't understand what they were talking about, but Lord asked her ally to jump so the brick would fly farther. It was a good opportunity to practice. Linda came harder in headphones to herself, asked what that sound was since she can't see anything from there. Her ally informed her that it was a brick. The bully throws it at different angles she hid behind. The girl realized the one practicing, deciding they were just messing with them. However, she can't let them trap her here. Sooner or later he'll hit her, so we need to get out of here. She knew that the brick had a cooldown too, and so after another miss, she decided to keep score until the next attack. After counting to 3, she climbed out of her hiding place, figuring it was the perfect time, but she was in for an unpleasant surprise. The girl looked out so ill-timed that the brick hit her right in the face, stunning her and dropping her to the ground, incapacitating her. Bun was happy that he hit it by finding the right angle, but Sunny replied that he only hit it because she decided to stick out. Bully asked why she did it, to which he got the answer that he'd been leaving them for so long that she was tired of waiting. Linda couldn't stand such comments, after which she cried and asked if her team would continue to just watch. John thought that Eugene was dead and Linda was cornered. If used on them squares, he would be able to establish a ghostly boundary. This is a strong support skill. You should try to kill or at least wound someone while this effect is in effect. He then asked Harold to be ready, for they needed to coordinate their attacks. He immediately understood everything, becoming more focused. Meanwhile, Frank thought they hadn't even included him in their strategy, even though he was part of the team. At this time, Monthly wondered that they should attack from here, for their opponents were hidden. Sunny replied that he would give them all the instructions they needed. Frank realized that they were discussing strategy, so it was worth warning the team to be prepared just in case. However, he was interrupted by John, who loudly asked Harold to use the shadow cloak while he himself would put up a ghostly border. As the guy on the broomstick began to fly at his opponents, he noticed the swordsman lunging at him to attack, but it was obvious that he was not eager. Just as the order of the Grim Lord suddenly sounded, the blonde swung his sword, sending a shockwave into his opponent. Harold was dumbfounded by such a sudden attack and his blunder, but Monthly was just as surprised, asking how it happened. Looking at the wizard fall to the ground, the swordsman couldn't understand how that worked. Harold stated that they needed to change the plan. Frank thought in shock that they knew Harold was going to come out of there. He felt uneasy as he realized they could see right through them. Ghost Borders needs time to activate. Without any support, he'll have time to be stopped before it's set. Then you need to use Ghost Cut. It will be open for a short period of time, but can do quite a bit of damage. He should have been able to do it, as there was enough distance between him and them that he had time to retreat to safety. John lunged towards the Lord, using the Ghost Swordsman skill, Ghost Cut. However, his opponent wasn't going to dodge. He immediately noticed such a gesture. He decided that he was very brave, but unfortunately, getting hit by this attack would flip him off in addition to the damage. All Sunny did was put his umbrella in front of him and opened it up, making it like a shield that took on the entire attack. The Lord continued to stand in the same spot, examining his opponent while taking no damage, confident in his defense. John wondered in amazement when he had managed to get his shield out, but the saddest part was that most of the damage of the ghost cut didn't go through. He didn't understand how his weapon was able to change. After all, it was the first time he had ever seen something like this. At that very second, Sunny rushed to attack. Distracted from his thoughts, John realized too late that he wouldn't have time to dodge, and so could only watch as the Lord attacked him. His opponent approached at arm's length, then would do an under the umbrella, piercing through the ghostly swordsman's armor. When the blow caught up with John, Sunny loudly announced to his team that he was paralyzed, then told Tina that he would do the talking and she would do the doing. John watched his opponent dumbfounded and tried to understand the meaning of his words because he was not going to personally deal with him. Soft Mugla immediately gripped her spear tightly and got into a fighting stance, agreeing with her leader's words, preparing to attack. The Lord's blow pushed John back, but Tina was already there waiting for him, stabbing him with her spear, causing a bleeding effect. The ghostly swordsman doomedly pondered that he had been caught after all, fighting alone against two. He didn't stand a chance. Sunny threw another punch, toppling his opponent to the ground, telling his team that he was leaving the rest up to them. John fell to the ground in the form that he was already surrounded by the entire crew of the Grim Lord. He realized that this was the end and he would not get out. At this time, Harold circled on his broom and watched the Lord move. He had absolutely no way of knowing when he was going to strike. Harold fell on top of John. Sunny's whole crew looked on in amazement at the addition. Bun shouted happily that they had caught two already. However, the hero knew that there was still one left hiding behind a tombstone, and so he asked his team to catch it. Finding the girl and using the flower touch skill on her, he sent Linda following his comrades who were already being dealt with by his team. Bun greeted her while John menacingly asked why they were here too. The girl replied that this wasn't the best time to berate her. Instead, she cautioned him not to get hit by a brick, but Bun was already scurrying toward them, swinging his trademark skill. This simple attack was enough for the ghost swordsman's health to reach the 0 mark, thus taking him out of the game. John stared in shock at his monitor screen, where a red sign froze on it, notifying him that his character had died. After a couple seconds, the guy's nerves failed, and he yelled loudly, "Where is Frank, who did nothing to save them?" The boy was frightened by such treatment, but immediately pulled himself together and headed towards the Allies. But his path was blocked by the Grim Lord. Frank wasn't going to back down, so he decided to cross his blades with Sunny's umbrella as he suddenly realized he had run out without any plan. This was his major mistake, whereupon the Lord loudly asked his team to catch another opponent who had shown up to them on his own. Frank landed next to his companions, but their health was already at 0, and so they began to slowly fade away. The boy shuddered when he noticed the hungry looks directed in his direction, for he was alone among his entire crew. The rest could only observe the red inscription signifying total defeat. The atmosphere was also not particularly cheerful. Everyone was silent for a while, trying to realize their defeat and the fact that they had failed to follow the captain's orders. Suddenly, Linda laughed, saying it was so unfamiliar to play this sniper, she had too little skill. John agreed with her. Suddenly, Eugene declared that this was what he had been telling them, and finally, they all realized it, even though it came too late. Everyone scrutinized each other, trying to understand the mood of their comrades, but no one dared to say anything. They are all professional players, but even with their skills and rich experience in the game, they still lost clean. The next day at 5:30 p.m., Yexi decided to stop by the team's clubhouse, bringing along Little Grass Vice Captain Dan. The captain asked him to hand out account cards to everyone. He nodded quietly and began handing out a new card to everyone. As the guy approached each player, Yexi said that yesterday, members of their reserve team were completely defeated by one player. He asked Harold to talk about it briefly. The guy with the circles under his eyes stated that he was very strong. This interested Yexi. The guy added that he has a lot of experience. He attacks a lot and uses his skills perfectly, and his decision-making speed is always top-notch. He then raised his voice a bit, stating that he really thought there was no stronger player besides their captain. Key members of the team told him he was exaggerating, then asked him what they needed those account cards for. Yexi replied that after lunch, they would add a new segment to their training and go to a boss they didn't go to. He also added that it was the strongest boss in Glory's history. Of course, he was referring to the Grim Lord he wanted to defeat. Also, the captain added that, unless he is mistaken, the Grim Lord is a retired Sunny, and the account maps their classes. They would find him and spar with him. It would serve as a huge improvement to their skills. At the same second, the information from the grass garden came to them. They were informed that Lord was on the devastated land, also told that he was alone. Yexi put on headphones and announced that they were heading towards him. A while later, they reached a desolate land that looked like a desert that was covered in sand and warmed by the sun. When the team got to the right place, they spotted a grim lord who was fighting monsters and pumping his level. Yexi turned to his team and said that to have them have one-on-one duels with him, then asked who wanted to be first. A guy named Luke decided to be the first to offer his nomination. Then, with a smile on his face, he returned to the game. His berserk character, Blood Madness, stepped forward holding a huge two-handed sword, hopefully using it to defeat the Grim Lord. Luke walked over to him and called out to him, but there was no response. Sunny's character didn't even move. Luke didn't realize what was wrong with him. After all, this guy had just been killing monsters non-stop, and now suddenly stopped. Meanwhile, Shani was telling Sunny that the price of soda has gone up 3 yuan when his shift comes up. He mustn't forget it. Suddenly, the girl turned her attention to his monitor, telling her subordinate that someone was trying to attack him. He immediately reacted. Taking the mouse in his hands just in time, Sunny noticed some berserker approaching him, deciding to attack from the back. However, this was no problem for the Lord, causing him to put up a lightning-fast defense in the form of his weapon that was suitable for any need. With a not particularly interested look, Shiny began listing the nicknames of the people who had gathered here, asking who the guy had pissed off this time. Sunny wondered if these were the guys from yesterday, since their class assignment said it was Team Little Grass. The guy suggested that Shiny talk about the price of the sodas a little later, and she agreed, asking him to deal with them first. Dodging the berserk attacks, Sunny thought that even though he was within range of their attacks, the others were doing nothing. He didn't know if they had decided to just observe, or if they had some definite purpose that no one could understand but them. As Sunny fought, Shiny cried out, which immediately reminded her of their competition with Tina, after which she began to comment on his actions. The girl was saying that the berserker didn't even realize what was going on, after which she began to list the skills Sunny used. She kept yelling that this is what he would get for attacking from the back, and after would tell the back, the performance would come to an end. Smiling, Shiny concluded that he was a good player, but somehow died too quickly, though she knew who he was fighting against. Such a defeat made Luke very angry, but he tried to contain his emotions and only apologized to the captain. Yexi didn't show any emotion at all, saying everything was fine, then turned to Chris, announcing that it was now his turn. Swordmaster Drawing Slashes proudly stepped forward, bearing his sword. Now he needed to show off all his skills and experience. Sunny was surprised and asked that they were going to fight him one at a time. Fireflash Axie immediately told him yes. Resting his head on his hand, Sunny stated that it was too steamy, then suggested that everyone make it a little easier. While they were quietly waiting for his suggestion, he waved his hand with a smug smile and said that they could all attack him together. Chris shouted loudly that he wasn't going to let that happen, asking the captain to let him deal with the asshole personally and get the smugness out of his face. Luke thought about the fact that Chris hadn't fought him yet, but he himself realized that he wasn't able to predict his attacks, even though his skill was low level. Pulling out an umbrella from behind his back, Sunny turned to Yexi and asked if he was sure it was a good idea to use him as a coach. The one replied that it was a rare opportunity. Then Lord decided to ask if anyone here had dealt with a classless character before. Yexi is in his 6th year in the professional league, but by the time he first started playing, characters without specialization had already disappeared. The captain thought that Sunny was an expert in every class and he had a lot of experience. On top of that, he was proficient in these countries transforming weapons. Sunny said that if they continued to attack one at a time, they risked psychological trauma, and he wouldn't want that to happen. Suddenly, Yexi realized that he was right. This was a bad idea. As long as Sunny plays a character with no specialization, then even he is not his equal. A reserve team loss isn't the end of the world. The problem is more that even from the main roster, no one can fight him right now. If guys keep fighting him one-on-one, their confidence will be shattered, which could negatively impact their growth later on. Given the circumstances, if they want to break through, all they have to do is defeat the Grim Lord, and it doesn't matter how. Yexi asked everyone to listen. They will attack at the same time. Den noticed that there are too many of them, and it doesn't seem honorable. The captain asked him not to worry and just focus on winning. Right now it didn't matter if the act was unconscionable or not. Sunny laughed and asked if that was okay, because if they attacked all together and lost, it would be more humiliation for them. This produced a violent reaction on the faces of each of the team members who were shocked at such a bold statement. Everyone immediately started shouting that Lord was too arrogant, while others asked the captain to swiftly muzzle him. However, the captain only smiled and thanked Sunny for his words were spoken at the most appropriate time, for he had ignited the team's fighting spirit. Sunny smiled and asked if they were really going to attack all together, then wished them luck, deciding to play along. Whereupon he began to run away, taking their comfortable place. Turning around, he saw a crowd of players chasing him. Yexi flew after Sunny, picking up speed. Along with that, he urged the team to follow him to catch the Grim Lord. Chris said he runs too fast and his movement is unpredictable. They have 2 snipers, but not one will hit him. Suddenly, everyone noticed that there was a dead end ahead and nowhere else to run. But Sunny kept moving forward with purpose. Jumping over the wall, which immediately began to crumble, Lord continued on his way, hopefully hiding inside the building. Yexi immediately began issuing orders to his subordinates, indicating who should go in from the left and right. The gunners should continue to shell the space. Yexi knew Sunny was a coward and was definitely hiding right now. However, it hadn't been long since he had gone into hiding. He should be in the neighboring buildings. He paused for a few seconds to consider his next plan of action and to speculate where the Lord might be hiding right now. He then ordered the gunmen to open fire at 12 o'clock. They immediately obeyed while the others went to storm the building. After a while, one of the players came out through the veil of dust and reported that the Grim Lord was missing and no one could find him. The captain thought it was strange, as there were no other exits from this building, and then he asked to check the other 2 structures. 10 minutes later, he was informed that the second building was also empty. They also had time to check the remaining ones, but it was empty there too. Yexi assumed he could only hide quickly in those 3 buildings. Maybe there was some other low-level skill he overlooked. As suddenly, there was a loud shout from one of the players. The captain turned his head in his direction in surprise as he shouted that it couldn't be. Everyone immediately started asking what was wrong, to which Frank replied in an uncertain voice that it looked like the Grim Lord was just out of the game. Shawnee asked in surprise that he just picked up and walked out, because she thought he was planning to smash them to smithereens, but he couldn't beat them all. She shrieked loudly that he was just awful, after which she asked why he even needed to bluff like that. He replied to make them nervous. Yexi got up from the table and said there was no point in continuing the search since he was out of the game. One of the players asked why he ran away. The captain offered to discuss what happened. Sunny, playing as a character with no specialization, is the sort of combo you don't find anywhere else. So, when they are fighting against such an experienced player, you have to turn on your imagination and experiment with your tactics. He said he would smear them, just to apply psychological pressure. At low levels, he has an undeniable advantage. The loss of his subordinates was obvious, because one-on-one, even he was no match for him. All the players immediately realized the meaning of his words. I don't everyone is well aware of what he is about. He may have retired, but his skills are still some of the best. They should all appreciate the opportunity to fight against such a strong player by identifying their weaknesses and working on them. That was their goal in today's confrontation with the boss, as suddenly the question of what he meant by the word boss came from his earphones. Tina noticed he was talking to the same guys who attacked them yesterday, then asked what they wanted from him. Sunny logged in from the girl's account. Everyone else noticed it immediately, asking how he even dared to come back here. Yexi calmly noticed the battle max standing in front of him, then told Eugene now it was his time to fight. He was surprised, but the captain asked him to calm down and not to forget that he was a player of the championship team, and he immediately understood everything. The guy approached Tina's character and asked to fight again, to which he heard a question as to why he shouldn't recruit some spheres to begin with. That question pissed Eugene off, who immediately grinned and wanted to answer Sunny as harshly as possible to calm down. But Yexi asked him not to waste time on such chatter, then ordered everyone else to start taking notes. Eugene realized that the captain was right. It was just chatter. He needed to stay calm as Sunny wasn't playing his character right now. All he needs to do is just focus. After that, they began to fight, doing battle on equal footing without giving in to each other. Just as suddenly, the guy's spear caught up with Soft Mist, causing a bleeding effect, thus ensuring himself victory. Eugene smiled, thinking that when he's not playing as a character with no specialization, Sunny isn't as cool as people say he is. Leaning on the spear, Tina's character took a breath before Sunny declared that it was now his turn to attack. Eugene asked again, but Maglar immediately began attacking him with long-range spells, tearing the distance between them. Along the way, he said it was best to dilute the use of skills with a few normal attacks. That way he could change the pace of the battle. If he uses 4 skills in a row, 3 of them go into roll, leaving him with a meager skill selection that makes it easy to predict his actions. Sunny asked Tina to watch him play more closely because she would have a chance to learn something today. When asked who she was talking to, the guy replied that he too could spend that time training his man like they do. He then attacked Eugene, asking if the captain had told him that loss of concentration leads to defeat. This attack from the back was too sudden, so the guy wouldn't be able to dodge it, so the spear stabbed into his back. Eugene menacingly clenched his hands into a fist, then trembled and began apologizing to the captain for being so inattentive. Yexi asked why he was even listening to what he was saying. It would serve as a lesson to him for the future. He understood perfectly. The other players on the team loudly begged the captain to let them go next. At the same second, Sunny offered to move into the arena. When asked if he had any people who needed training, he said yes, though not as many as Yexi did. The team captain immediately wondered who they were, because maybe Sunny was coaching future professionals who would play in the league. Glancing at Tina, who had taken a seat at a nearby computer, the guy calmly replied that she was the girl from the internet cafe. Yexi decided to ask if Soft Mist was her. Sunny agreed with his assumption, then said he was going to log in from his account now. A few minutes later, Lord appeared in front of him, saying that the champion team practicing with the unknown girl from the internet cafe. Yexi immediately realized she was a rookie, then asked if it was too stupid to put her against professional players. Sunny replied that this way of training would work great for her, and those who couldn't beat her wouldn't be allowed to fight him. If they continue to play cat and mouse like they did today, it really will be a waste of time. Tina asked if these guys were really good players. Sunny assured her that they were good enough, but she wondered how much. Smirking, the guy concluded that they were a bit worse than him. Hearing this, the other players loudly asked him not to be so arrogant. However, Sunny ignored their request and turned to the girl, asking if she would cry if she lost. To his surprise, Tina only smiled and confidently stated that she refused to believe they were as cool as he said they were. With his usual calmness, Yexi asked his team who wanted to duel the girl first, waiting for volunteers. Immediately, Luke raised his hand, wishing to be first, as he wanted to get to the Grim Lord as quickly as possible to get even with him. Sunny reiterated to him that to fight him, he would have to defeat Soft Mist first. The guy accepted this offer and decided to create a room. Tina asked where she should look for Sunny when they were done. He replied that if she won, he would be waiting in the next room. The password was 15951. Whereupon the guy got up from the table and said it was getting close to time for the night shift, so he would go to the receptionist's desk. He wondered how long Tina would last. Right now her advantage was speed, but Luke was also a pretty fast player. Her advantages become more of a disadvantage in comparison. He assumed she'd have enough for a second 40, then noticed they were done. A close look at the result, and he was shown that they finished in 43 seconds, almost exactly as he predicted. When they met, Tina said that the guy was right, and the guy was strong. Sunny replied that she got the most uncomfortable opponent. However, the girl was not discouraged, stating that it didn't matter, because whoever he was, she would crush him. This calmed the guy down a bit. He smiled back at her and told her that he hoped that was how it would go, but right now, they needed to wait for the rest of the players. The next second, he heard a question about whether he thought it was funny, because naming a room like that could very easily be confusing. Suddenly, Luke declared that he couldn't join. He didn't understand why this was happening. After all, he had already defeated Soft Mist. Sunny asked him to calm down and look at the terms of the duel starting. The guy turned his head and realized it was a betting fight. Yexi decided to look at the rates and saw 40 pieces of solid got silk, then stated that they didn't have that much. Sunny replied that it was no trouble. If there wasn't that much silk available, they could supply something equal to it. At this time, Grain familiarized himself with his list, noticing the materials dropping out of hidden and wild bosses, and on top of that, a bunch more junk. This list didn't even fit on the screen. The guy realized in shock that Lord was asking for too much, deciding that he simply had no conscience. However, he had resigned himself to the fact that he had been given this task by the Yexi god himself, so he had to smash himself to pieces but prepare the necessary materials. A short while later, Sunny was pleasantly surprised that they had gotten the materials they needed so quickly, as expected of a championship team. Yexi said that he not only wanted to get materials to pump his silver weapon, but also to train his player. Sunny replied that if he wanted to win the championship again, he'd have to take the opportunity while he had the chance. The arena has begun to load, and the classless Grim Lord versus the Swordmaster Drawing Slashers will do battle in it. Luke was completely focused on the duel, pressing the right keys incredibly fast, trying to keep track of his opponent's movements. Allies tried to encourage him by commenting on how fast his speed was, but he paid them no attention. Yexi thought Luke was the first to rush to the attack. Looks like he's very impatient, but really, he knows what he's doing. With his speed, he's going to use a series of attacks to limit his opponent's movement. But he still has very little chance of winning. Although there were tactics in his actions, it was very difficult for even a professional to stand alone against the Grim Lord. Luke noticed that he continued to close in on him and immediately counterattack every time he let his defenses down. The fact that he's classless is only part of his overwhelming power. Even professional players wouldn't be able to predict his actions. As soon as Sunny saw the blue screen signifying victory, he immediately received 40 pieces of solid silk, for which he immediately thanked the guy. Then the Berserk, who was the very first to attack the Lord, stepped forward, but Sunny said he had to fight the soft Mugla first. A few fights later, Lord stood and smiled, satisfied with the victory as he had gotten the items from the bets along with it. It went on like this a few more times, with Tina practicing her skills and Sunny beating everyone and picking up the bet. After a while, Yexi asked his team if they were done. They grudgingly agreed, upset at the defeat. Harold said he learned a lot and now will have to train harder to last longer next time. Such an answer satisfied the captain, for they were able to accept defeat with dignity. Each of them must go through similar disappointment. This is the only way they can become stronger. As suddenly, Lord decided to personally write to Yexi, asking if he wanted to try it himself. He called the captain Big-Eyed, knowing that Yexi used to have that nickname since one of his eyes was bigger than the other. After a while, Sunny noticed that Tina and Yexi had already finished fighting because they had returned to the next room at the same time. He then said his style has changed a bit. Previously, he could finish a fight in about 30 seconds or so, and the captaincy has gone in his favor. Axie briefly invited him to the arena, to which he said he wouldn't let him win, as they had already lost 10 matches. The captain turned his attention to his crew, who were loudly shouting words of encouragement, though they were quite shabby themselves. In a calm tone, the guy stated that he didn't think he had no chance of winning, as his level was much higher than the other players. However, Sunny smiled and tried to change his mind, saying that he knew they were gone, so the outcome of this fight was obvious. Players started asking if there was any point to all this chatter. Then he was reminded of how they lost a championship because of it. As everyone immediately began to worry about the captain, but he replied that everything was fine and this chatter didn't affect him. He invited Lord into the arena once more, and then they began to load up. Now, the battle of the classless character against the witch was to come. As soon as they were in place, Yexi began attacking Sunny with magic projectiles without any warning, and Sunny responded. Yexi knew how dangerous this attack was, so he immediately got on his broom and soared into the air, as it was easier to dodge the projectiles. A veil of dust rose above the ground, but it didn't stop the captain from soaring through the air and out of the danger zone while the Lord was on the ground. The other players said their captain was unbelievable, because if they were in that situation, those shells would have definitely hit them. Classless characters are equally good at melee and ranged. It seems like his character is basically invulnerable. Everyone was equally curious as to what their captain would do in such a situation, the very second Yexi decided to use ice powder. That way he could deal additional magic damage to his class's basic attacks, but they didn't know that it could be used in this way. Yexi was still on his broom while spraying powder directly towards the Lord. However, the same opened his umbrella, making a shield out of it. While Sunny was swiping the umbrella of ice powder, he noticed a magic projectile that was larger than usual already flying towards him. However, that wasn't all. Right after that, Yexi used the shadow cloak and Sunny in turn created a shadow clone. Players said their captain fights flawlessly. She still can't get the upper hand. I'll add that the classless characters are infuriating. The other guy stated that it was too early to jump to conclusions, as their captain was now accelerating to incredible speeds. They looked in surprise at the captain, who was clacking away at the keyboard very quickly, realizing that she was now going wild. Everyone, as one realized that this was his true wizarding style, they too had a second she such a lord, taking off some of his health. Even Sunny was surprised by this, as the captain's personal style of play is incredible, but for the sake of the team, he changed it a lot. Depending on how you look at it, you could argue that a wizard's playstyle is similar to that of a classless character. Characters with no specialization are that way initially, while the captain earned his title through outstanding intuition and skill. His maneuverability in flight is flawless, and he attacks from completely unpredictable angles. It was a true wizard. However, Yexi realized that even so, it wasn't enough, and therefore needed to concentrate to the best of his ability to catch up with his opponent. He decided to switch to close combat and attack him with his broom. It was working, for the Grim Lord's health was gradually decreasing. But Sunny wasn't going to give up so easily, and so he was doing everything he could to make sure that Yexi's health didn't stand still either. It was a battle of equals in which neither wanted to give the victory to the other. Now they were both at their limits. Players decided it was just crazy because their captain only has the skills of one class at his disposal, but he fights great against a classless one. Unlike Sunny, their captain has a bit more trouble, but he still holds up decently and does his due damage. Tina thought that during the battle with her, he had absolutely not resorted to this tactic. If he had, she would have lost much sooner. But everyone watching them realized that the outcome of the battle was near, because their health was almost at zero. Sunny decided to bet everything on one last attack, then jumped up. Eerie jumped straight at the wizard who was still sitting on his broomstick. There was a loud explosion, and it was unclear who had won, as suddenly everyone noticed that the Grim Lord had run out of health. They decided that their captain had won, but at the same second, they noticed that Yexi also had no health left, which they ran out of at the same time. Tina stared at the monitor in shock, realizing that they had a draw. It was quite a strange sight since they were fighting like monsters. Sunny reached out and said the video, as hard as he was trying, he had to give him a chance to save face. Standing up from the table, Yexi stated that that was it for today. From this day forward, he wanted them to come in every day and ask the Lord to train them. It's not mandatory, but he hopes everyone won't neglect this rare opportunity to learn something new. His experience, his way of thinking, and even the way he carries on a chit-chat are all worth learning from, after which he sent everyone home well rested. All the players said goodbye to the captain in high spirits, asking him not to linger. The latter waved them back. Afterward, he reflected that he wanted Sunny to be their sparring partner, but it ended up being a little more complicated than that. Materials, training, sparring, when it comes to deals with Sunny, he always ends up winning, causing the Vault and Guild to be nearly devastated. Sighing, the guy also hadn't forgotten about Soft Mist, who seemed like a rather curious player with potential. The next night, everyone gathered again at the same place. Sunny said the rules are the same. They fight Manga first, and then him. This time, Tina had to fight Linda. The girl was and level above a professional player. It didn't mean victory. The girl was completely focused and was very quickly tapping away at the keyboard, not wanting to give up and lose to the other girl so easily. However, she lost in 1 minute 47 seconds. She lasted 20 seconds longer today than yesterday on the night Sunny pointed out her mistakes. She needed a lot of tweaking so that she could, if not fight back, then last longer, thus becoming stronger. But a 20-second improvement was completely insufficient, however. Linda noticed that Soft Mist fought quite well. With her head sadly lowered, Tina thought that she didn't need comfort. She just wanted to catch up to all these people in skills. Yexi approached her and told her that she fought really honorably, then decided to ask her real name. She answered. As the team captain suddenly decided to offer her a little sparring, Tina immediately agreed, and they headed towards the arena. The first thing Yexi did was to saddle up his broom and keep his distance from the battle mage, trying to move as fast as possible. Looking at that incredible speed, the girl immediately realized that he was fighting in the same style as the Grim Lord. However, these thoughts could in no way help her defeat such a strong opponent, and he didn't even seem like he was going to give her any indulgences. Using all his speed, he attacked the girl and took his victory in just 27 seconds, and the girl's screen showed a defeat. When she thought glory was too easy, but Sunny, and now this team of players, ability the same ease to defeat her. She had only gotten to know a tiny bit of it before, but believing that she had already seen the whole of it, she had very much underestimated how complex this game was. Yexi offered her another round, but you replied that there was no point as he was playing much better than her. The guy said it was temporary. The girl thanked him, then heard him ask if she wanted to join a professional league. This puzzled her quite a bit. Yexi seriously said that if the offer interested, he would send her an invitation right away, and that was no joke. He'd like to take him to Little Grass on probation. The girl immediately sweated that it was a team name. Tina declined, and Yexi thought in shock that joining a professional league was any player's dream, especially since their team were champions. He didn't understand why she was rejecting the offer made personally by the team captain. Tina replied that the way she was living her life now suited her. Yexi decided to ask how exactly she was living now, to which he got the answer that she was working at an internet cafe. This surprised the guy. She told him he could go fight the Grim Lord, while Yexi wondered why she was fighting them. She replied that she just wants to be a better person. His and her way of thinking are drastically different. It feels like he's outdone himself. He decided that he should have investigated her past properly first, but now he decided to watch Frank and Tina fight. The guy also noticed that the captain hadn't left the room, which meant he planned to watch them bat, and he figured he needed to show some class. But Yexi was thinking about Tina, who had lost 11 matches in a row last night and now lost to him as well, and in less than 30 seconds. However, she doesn't look depressed or discouraged. She has a remarkably strong fortitude, pretty good hand speed and mechanical skills. Sunny's sniff for talent is truly amazing. Tina is a true prodigy who could fight back against his player right now. Frank, too, was discouraged by this turn of events, for the girl had begun to fight much better and more confidently than yesterday. The captain looked at Frank out of sadness, thinking that at this rate, there would be no place left for him in Little Grass in the future. The captain realized that Tina was still a rookie, but nevertheless, their fight had already lasted 3 minutes. Frank was the weakest player on their team right now. The level of skill he is showing is not at all what is required to be on a championship team. Even if he joined the weakest of the teams, he wouldn't be drafted into the main roster. He's been here a long time. Others are growing and improving their skills, but not him. If instead of a championship team, he had joined a relatively quiet mid-tier team, he could have accomplished more. A short while later, Frank appeared in the room, whom Sunny immediately met and immediately recognized, turning to him. The guy was surprised and started flying something, thinking about how he recognized him, not realizing since when he had even become visible. Sunny looked at him and smiled, then asked him if he was playing assassin. He replied with affirmative nods. The guy then asked if he had ever been offered a class change, because playing an assassin keeps his potential from being realized. Frank didn't know what he was talking about. After all, Sunny had said he had potential, but that couldn't be true. Maybe he had him mixed up with someone else. He suggested he try ghost swordsmen. Phantom demons use ghosts to support their teammates. That same night, Frank recalled their dialogue when Sunny said he had great situational awareness and also worked well with the team. He thought that an invisible person like him couldn't do that. Even if he started learning how to play a phantom demon, the team already had such a character. Moreover, his contract expires at the end of the season. Given his results, the club are unlikely to renew it. And when his professional contract expires, there will be no point in changing classes, even if it suits him better anymore. But at the end, Sunny asked him to be braver, and that was the word that echoed in the boy's head, who couldn't sleep. Sunny is the only one who told him this. He decided it was still worth a try. He would slowly learn how to play a ghost swordsman. He didn't know how the team or the captain would react to it, but Sunny's words seemed like a lifeline to his career. A few days later, at night in a happy internet cafe, Tina continued to fight duels against Little Grass players. Her results got much better. Sunny's advice helped her. At the same time, Yexi asked if she had thought about his offer. She was asked why they wouldn't take Sunny and was told he was a retired player. According to the rules, he has to wait a year before coming back. A little later, she went to the receptionist desk where a guy was sitting who asked how she was doing. She said better than before. Sunny said he wanted to take advantage of opportunities to be more material. But when Yexi saw that he was starting to tire, he stopped the fight. He said he's really getting old, because unlike him, Tina can lose 10 battles in a row and still be full of energy. She figured he was just tired of fighting weaklings, but the guy clarified that they weren't weaklings. Their team had won the championship 2 years ago. The girl then corrected herself by calling them weakling champions, Sunny, responding that such a title suited them better. Tina decided to tell him that Fireflash had recently asked her to join their team for a trial period. Sunny hesitated, said he had an eye for her because she actually had a lot of potential, then asked if she agreed. the girl and replied with a refusal because she never thought of becoming a professional player. This puzzled the guy. Then he smiled and told her not to think of telling their boss about it, or she'd strangle her. She agreed with him. Suddenly, 1 inch of ashes, a level 23 ghostly swordsman decided to add Sunny as a friend. He guessed who it could be. He noticed that the guy created a new account. It seems that his relationship with the other members of the team is very complicated. Frank thought the opportunity to learn from such a tough player was a huge deal, but coming to him to bring in the captain was too risky. The boy's eyes widened as Sunny gave him a detailed briefing on the benefits of being a swordsman, advising him to give his account a pump. Frank chimed in that the Void team was very cool. He had seen matches with them many times, but he didn't expect Sunny to give him detailed instructions. Tears came to his eyes when Lord texted him that as soon as he caught up with him but could join his team. He lowered his head and thanked aloud the older man who had been able to give him hope and instill in him that he was still capable of something. At this time, Sunny was smiling and thinking that the fact that he was able to take that first step was already quite impressive. It meant that he would be able to accomplish more. That same evening, one of the customers headed for the exit and said goodbye to Sunny, wishing him luck on his night shift. The guy reciprocated. He then sat down at his computer and logged into his account. While pumping with his team, he noticed that his level had reached 30th. At the same time, the heads of the various guilds started writing to him, but they were all too late because he already had an appointment with someone. However, before helping the Full Moon Guild set a record, he decided to test his equipment by opening the umbrella of 1,000 probabilities. It's gotten much more powerful in all aspects since the last pump. It's now a level 25 weapon at all 200%, but it needs to change its equipment too. Tyler texted him that their master had rushed after him, then asked him if he was really going to help the Full Moon Guild. Sunny replied that he was fine with it as long as it was paid for, but the interviewer thought the fee was too low. He asked not to worry. At this time in Bull City, in one of the taverns, a guy approached Patok, saying that the Grim Lord was now in a dungeon with the guild leader of the Full Moon Guild. Feeling like they were practicing before setting a new record, Patok realized that one was really helping this guild. The entire server is already aware of what's going on. Moreover, what the Grim Lord asked for from the guild in exchange for his help are parts of the Scarlet Moon set. Upon hearing what Sunny asked, Patok squeezed his glass very hard, causing it to crack, spilling the liquid onto the table. After all, he knew that 4 parts of the Scarlet Moon set was a negligible price. It wouldn't even be enough for a complete set. There was definitely something wrong here. The wizard said that he had looked into the matter, and when everyone found out that this guild had managed to get the Lord's support, everyone began to offer their price. Every guild was obligated to try and bribe him with a price that would be worthy, but the one replied to everyone that he was already cooperating with Full Moon. Patok said you have to hand it to him. He purposely underpriced it only to end up being the winner. The wizard noticed in shock that Samsara had offered him 8 sets, but Lord had refused again, which meant that his price was gradually increasing. Then Patok shouted loudly that he wasn't trying to pat himself after all, then asked what his true purpose was. The warrior stated that there was no point in trying to guess. Perhaps he didn't have any ulterior motive after all. Maybe they were just friends. He asked Patok, wasn't he the one who called Lord his brother? Then why was he helping the Full Moon Guild and not him? This question stunned Simon, who could not refute the words of his subordinate, who had hit the sorest spot. Either way, the Desert Lands record is likely already in their pocket, so there's no point in discussing this news. They were overheard by the leader of the Magnificent Dynasty Guild, Chanda, and thought that Sunny was doing pretty well on Server 10. Ask him how he was doing it. But he can't allow him to continue to use his position in this manner, so something has to be worked out. Meanwhile, in the Desolate Lands, Sunny, along with the Full Moon Guild, cleared the dungeon in 34 minutes and 47 seconds. When they were done with the walkthrough, Tina asked if they were going into the dungeon again, suggesting they go to Straight Gorge. The guy appreciated the girl's motivation, but asked her not to hurry because they first need to buy something for the further passage. She wondered what they should buy. Sunny said they were already level 30, so the two of them should pay attention to their gear from now on. The weapons they use are only good for level 25 in order to mop up the dungeon you need to make sure they have good gear. Before traveling to Straight Gorge, they will go to the place where they can purchase everything they need, the City of Weed. After a while, they arrived at the City of Weed. When they entered the gate, Bun noticed that it was very steep. This city was much larger than the City of Bulls. Looking around the neighborhood, Tina asked if this was where they would be shopping. Sunny said yes, smiling and looking around the town. The City of Grass is one of the largest in the world of Glory, and when you first play it, it's also the first major city you get into. Equipment and various other useful items are sold here. Bun asked if he would get stronger if he bought high-level equipment. Sunny replied that you have to choose what works best for you. As an example, he decided to describe the merits of his 1,000 probability umbrella. These arguments convinced Bun, so he decided to try to choose what suited him best, after which he began to examine the merchandise. He picked up an unremarkable glove and noticed that its price was 30 gold coins. This dumbfounded the guy, causing him to shout that he only had 10. He then began running from counter to counter, finding that every item was incredibly expensive and he couldn't afford it. He grabbed his head and screamed that everything was monstrously expensive. He couldn't afford anything they sell here. Tina said that this spear was worth 120 gold and she only had 10. She decided to come back here later when she had saved up some money. Sunny recommended her to take the Scarlet Moon spear as it had about the same characteristics. The girl said she would look around and pay her money back later. The guy asked her to buy a pack of cigarettes. That would be enough, Tina thought. She hadn't gotten her paycheck yet since she had lost all her money. Sunny told Bun to find a weapon to his liking. It would be his gift. He was happy and quickly ran to choose one. He didn't have to wait long. He started beckoning Lord over to him, saying here was the weapon of his dreams. Sunny was surprised at his speed. The guy looked in shock at the vampire claws that cost 800 gold. He didn't have that much money to buy such a thing. They, along with Tina, decided to go and look for something else. Sunny asked them not to choose the orange weapon as it wouldn't suit them. Sunny wondered how Bun was even able to smell this particular weapon so quickly. He had an incredible sense of smell. It was like he was a police dog. He then walked over to the counter where you were buying up rare materials and then asked how much he would take the strong spider silk for. The salesman was busy sorting through the goods that had gathered in his warehouse, then began to slowly turn around. When he heard a customer approach him, he said he would take the sturdy silk, but then he froze when he saw the Grim Lord in front of him. He was surprised that the silk he had gotten from them now wanted to sell back. When asked who he was, the seller said he was from Blue Creek. Sunny asked, "What's the big deal about buying it? That's the point of money. Rare materials are always needed and can be sold indefinitely." Toth said he'd take the spider's school days for 40 silver coins, but Sunny replied that he was priced at least a gold piece apiece. The vendor said he should get back to reality, since it was a new server. Lord asked how much he would give for the ice stones. The one replied that they were worth 20 gold pieces, but Sunny corrected him by quoting a price of 35, for that was more or less a decent price. Sunny smiled and asked how much he would get for 10 stones. The healer turned around in shock and asked how he got so many ice stones. The one replied that he had as many ice stones as there were in their guild's vault, and he would sell 10 stones for 300 gold. It's a very good price, because the stones are very useful. Only recipes drop in dungeons, so it will take stones to make all these things. However, the extra seller looked at him trustingly and said that 275 gold was the maximum he could offer. Sunny said it was his own fault, then decided to put his counter next to it to find a better deal. When he set up a table that he would sell ice stones for 30 gold apiece, players passing by immediately took notice of him. A bunch of people immediately ran to his counter. The healer immediately gave up and rushed to buy all the stones, announcing that they were no longer for sale. With a cheeky face, Sunny held up a bag of gold and thanked the guy for the purchase, the guy in turn calling him a sly fox. That money immediately went to buy gear for Bun and Tina, who immediately began thanking him for such gifts. As soon as they sorted out their purchases, they immediately headed to Straight Gorge to get properly pumped up there. They were being followed. The spy whispered an announcement that the Grim Lord was already here, asking everyone to keep an eye on his position and be ready to attack. Nothing pretended trouble as suddenly a bullet flew in front of Tina, which made her tense up and bounce back. She asked loudly in a panic who was here, and in the same second, the group of 3 was surrounded by a multitude of players. Bun quickly calculated that there were 24 of them, then asked Sunny who he had crossed paths with this time. The one didn't answer as he didn't know who was in front of them now. The second, the strangers rushed at them to attack. They were unwilling to surrender even in the face of numerical advantage, so they began to fight in threes against a crowd of men. As suddenly, everyone looked up dumbfounded as Sunny sent a spell not at his opponents but at his allies. At first, they didn't realize what was going on. Then they realized that the Grim Lord wanted to summon them from the cordon so he could fight more comfortably. Sunny soared sharply into the air while his opponents wondered why Lord could fly too, asking someone to stop him. However, the guy quickly jumped over his opponents and ordered his team to run after him in an attempt to pull away. They were immediately chased. Bun asked who all these people were. Sunny said that was for later. For now, they should listen to him. He began to explain that there are 3 modes of movement: fast running, regular running, and walking, which they always use. The first type of running is the fastest, but it requires endurance, which will be constantly decreasing. Walking is the slowest, but it will restore the index. Regular running cannot be called non-fast, immediate, and it does not affect endurance. If they start right from the sprint, they develop incredible speed for a short time, but this way you can't stand against an experienced player. If they adjust to his rhythm and watch him switch between all 3 types of movement, they can get away from them quickly. After a couple minutes, Bun noticed that they had really pulled ahead. Sunny said they could run no more. When asked why, the Grim Lord replied that this little test allowed him to reveal that their opponents were not particularly good, after which he pointed at the opponents and asked them to notice that there were 24 of them, but only 1 truly skilled player, a battle mage. Pointing to the only player who could catch up to them, Sunny recognized him as Chandler and asked if it was really him. The guy was dumbfounded to think that Lee was no longer interested in what was going on in the game, but he asked him to stick it to Sunny. He got kicked out of Error, so he wants to strike him before he joins some guild to throw him off his pedestal. Sunny noticed that his movement was far from perfect. He already had a good idea of his capabilities. Chandler asked what he was going to do. The Lord looked at him with a surprised look and, as if it was the most obvious thing, said he would destroy them all. Lord then ordered his small team to rush into the attack. Without a shred of doubt, Bun and Tina followed him. The remaining players asked the Guildmaster what they should do. The Guildmaster told them to take it easy and focus on the Grim Lord. However, this task was much more difficult than one might first assume, as Sunny used all of his skills to attack. He used abilities from different classes to repel, disarm, or disorient an opponent. The guy used not only his weapons, but also hand-to-hand combat techniques, not forgetting to shoot enemies with a cannon. Tina and Bun tried to keep up as well, successfully defeating each of their attackers while gaining the joy of battle. After a few minutes, they stood back to back, surveying the battlefield, but all of their opponents had been defeated. One of the wizards told the master that they could not defeat them, for the minions of the Grim Lord are also incredibly strong. When Chandler heard Tina say they were too weak, his anger got the best of him. He grinned and ordered everyone to retreat. At 4 a.m., Tina asked if they would leave them alone, since these were the same people who came in last time and had a showdown. Sunny replied that he didn't know. Maybe they just didn't want to see him anymore. The girl wondered if he had offended them in some way. Taking a puff, he replied that the guy they ran into today could be said to have ruined his professional career. There was no way Tina could have expected that answer, so she decided to ask what he did it for, since Sunny didn't seem like the kind of person who would do such a thing. It took the guy a few seconds to find the right words, then he said he wasn't professional enough. Taking a sip of hot tea from the thermos, the girl replied that it came out that he hadn't done anything wrong, though she already knew that. She suggested that they were afraid that he might come back. Sunny replied that she was quick to gripe, but they hadn't quite figured them out yet. They now have the opportunity to create him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in a situation where they can pursue and pressure him. Sunny said he was too lazy, needed to work on himself more. Tina asked if he didn't want to do it himself. The guy decided not to answer this question, silently finishing his cigarette and trying to think the words I told him my friend. Hearing no reply, she stepped away from the receptionist's desk, told that they could pass the burial ground 4 more times anyway. When 11 p.m. came, Sunny put on his headphones and asked Tina if she had been put on a different shift, adding that it was even more convenient that way. She agreed, saying that Shani had swapped all her morning shifts for afternoon shifts since she was playing all night long now. The owner grudgingly said that if it didn't bother her, it bothered her for too, and that she should realize that. The guy said that they were helping the Full Moon Guild set a record today, so they would be joining them soon. Meanwhile, Tina asked where Moo Moo was, to which Sunny replied that he had no idea, after which he wondered what she had called Marie. He pictured 2 girls happily holding hands, realizing that he definitely didn't understand girls. But seriously, Marie still hadn't responded to the messages he'd sent earlier. He figured something was wrong, so he should call her. As soon as he picked up the phone, a girl who completely hid her face entered the room and asked for one computer. Rubbing his head, the guy declared that she had won because she had finally dressed in such a way that he didn't even immediately recognize her, although it was quite difficult. Marie was surprised by such a remark, after which she said that she too thought that no one would recognize her if she dressed like that. He was surprised that instead of sitting in her room she came here in the middle of the night. The girl replied that she was just bored. He wondered where to put her. Last time Sherlock had sat in Section A, but it wasn't good there. Too cold and dark. He pointed to the seat next to him. Even though it was the receptionist's seat, Sunny told Marie she could sit here. He clarified that this is the main computer, so other than the game you can't do anything on it. If she does something wrong, all the computers will shut down. In a more serious voice, the guy asked her not to use that power. She replied that she would be very careful. Marie stepped in and immediately started apologizing for being late. Bun immediately said it was okay, because being late was a girl's privilege. Wasting no time, the bully headed into the portal while Sunny stopped her friend and sent her an exchange request. He handed her a level 30 hand cannon. The girl was touched that he had bought it for her, then began to scrutinize it. She asked how much the cannon cost. When she heard the answer, she said it was cheap. However, it wasn't cheap at all for a new server. After they set a new record of 28 minutes and 1 second, Sunny decided to have a quick word with Mapletree. After some small talk, Marie stated that she had to go now. Sunny was surprised that she had decided to leave him so quickly. The second the girl decided to turn off the computer, with a sharp motion the guy interrupted her, reminding her that this is the main computer. The girl yelled that she forgot because she always turns off her computer when she's done playing, then headed for the exit. She added that she doesn't know when she'll be able to make it next time, as the internet cafe is still a pretty dangerous area for her. After saying goodbye, Marie walked towards the exit. Sunny decided to stop her and ask if she was hungry, offering her something to eat. This question immediately made the girl come back. She cheerfully replied that she agreed, and her face immediately took on a joyful look. The guy started listing that they had beef stew, chicken and mushrooms, egg tomatoes, pickled ribs, seafood and more. He asked what she would like. After thinking for a moment, Marie cheerfully replied that she would have chicken and mushrooms. So he asked her to wait for a while, after which he went to the refrigerator and started pulling out an order to cook. Sunny smiled and said she could sit down while he boiled water, so she didn't have to rush anywhere. After a while, the guy brought her noodles. Marie said she left the game in window mode because she wanted to watch the show. Sunny offered to help her find it. She said the title and that, and recommended a dorama she hadn't watched yet. Mari added that their closed group for pro player girls has been discussing this dorama. There is some very intense correspondence going on. She asked him if he wanted to watch, since guys aren't allowed in there, but he refused since they talk about everything but the game there. He gave her headphones, but Marie said her ears hurt, so he suggested she leave them around her neck and turn up the volume. The girl asked if she could start eating. Sunny gave the okay. She questioned if he wanted to. He said to take a few sips of broth. He then texted Bun that they would be practicing hand speed. Give her that here. Whoever made those noodles did a good job. The guy then took the noodles from the girl's hands and took a few sips, returning her dinner without distracting her from the dorama. He decided to ask her if it was good. She looked a little embarrassed and tucked her hair behind her ear and said it was fine. Glancing at her screen, Sunny asked, "Aren't these two kids? It's already episode 12 and the guy still hasn't figured out what's what." Mari, on the other hand, looked at the game and said that the light source set was hers. The guy replied that it was only level 30 gear after all. The girl replied that he looked really cute. The guy realized that this was not a professional approach, so he asked her to eat her noodles. As he continued to play, Sunny felt the girl pressed against him. Turning his head, he realized she had fallen asleep on his shoulder. The guy asked if she was falling asleep. She answered in the affirmative, after which he decided to go through the dungeon a couple more times. He tried to press the keys gently so as not to disturb his friend's sleep, though it was uncomfortable. But her peace was more important. He could hear Marie sniffling as she lay on his shoulder, but it didn't distract him in the slightest from the passage. At the same time, Tina, who was sitting in the hall, stretched out in her chair that her shoulders hurt and also ran out of water. She decided to go and get more at the front desk as she suddenly froze when she saw the sleeping girl on Sunny's shoulders. Tina decided to walk over to him and whisper to ask who it was, for she was very curious as to why she was sleeping next to him. The guy hesitated for a second, then replied that it was Moo Moo. Tina was very surprised and asked what she was playing from here. After that, The girl offered to take her upstairs. Because it was very cold here, she could sleep in her room, but the man asked her not to worry. Tina put the calmness back on her face and told him to make sure she didn't catch a cold and went to her computer. Meanwhile, Marie woke up and smiled at the fact that when he calls her Moo Moo, it sounds pretty disgusting. Closing his eyes, Sunny agreed with her, adding that he'd almost thrown up the noodles he'd eaten earlier, so it was no surprise. The girl asked where in the dorama she left off, since she herself had forgotten. Sunny replied that it wasn't surprising since the dorama sucked. Marie said that he was looking down on the taste and her acquaintance again. The latter replied that he was always very accurate in memorizing the weaknesses of his opponents. Meanwhile, the leaders of the two guilds were reading negative comments where people wrote that the records belonged to Lord, not them. Sitting in the tavern, Patok stated that it was all because of the idiots from Full Moon. For now, everyone was laughing at them and calling them useless. Simon stated that if they wanted to make things right, they would have to shut up the evil tongues by setting new records on their own. However, Cold Knight was not so positive and therefore gave his interlocutor an incredulous look. The one shouted that he had no choice after all, for their reputation was everything, but they were now being compared to the Full Moon Guild. It was a monstrous humiliation, as the guilds of Bluestream and Tyrant Ambition were crushed by the loudest public scandal. Rising from his seat, Patok stated that given everything that was going on, he would have to return to headquarters, to the Celestial Sphere. A short while later at the Bluestream Guild headquarters, Poplar Beach began to pick on Azure Stream. He said that one jokingly, asking how he manages to keep running into just such super experts forever. Everyone noticed that this wasn't the first time he had mocked Patok. The latter decided to just ignore him and not fall for the provocation. Guildmaster stated that the graveyard record is actually abnormal. It's much better than the scoring that was previously on all servers. The record in the Desert Lands doesn't look ridiculous though. Their gear is pretty mediocre. The fifth member is an unremarkable player. Poplar Beach said that their goal now is to set a new record to show server 10 players what they are worth. He then pointed at himself and asked the guild literature to let him deal with it, as he was confident in his abilities. Patok replied that he went back to HQ to ask the guildmaster to put together an elite team. Then they could set the record straight. The leader asked Patok to prepare accounts for them, and he will get people together, and then they will contact each other. Meanwhile, Shaw made a disgruntled face. Everyone noticed again that he was completely ignored, which didn't please the guy. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Ambition Tyrant, the guild leader was asking how this happened, since no one was left to benefit from it. He didn't understand what the Grim Lord was thinking. If he kept this up, they would have to break his record with their own efforts. Blue Creek thinks the same, so we need to make a deal with them rather than deal with the Wastelands, and they take over the Gorge. The leader liked this plan, after which he said there was something that needed to be done before they started it all. From the first one, he wanted to speak to the Grim Lord to ask him to refrain from setting a new record. They'll start by offering him the price he usually asks for his help, as suddenly he thinks that's exactly what he wants. Perhaps the Lord had predicted all of this, and knew in advance how things would turn out in the end, and now he wouldn't have to do anything. When 5 AM came, Sunny was still playing and Marie was sleeping next to him. The guy covered her with a sweater to keep her warm. Suddenly, he heard a message. Cold Knight had texted him about the gorge and asked that he not set a new record. The guy smiled and said the price would be higher, then began listing all the resources he needed. Knight noticed that the man answered instantly, as he thought that was his original plan, then asked how many more plots he was weaving. But more importantly, if he gets everything he asked for, he won't have to get rare materials from bosses, he won't curb his appetites. Knight then told Patok that they were screwed. The latter was surprised, for they were supposed to agree on everything by combining the guild's powers. The one replied that he had just communicated with the Lord, but if they wanted him to stay away, there would have to be a price to pay. Then he showed him the price Sunny had demanded. Patok shouted in shock that it was just a robbery in broad daylight. The implication was that all of their dungeon records would now be at his mercy. Otherwise, none of the guilds would be able to hold the record. This way, he was making enemies in every guild. It was doubtful that everyone would just accept it, but it was unclear what to do next. Lord has stolen all the records on Server 10. Should they pay him off, or should they take a hard stance against the kidnapper? After all, this arrangement draws them into a war for all records on this server, because of which there were many more problems. Patok couldn't believe they were cornered like this. But they shouldn't make concessions, not this time. Then, Patok made the decision to set the record straight himself. Night was surprised that he was going to ignore the Lord's actions. Toth replied that this decision was not about guild rivalry. He also needed to prove that he was worth something. When morning came, Sunny decided to wake Marie up by shaking her slightly, telling her it was time to get up. When asked what time it was, he said it was almost 7. The girl said it was still early, asking for another 10 minutes, but the guy hurried her up because he had to take care of the departing visitors. She was already very lucky today, as no one had ordered food at night. Marie stretched and said it was great. The guy asked her to wrap herself up properly because visitors were coming and no one should find out who she really was. At the same second, another receptionist came up to them, wishing them good morning. That it was time for his shift, he also said hello. They walked out from behind the counter and Sunny prodded his friend, asking her to leave before anyone saw them and started whispering about them. However, this picture did not escape Shani, who had just come downstairs and was dumbfounded to notice Sunny along with the girl. She immediately ran to Tina and asked who the girl was with Sunny. She said she didn't know her real name, but they play together. Shani couldn't believe that even someone like that and like Sunny could get a girl, after which she asked if she was cute or if she was. But Tina didn't see her, which upset the owner, but Tina suggested she run shopping together this weekend. When 3 p.m. came around, the outer edge of the Desertlands games screamed that they had finally done it in 26 minutes and 31 seconds. Everyone decided it was a good time, and it had been a long time since they'd gotten this stressed out during a dungeon sweep. However, Patok shouted that that wasn't all, because they were dealing with Lord, which meant that this record still wasn't good enough. He was asked to relax, but he replied that they didn't realize the gravity of the situation, as the Lord's team wasn't at the peak of its power yet. He wondered if he would come to this dungeon again and how much time he would mow down from the record, but had to remain optimistic. Meanwhile, Tina asked if they would be setting records again, but Sunny said no, because tonight they would be going to the wild boss. A while later they reached the fire forest. The girl noticed that they were level 30 and the boss was minus 36. This was not to be underestimated. Many of their attacks would lose effectiveness, meaning that they would be useless. Bun shouted in shock that he would be even weaker than usual. When they reached the right place, the very boss appeared in front of them, surrounded by goblins circling around a bonfire. But their main problem was the Fire Witch Cashew, who was smiling evilly while being surrounded by flames. Mari asked what they should do, and it had been so long since anyone had killed her that too many goblins had gathered around. Sunny asked not to worry. He began to ask Tina and Bun to start running away, and Mari and he part-time wiped out so that the goblins would chase them. This way, they would avoid the initial chase and then come back and attack. This strategy suited absolutely everyone. As they got even closer, a red triangle appeared above the boss, indicating that he was strong enough. Following that, an inscription appeared that warned that the Fire Forest Lord had begun to cast a spell. They then noticed that the goblins began to support the witch. Sunny immediately realized it was a group reinforcement, adding that the game had no conscience. The guy announced that it was time to fly, whereupon he and Marie began to run backwards, he hitchhiking to ask her not to crash into a tree. But she knew that if she followed him, she'd get around, and if he made a mistake, she'd crash first. But he was afraid she'd crash into him. They continued to retreat and shoot the goblins with their cannons as the Lord suddenly noticed that the witch was now attacking. Although she didn't stop completely while she was conjuring, her movement speed dropped significantly. You can use the time she casts a spell to get away from her. The guy noticed that Marie dodged perfectly. They had a good break from those goblins who were watching them in amazement. Just a little more, and they would be in their radius. They were able to get the witch away from her helpers, and now comes the hardest part of their battle. Sunny continued to smile as he gave Bun and Tina the coordinates of where they had taken the boss. The same one reported that they were already running. A few seconds later, a brick came down on the witch's head, which apparently made no impression on her. She only glared at him menacingly, and the boy realized that she had simply ignored his attack. Lord asked him to be more careful. Dizziness won't have much effect on her, so it's best to use it to break the spell. Needing to watch the moment she got super armor, on command, he used poisoned needles to crack her armor. As soon as the bully followed the order, he already bounced off and hid behind a tree while the witch tried to come to her senses. Tina asked loudly to shoot, for the boss was about to do something very powerful. They had to do something, at least run. Sunny reacted lightning fast, attacked the witch directly, then used the touch of the falling flower. Sighing heavily, Marie said they interrupted her, or she would have destroyed them. Sunny asked Bun why he ran away. He replied that he was scared of the spell. The Lord said that today was a great opportunity to practice interrupting skills. He couldn't waste this chance, after which he asked to do it all again. He immediately agreed. The others did too. Sunny smiled and repeated for those to interrupt her attacks, thinking that Bun was just something since she does everything perfectly. At 2:30 a.m., Patok thought the Grim Lord wasn't going to set the record straight today, deciding to see what he was up to then. Then he noticed the system alert that was congratulating the Lord and his team on their first Fire Witch kill. When the healer came to him, Patok said that the Grim Lord had killed a wild boss while they were busy with the record. Maybe he's trying to say that if they want to get the first kill on the remaining bosses, they'll have to pay for them as well. Only 4 people, and a gap of 6 levels between them and the boss, such a huge difference, and yet they still succeeded. Then, Patok came even more horrified, as he had completely forgotten that this boss was far more powerful than Lord and his team. Simon was in a bad mood as Sunny texted him that the battle had been difficult and killing the witch had taken 3+ hours. The guy asked if he was going to be killing wild bosses like that in the future, wondering what he would say. Sunny replied, "Why not? It was predictable, because since he's good enough to kill the boss, no one has the power to stop him. If he was able to kill the boss, that means the others just couldn't. He knows exactly what he's doing and is just being villainous." It was the same with dungeon records. Setting a record for him was the easiest thing to do, so why not do it? If he wants to kill the boss, he'll kill him. If he doesn't want to, he won't do it. He's free to do what he wants. Grim Lord realizes better than anyone that all records and bosses are a public game system, not tied to anyone in particular. Many guilds don't want him to kill bosses, and in exchange for his inactivity, he asks for stuff, but even after that, they insult him. He's cunning, but he hides nothing and says everything in the open. It's not the Lord's fault. It's they who should blame themselves for not being able to fight back. Sunny said that this record can be completed 2 minutes faster, but only if you have a non-specialized character. Simon lowered his head, realizing that they didn't have such a character. Then he decided to keep the record straight by asking Lord to stand idly by. After a while at Blue Creek HQ, Patok told the leader that Grim Lord had claimed he could beat their record by 2 minutes. If they don't ask him to stand idly by, not only will he make a laughingstock of himself, but he'll have to say goodbye to their record. Shaw immediately said that Lord was bluffing, but Patok knew what kind of man he was and doesn't think he would lie to him. However, he takes away records and blackmails the big guilds with it. But Simon replied that everyone has a right to a record. And if Lord is really good at the game, so why shouldn't he get the records he deserves? The leader marveled at those words. Suddenly, Shaw suggested that Patok was in cahoots with the Grim Lord, a statement that surprised Simon himself in the first place. The leader said he was overworked, asking him to relax and leave that record to them, with Poplar Beach replacing him. After considering the older man's words, Simon agreed, but he knew that this change would get him nowhere, and things could only get worse. The next day in the devastated lands, outside the dungeon, the guy asked the leader if he thought Patok was in cahoots with the Lord. Toth replied that no, although they had come here to clarify some things, if they set the record straight, they would prove Patok wrong. Also, if they bow to the Lord and buy back this record, it would put the guild in an even more awkward position. At the same second, Coast came to them, logging in from another account and announcing his presence, then sinking everyone in the dungeon. Just as suddenly, another player called out to the leader and pointed his finger at a group of players approaching them. Among them was the Grim Lord. Shaw approached Sunny to say hello in person. The latter asked who he was, whereupon the latter replied that his name was Poplar Shaw. Suddenly, Bun laughed, asking if this guy was illiterate, for above him was written that his name was Blade Listening Cloud. But he called himself Poplar Beach, and not only did he misspell the letters and the number of words, the bully thought he was an idiot. Such a statement immediately angered the guy, who immediately turned in to bicker with Bun and ask who he called an idiot. In the next second, Shaw drew his sword and used the exposure of the blade to attack the blonde man sharply and suddenly. Bun immediately bounced back, saying he missed, then sent a handful of sand into his face, to which he was told he was already dead. Their seniors immediately decided to get into an altercation, pulling their subordinates away from each other and asking them to stop. The man introduced himself as Changeable Spring, asked if he told the stream that they certainly couldn't put out a better record than his. Sunny replied that's exactly what he said, then asked why Patok wasn't here, since they needed to bring him along. After all, when it comes to dungeons, Patok can be relied upon, while Shaw is only fit to perform in the arena. This angered the guy again, who immediately challenged the Lord to a duel, bulging his eyes and pointing his finger menacingly at him. Sunny smiled and said he understood perfectly well too. They should only let him out in the arena and leave the record setting to Patok. Shaw didn't even try to contain his emotions, loudly saying that he would definitely kill him, but the guild leader asked him to calm down. Sunny also asked him to be more relaxed. If he really wanted to have a duel, he should at least come with his real account. Shaw shouted that if he lost to his account with his level 30, it would mean nothing, and he wouldn't agree to that. Lord replied that he wouldn't have bullied him with his account, just asked someone to give any other with level 70. Bun said they didn't have time for that as they were off to get pumped, and Tina asked if they'd pick up the record after them. The girl immediately wondered when, to which she received the answer that it would happen when the 5th member of the team came to them. The Blue Creek player said it's worth forgetting about the record for now, as Shaw is completely off his rocker and can't work as a team. The guild leader said it was fine. He needed to spill out what he had accumulated, otherwise he wouldn't be of any use anyway. But if Patok had been in his place, he would have kept his emotions under control. So here the Grim Lord was right. After a while, a group of players finished with the dungeon sweep. The notification showed that they passed in 24 minutes and 41 seconds. Shaw glared angrily at the notice, stating that it was their record and he was looking forward to the Lord coming in and beating it. Meanwhile, at the internet cafe, Tina was saying that this Shaw was proving to be pretty determined, has been stitching for an hour. They are one man short, so they're not doing enough damage and therefore very slow. However, tomorrow, there will be 5 of them. This 4-person practice is specifically for the 5th person. The girl couldn't wait for tomorrow. The next day, all the players gathered at the Little Grass Club to begin another character pumping session. Suddenly, Harold noticed Frank laughed. He seemed very happy lately, which was very unusual. He figured it was the workload and stress. Then he decided to take him out for a friendly dinner tonight. But Frank smiled and declined, saying he already had plans for the evening, a statement that surprised Harold. As soon as they were done, Frank said goodbye and left, for he had a special training session scheduled for today, and he was a little nervous. He also remarked that Harold was worried about him, but he had made up his own mind, so it was just his own business. Not that he can help him in any way. He has a bright future ahead of him. If he continues to rely on him, he will only cause trouble. This time he would be brave and do it all by himself, so at night in his room, he logged on to join the Lord. Sunny had invited him to the Wasted Lands, where he hadn't been in a very long time. They had decided to perform at midnight, so he could practice for now. He hadn't quite gotten the hang of the Ghost Swordsman yet. He'd been given 3 attempts, but he didn't know if he was exactly suited for it. Sunny said 3 runs would be enough for him to get used to the team. He shouldn't forget he's a professional. Frank repeated it, for no one had ever said such a thing to him before, for he was used to being on the bench. He was always jealous of Harold and felt like a liability to his team. But Sunny had so much confidence in him. Then the guy gathered all his confidence and decided that 3 tries was more than enough to make the team. Meanwhile, Sunny was telling the group that their 5th member would be Frank, and although he is weak one-on-one, he would shine the brightest in the dungeon. Even though he looked like the weakest link in that group, even though he's stronger than Tina, he has incredible potential. A moment later, Frank joined them. Lord announced that they would start at exactly midnight, as originally planned. The newcomer immediately agreed. Sunny also added that the first run would not be for speed. They have a newcomer, so he needs to get used to it. Bun wondered with interest if once was enough, for it took the leader of the full moon several days. The Lord stated that this was enough, then suggested that they start and to watch the rhythm of the attacks and not waste time. Frank shouldn't have started with a shadow clone. Instead, he should just attack. He'll do more damage that way. Opponents won't fall for the provocation, so he won't take damage. Bun added that they'll protect Frank in case anything happens. The guy noticed that their attack didn't work, after which he asked if he'd done something wrong, since he'd put everything just right. Sunny said it was Bun's mistake this time, and he immediately took note of the flaws and immediately apologized. Lord then said that Frank should have done things differently here. Because of Bun's mistake, he failed to collect the monsters properly. The 2 walked past, straight towards him. He didn't need to use the ice boundary. It was better to use the ghost cut instead. This way, he would push the monsters back to the others and gather them properly. And already after that, the boundary could be used. Frank said that more than 3 monsters had passed, but Sunny clarified that he had them. Together, they could fix the mistake. If we talk about the record, it is better not to make such mistakes. They can compensate for the lost time, but it will not be enough. Suddenly, Sunny asked, Suddenly, if this had happened in the middle of the competition, could he then guarantee that without a cover, he would have gotten it all done? However, it's only a dungeon, but that doesn't mean you can't learn from the mistakes in dungeons. Frank agreed with the leader. Then Sunny ordered him to continue, and Frank only now realized that he hadn't given the dungeon much thought, but completely for nothing. After all, right now there is an opportunity to learn new and useful things, and therefore the guy needs to be more serious. Right now, there was a real battle going on in the desolate lands, where everyone was trying to give their best. Tina thought that where previously they couldn't kill everyone was quickly receiving counter damage, but now things were going right. But what's more frightening is that before he even joined them, they were already playing like he was already on their team. Sunny had calculated everything down to the last detail, making the puzzle fit perfectly. She wondered how long it would take her to become the same. Lord asked for more attention to Frank's ghostly boundaries and more interaction with each other. A sword boundary is capable of increasing the intelligence and strength scores of allies who are within that boundary. Strength and intelligence is what determines the power of physical and magical attacks. While under this effect, everyone gets a boost. Frank's sword boundary was now level 7, and it would almost double their stats. This amazed Tina and Bun. The bully didn't skimp on emotion and embraced the newcomer, saying that they were very lucky to have him, the latter visibly embarrassed. It was the first time they'd played together, but Frank was definitely happy to be here, and so he wanted to give his best. Suddenly, Sunny warned that the final boss was already ahead. The newcomer was wondering what instructions the leader would give him. That's when he realized that he wasn't going to say anything. Everyone was just doing what they wanted. That way, they definitely wouldn't break the current record. That very second, Sunny decided to ask Frank what he thought about everything that was going on, trying to look friendly. The guy replied that if they kept playing like this, it would be pretty hard to set a new record. Tina asked not to worry about it. It was just that someone wasn't putting their best foot forward right now, or he would be seeing a different picture. Frank laughed, and Sunny asked to be sure that when the time came, he would know exactly what to do. They had 2 tries left, so they had to start over, and on the second pass, they decided to do it right. Frank started using the skill as soon as he started giving the command. He understands perfectly when to act. By doing so, he would smoothly adapt to the needs of the team. He understood that his job was to focus and help his allies. However, the effect of the ball boundary only lasts for 20 seconds, and it has a rollback of 30 seconds, meaning it will be in the 10-second range. During it, other players will have to rely solely on their own strength, and that makes it a little harder to kill the boss. As a result, the guys would not be able to keep the damage high all the time. This also had an impact on setting a new record. Just as suddenly, Frank froze in surprise. The same skill formed around him as he had, even though he hadn't used anything. Sunny looked at him and smiled, saying that he had a boundary ball in his arsenal too, so he had nothing to worry about. Double ghost borders tied together. In the professional league, only Team Void uses this tactic, and then periodically. With this tactic, they can maximize the amount of their damage, and with no rollback, it will act permanently. When they entered Toei's garden, the first thing Sunny did was order the newcomer to activate the ball boundary. He reacted instantly. If decisions were made by Frank, who wouldn't be using this skill right now, however, he would put his full trust in Sunny's experience. Everyone immediately launched into the attack. Marie was the first to start, firing at the boss and her new cannon and hitting the target right away. However, the final boss wasn't even scratched. A huge Toya slowly emerged from the dust cloud that rose due to the explosion. However, this was just the beginning. Sunny ran ahead of everyone else to join the battle, clutching the umbrella of 1,000 probabilities tightly in his hands. As he got closer, the Lord used a spin, twirling his spear in his hands and attacking the boss right in the chest, trying to damage it. It seemed to Frank as if he was stringing all the attacks together purely by instinct, every movement designed to keep the boss from attacking. The advantages of a character with no specialization, speed accuracy, oodles of experience. Having all 3 of those components, you can do what he does. Sunny completely overwhelmed Toyu without help, but even though Sunny is a key player in the battle, he needs to try his best too. Frank replayed in his head the alternating skills he needed to use because he had no margin for error. Suddenly, the leader warned him that the boss's health had almost turned red, causing his second stage to activate. After this information, the guy started hitting the keys really fast, causing him to get to the boss and use the ghost cut. It was followed by a moonshot that threw that one into the air, and at the end, the ball in Frank's hands became ice. In committing, he used the ice boundary skill, thus turning the boss into a block that made him freeze in place. This meant that they now had to attack all together. Sunny loudly ordered the entire team to attack without sparing any effort. A little while later, there was an alert that congratulated the band for setting a new record of 22 minutes and 35 seconds. The players who were in the devastated lands outside the dungeon were carefully reading the notification that popped up. Coast thought that what they thought was the best possible record, Lord was able to surpass by 2 minutes. They certainly won't be able to get it back. Everyone in the chat immediately started calling for Blade Listening Cloud. This infuriated the guy who decided to challenge Lord to a duel. The next second, an alert popped up saying that a new record of 22 minutes and 29 seconds had been set, which meant it wasn't his limit. The next day at an internet cafe, Sunny asked to borrow Shani's account to have a duel. She immediately wondered with whom. While the guy was trying to remember what his opponent's name was, the owner decided to clarify what the room number was, but he didn't know that either. When they entered the room, Shani didn't realize what was going on, as Poplar Beach is one of Blue Creek's best players. Tina came over to her and asked if it had started already, the boss wondering what they had done this time and why there were so many people here. The spectators couldn't wait for the duel to start, and Shani thought in shock that all these people had come just to watch the duel. He decided she shouldn't miss it. She invited the guy behind the chair, and she herself would log into another account and watch too. Sunny put on his headphones and immediately heard a question from Shaw. Whether he was a guy or a girl, he answered as it was, without lying. The opponent then asked if they were going to use this account and if they wanted to change to another and how many rounds they needed. Sunny replied that one would be enough to show him the boundary between them. He could guarantee that he wouldn't want to fight anymore. This attitude did not please Shaw, who sharply rushed to the attack, not wanting to listen to such comments any longer. His character became a blur. I began to move a little faster, confusing my opponent, coming closer and closer. Shani shouted that it was shadow steps, with 4 residual images. Sunny was surprised too, saying that one was good. But 4 residual images are too few. When Sherlock uses shadow steps, he can produce 6.5. Meanwhile, Shani's character used a quantum bomb, saying that the enemy knows to avoid the shockwave. Such a comment brought a smile to his opponent's face, for he was sure that the latter couldn't even get his hands on him. After all, this quantum bomb is nothing. He'll just cut him in half with the sword drawing he'll get just now. Sunny thought that this kid didn't understand the situation he was in at all. Using the sword drawing was a huge mistake. Shani commented on Sunny's actions, saying that he decided to use a floating bullet and change weapons to push Coast into the air. After that, the girl was upset that the one was able to dodge while her opponent used the Swordmaster skill, Triple Cut. Sunny managed to easily dodge this attack, but he couldn't afford to let his opponent get so close. However, the guy rushed forward, and Sunny realized that this sword drawing was a trick, adding that it was pretty good. Shaw replied that good players often use the floating bullet to change the weapon back to their cannon and fire a powerful attack. However, his gun was still on reload, so he was trapped. But Sunny only smiled, then let the weapon out of his hands. Shani loudly asked what he was doing and why he threw away her rose flower, since it was a max-level purple weapon. Shaw thought the same thing, mentally asking if he wanted to lure him to pick up the gun. But he's not that easy, and Lord wouldn't be able to escape. Instead of lunging for the cannon, the enemy decided to attack directly, noticing that Lord crouched down to use a knee strike. It won't help him though. If he wants to use a skill with this effect for him to step on, he's the one who needs to be faster than him. But unfortunately, among all the classes in Glory, the launcher is the slowest. But in the same second, Sunny proved otherwise and hit him. After receiving one single blow, Shaw grimaced and didn't understand how this was possible. After all, he shouldn't have been hit by this attack. Launchers always wear heavy armor and carry heavy guns, so his knee strike should be very slow. He realized then that the man held nothing in his hands. Now it was clear why he had thrown his gun away that time. However, Sunny quickly picked it back up and was already targeting his opponent, deciding to use one of his serious skills. A huge electric beam flew at Shaw, knocking him down and throwing him some distance away. That wasn't the end of it though. Lowering the lighter to the ground, Sunny used the launcher, a homing heat missile. As soon as the fire from the lighter touched the ground, flames ignited around the arena, rising towards the sky, drawing out the boundaries. After that, flaming projectiles began to fall from the fire circle above the arena, which were meant to affect his opponent. Shaw was able to survive this attack, but was quite battered. It took him some time to recover. He didn't realize what that sound was hovering nearby. Then he opened his eyes wide and saw a launcher in front of him with a gun at the ready. After another crushing attack, Poplar Beach's health reached 0, and Shawnee shouted joyfully that Sunny had won. The Blue Stream Guild headquarters at the chapter reported that the shore was blown to smithereens, and Grim Lord Dar Ridiculous's skills were perfect. They didn't know if they could break any of the records set by Lord on the 10th server. They were lucky that the server was new. Floating Boat asked if they could ask for help their core team. They could help them determine the exact skill level of the Lord. Meanwhile, a man entered the Blue Creek team's practice room, quietly closing the door behind him. It was Charlie, who said hello to everyone and apologized for the intrusion, trying not to distract the players from the game. He was immediately greeted by the team captain, who said that he hadn't been here in a while, so they were surprised to see him. Jackie smiled at his comrade, while the latter said that there were too many worries with the opening of Server 10. The captain asked if he was sorting out the problems on the new server and why he was taking care of it personally. He replied that this time it was different. After all, a bunch of good players came out of nowhere, and the records set on the 10th server are the best of any in the last 10 years. He was sure there was definitely some professional intervention involved. Jackie wanted to see it for himself. This second, Sherlock asked himself what Charlie had forgotten here, to decide that they had uncovered the fact that he was helping Sunny with his records. After seeing everything with his own eyes, Charlie said that Sherlock should take a look at it too. Those records on Server 10 are really amazing. He pretended that he didn't know anything and started asking what was so special, and was immediately shown everything. Charlie said the main person of interest to them is the Grim Lord. He's playing an unspecialized character. Their burial ground record is something on the verge of fantastic, and a record standing in second place with this established magnificent dynasty. Jackie suggested that it was unusual help when the record was set. It was around the same time they had the match with Era. Their vice-captain made a huge number of silly mistakes that day. It was probably because he was busy with the record on the server. The blonde was immediately uncomfortable under the captain's gaze, for it was obvious that he was guessing something, but not speaking directly. Sherlock said that simple skills would not be enough to set such a record, which means they came up with a new strategy. Charlie thought that only someone with first-rate skills and superior judgment could have given such a confident answer. Jackie decided that Lee was not there to develop a new strategy, but to steal someone else's. Everyone was surprised as Jackie went on to say that this new strategy was used 3 times in the same time period. 2 different teams were able to come up with the same strategy at the same time. It sounded very unlikely. Then they began to scrutinize the players involved in making a new record, and Jackie noticed a lot of things. He eventually decided that the Grim Lord had come up with a new strategy, and the Berserker was a member of the Magnificent Dynasty and had infiltrated the Lord's team. After he learned the strategy, then went back to his team and set a record, then no wonder Lord didn't ask for his help. But it was unclear if the person playing the Swordmaster was more experienced than the Berserker, why he wasn't with him from the start. That's why he invited Smooth Tree to join him, and that's how they arrived at the current ranking that can be seen now. Charlie thought the captain's ability to observe and properly assess the situation was perhaps even better than Sherlock's. Blondin said he didn't think Lee would go so far as to expend that much energy for some kind of record. Jackie has decided that the Grim Lord has something to do with Lee, and they know each other very well, but it's all done to hide the truth. The truth of his fear, acceptance and trust because of his fear of the Lord. He decided to sneak into his ranks and observe him. But to make Lee experience all these emotions at once, there is only one person capable of such a thing. Charlie wondered who it was. Jackie stated with complete certainty that it was Sunny. Such an answer made a deep impression on Charlie, who couldn't believe it. In the evening, they decided to observe the Lord more closely, especially his weapons. Charlie apologized for disturbing him. As they were about to disperse, Jackie asked Sherlock to stop. The guy immediately flinched and froze in place. They made their way to his room and sat back to back in silence for a while the captain chose his words. He then asked that when they had a match with the Magnificent Era, he had somewhere urgent to go. Sherlock got nervous and faltered, beginning to answer that he didn't remember what had happened that day, deciding to sidestep the conversation somehow. But Jackie immediately assumed he'd gone to see Sunny. It all fit perfectly with when Lord set the record straight. And then the Swordmaster, Smooth Tree, it was him. Sherlock replied that it didn't sound quite familiar, but he didn't know how that was possible. However, the captain didn't believe a word he said, after which he smiled and asked him to tell him what kind of weapon Sunny had. The blonde fully realized his failure and realized that the captain could not be fooled. No amount of acting would save him. Then he said that this silver weapon was made specifically for the unspecialized class. It has incredible power. Jackie then asked how many molds these weapons had. Sherlock replied that he had molds for every class. A weapon like this, also in Sunny's hands, it looks like they can finally see what a non-specialized class can really do. Head, and said in a calm tone that we would have to wait at least a year. But that only brought a smile to the captain's face. When news of this broke, Patok was very surprised to learn that the Grim Lord was Sunny, after which he asked what they should do now. The leader replied that they revealed his real identity, but it doesn't change the current situation in any way. After all, the theory itself is very drawn out. They can tell other guilds, but not the fact that they will believe them. You need to think hard about what to do with this information. We need to find a way to use it. After which he asked Patok to do his best. The latter was surprised that it should be him. The rationale was that everywhere else usurper is under his jurisdiction, so everyone believed he could handle it. The others headed for the exit while Patok tried to stop them, told them they couldn't just leave, but the matter was already closed. Simon thought that since they knew who the Grim Lord was, their guild would no longer obstruct him, but only observe him. Only now did he realize that he had been chatting with the legendary Sunny all this time. Then he wondered if the latter would give him his autograph. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the internet cafe, Shani was screaming that it was all because of him, because now she can't play at all because of the invitations. Sunny offered her some soup, told her she couldn't put all the blame on him because his opponent was too weak. The girl took the hint, and so she shouted for him to go away. The guy ran out of the cafe, thinking it was worth running away for a while. At 11 p.m. he went back in. The guy asked Tina if the boss had calmed down. She said she was angry but still worried about him. The girl said that it was the night shift, so she put the guy standing in the administrator's office and went to the hall herself, saying that they would see each other in the dungeon. The second Sunny started getting messages from Sherlock, who was in the bathhouse writing about being exposed. He also wrote that their captain found out about everything. Sunny replied that he was very smart, but it was a shame he had disabled arms. Sherlock was shocked by this message because Jackie was standing right behind him and reading these messages. He was afraid that he would get angry. However, the captain only smiled and said that Lord was right. His hands were indeed disabled, but that wasn't the most important thing right now. The blonde was shocked that the captain had taken this rudeness so easily in his address, writing that my provocations had had no effect. The second he got the message that Go Handicapped Hands wanted to have a duel with him, Sunny was fine with it. Afterward, they headed to the arena for some socializing and friendly sparring, testing each other's skills. Sunny was the first to say hello, a smirk playing on his face at the fact that this guy was the first to be able to reveal his identity. Jackie was playing from Sherlock's account and so mutually said hello, saying he'd heard he worked at an internet cafe. Without receiving any response, he immediately rushed to attack, used a sword drawing. Sunny said that people like them are only good at games. Answering him with the Dragon Tooth skill, the Lord asked what other options they had, but Jackie only paid attention to his spear. Even the God of War weapon wasn't that fast. Sunny replied that the stats on that weapon were more balanced. When asked if he was going to return on this unspecialized character, Sunny said yes. Jackie wished him luck in a friendly manner, but the guy replied that he didn't need luck to beat him. Only skill would decide everything here. The captain said that sometimes he really envies there he is, how much faster his hands are, him and his insane speed, it's just something. Sunny stated that if Jackie's hands moved as fast, he still wouldn't have much of a chance of winning. After that, they began to fight in silence, showering each other with various blows and skills without stopping for a second. Sunny kept Jackie busy, playing for endurance and not forgetting to attack from all sides and push morale. Eventually, Lord simply grabbed Jackie by the pecs and stomped him into the ground. Sherlock noting that these were false combos of an unspecialized class. He can use skills on a short cooldown because of the many different classes. The game doesn't recognize attacks as combos, but the effect remains. He doesn't use many skills together. The pressure coming from them can't be underestimated. Jackie noticed that now he would be able to interrupt him. With a sudden movement, he lunged forward, while the Lord on the contrary bounced back to keep his opponent from getting closer to him. However, they still managed to touch each other, thus each took off a little bit of health, but it was insignificant. Giving the weapon the shape of a cannon, Sunny began shooting his opponent while continuing to drain his health. The Lord moved incredibly fast without stopping to attack, as he could use the skills almost constantly. The captain broke up Sunny's combo for a short period of time. However, Sunny is able to switch weapons instantly. It's too hard to deal with, and so Sunny decides to launch one last attack, which succeeds in completely destroying Jackie. A blue sign appeared on Lord's screen indicating victory. This brought a smile to the two guys' faces. Sighing, Jackie didn't fall down, only admitting defeat. Sunny replied in a very friendly manner that it was expected. The captain said that the unspecialized class has quite a few advantages, even with a weapon like this. However, as the overall level increases, such a class would become weaker and weaker. Sunny asked what he thought the maximum limit was. The one replied that when everyone reached level 95, the unspecialized class would lose all value even if he played it. Lighting a cigarette and leaning back in his chair, the guy replied that he had come to the same conclusion as he had here, which upset him a little. Jackie added that when this season ends, it will be exactly 3 years since the last tier increase. But even that will be in the allowable values, but that one is not going to play when the game will allow a 95 max level. Jackie laughed, saying that if he also continued to have fun on server 10, why not? It was a fair answer. When asked for a rematch, Sunny gave a no, because he's not going to show his full strength because he needs to conserve energy. When they were done, Jackie stood up from the table and Sherlock stated that he was able to pull off 21 false combos in total. The captain said he knows very well his weakness, his slow hands. It's his Achilles heel that he can't do anything about. Sherlock said he knows the weaknesses of everyone in the Pro League. He wouldn't use so many false combos with him. And if he wasn't playing but an unspecialized character, it basically wouldn't use them in such quantity. Why, he asked how many of the 21 false combos Sherlock would have been able to dodge, suggesting he reconsider this duel. Unpredictable fighting style of an unspecialized character, his main goal is an endless string of false combos. After watching, he accurately said that from Gloom Lord's 3 false combos, there isn't a single player in the professional league with similar experience. Classes have many bundles of true and false comps that only increase the combo count, but don't have much effect. True synergy is only seen when multiple players with different classes combine their attacks, but he does it alone. You could tell that in this one or Smooth Tree was fighting multiple opponents at once, and this guy wasn't even playing at full strength. Meanwhile, in the Desert Lands, the leader of the Tyrant Ambition was informed that the Lord and his team had gone to Straight Gorge. At the same second, the leader was asked if he was able to find out anything about the tournament team. He replied that he stopped by when the captain was berating someone. They immediately shuddered, for if they had met the captain in a dark alley, they would not have needed to say a word. He would have given up his wallet at once. Meanwhile, Sunny and crew defeated swordsman Ahon. Bun claimed no orange weapons fell off him again. Sunny hoped the Scarlet Illusionary Sword would fall out. He needed it to improve the sword mode of his umbrella. Meanwhile, Bun was looking at the rewards. Suddenly, he found some kind of scroll that is needed for a hidden dungeon. Murray noticed that no one had gone through it yet. Getting 3 of the 4 parts is fairly easy, but the 4th only drops from a wild boss that appears 3 times in a week. However, all the major guilds would fight over it. He was lucky that thanks to Little Grass, his inventory was pretty well filled up. The next day, Sunny approached Tina. Yes, she wondered. Thank you. Why here? And at a time like this? The one replied that business was booming today, so there was no vacancy at all in the smoking room. Why, he asked what it was busy for. The one replied that she reads the guides. The guy replied that for such a team, completely fixated on the level of which the usual guides are completely useless. Suddenly, he saw what Tina was reading and said he had never heard of Hidden Light. The girl asked what was wrong with this guide. Toth replied that it's very thoroughly written. It describes pretty much everything that can happen. It's very much like a step-by-step instruction manual. Tina said it was very long, only 7 pages, which is approximately 20,000 words. She decided to see how good the guide was. The guy did not notice a single mistake, to which he heard the question that this is an incredibly good guide. The girl listened to the verdict with interest. Sunny responded that not really. The strategy described here is very safe, but not the most effective. There are no errors in this guide, but there are too many restrictions. He asked her to send other guides to look at. Tina turned her attention to the cheery guy who said that one of the visitors to the smoking room was just about to leave. She then glanced back at her monitor as she suddenly found her soft mist lying dead. Sunny asked what happened. The girl said she was killed in the open world. Only a little money and experience was missing, nothing else. The guy asked to check if she might have been killed by a monster, but Tina replied that it was a level 33 magical swordsman with the nickname Zero Breakthrough. Sunny headed for the hall, saying that if she met him again, he should definitely kill. She agreed with his instruction. He came to the smoking section and then took the only seat available, immediately joining the game. He began searching for information on Hidden Light, who was the creator of the guidebook Tina had just read. The girl who approached him asked him how the search was going and if he had learned anything. He replied that the strategy was pretty dumb. When asked why, he said that those who use it don't even have to think, just follow the instructions. He wrote this guide based on their classes and actions, also analyzed the strategy and playstyle when they were getting this record. However, he has some mistakes and ignorance about weapons. It's pretty hard to get luxury gear at this stage, but he ignores it. He also wasn't aware of Sunny wielding a silver weapon, and not all of the team has orange gear. It was very brave to write this guide. When asked by Tina why Sunny was so interested in it, he replied because he is a talented rookie, a regular newbie who has worked hard on ways to kill bosses, and not only that, these guides spell out each class in great detail. He himself is a pure draftee, and yes, some of his strategies exclude draftees, describing a team from other classes. He seemed to rely on experience from other games as well as previous strategies and videos to write this series. There are no mistakes in these 12 guides, and some are quite logical and have a place, even with the condition of little combat experience. To write such a thing to a mere theorist is already amazing, so Sunny concluded that this newcomer was quite interesting. When 11 p.m. came, Tina told the guy it was time to get to work, so they would meet at the gorge. He agreed with her. The girl made her way to the non-smoking lounge and immediately took a seat, in passing resurrecting her character who had recently died. She appeared in the empty castle with virtually zero health and stamina, with several other people nearby. Tina also noticed that 80% of her stats were also reduced, but she figured they would just about recover on the way to Straight Gorge. She set off, unaware that she was being followed. Strangers informed her that she was logged in, but her character is in critical condition. Suddenly, the girl stopped as she noticed several players in front of her who were clearly hostile. She immediately grabbed her spear tightly and asked who they were, but those shouted that she was weakened, so they should all attack together. Determined to kill her in one go, so they immediately rushed into the attack, fighting off their opponents, Tina asking what they were up to. At the same time in Straight Gorge, Sunny I was also fighting a few strangers. However, I looked much more confident. After defeating one of the squads, he went on the run as more players came running in his direction to take him down. Their speed was clearly not enough to capture him, so they decided to find someone to the other side to catch up with Lord. Reaching the lone cabin, Sunny turned around, seeing no one behind him, figuring his pursuers had fallen behind him. He began to reason that they didn't look like a difficult team. However, he didn't know who was chasing him this time when he suddenly noticed that they were all level 33. On the 10th server, all level 33 characters are considered elite. He remembered that Tina was killed by them. He decided to ask the others how they were doing, but you were also on the run. Sunny thought Bun had a rough style, but he ran off anyway. Frank, who was running away with Marie, yelled that they were being chased. At first, they thought it was Lee's shenanigans again, but it wasn't certain. They were able to escape, but there were a lot of people bending behind them, so they're still very cautious in their movements. They also noticed that everyone was level 33. Sunny decided that the guild just couldn't have that many players with that level. Meanwhile, in the tavern, the players of Tyrant's Ambition were discussing the fact that a bunch of people from large guilds had gathered overnight to suppress the Lord's team. Called everyone they can, after all, their interests are the same. As long as Lord is in the game, no one has a chance to break the record in the dungeon. At the same time, in the town of Trav, one of the villagers and the players running by were asking each other if they had found the fugitive. There were too many places to hide in this place, but Bun chose the most inconspicuous place, namely the well. Suddenly, an unfamiliar guy entered the game and ended up in the same well as Bun, much to the bully's consternation. The stranger immediately started yelling about the coincidence because he didn't think she was walking someone in a place like this. The blonde immediately asked him to shut up. He immediately recognized Bun, who was in Gloom Lord's group. The latter agreed, after which he said that he didn't have time to give an interview right now. For now he was being hunted, and he didn't even know what it was about. but it didn't matter because now was the time to get out of here. Then he jumped out of the well, though the stranger asked him to wait. His pursuers immediately took notice of him and rushed in pursuit. He was asked to stop, for he had nowhere else to run, but the guy kept his step, trying to increase the distance between them. They shouted that they would catch up with him anyway, but he didn't listen to them, quickly deciding which way to turn to get away. Behind him, he heard a voice directing him to his left. He thoughtlessly complied, then heard a new order to jump out the window. Bun couldn't see the nearest window, but the summoner running behind her shouted that she was ahead. The blonde was surprised that he was following. He called him an interesting fellow, whereupon he took his advice and jumped through the open window of a small shack. As soon as he was inside the building, he immediately heard some unintelligible sounds. Also, he was tensed by the fact that the summoner didn't join him. He looked out the window and asked what he was doing here. The frightened kid said he was jumping in, but you couldn't tell from the look of it. Realizing he wasn't doing well, the newcomer immediately rushed around the house and asked to be added as a friend. Surprised by this turn of events, Bun decided to look for this guy and immediately sent him a friend request. However, the one had gotten there faster, and so the blonde noticed that Hidden Light was the first to send him a request, which he immediately accepted. The rookie then texted him to get out the door in 8 seconds. Bun obeyed and started counting down. As soon as he looked out from behind the door, he spotted the summoner running past, surprised that he had gotten to him second to second. The one asked him to run after him, and after a couple minutes, they managed to break away from their pursuers, but the newcomer still asked the guy to be quieter. Suddenly, the summoner grabbed the Bun by the claw. When asked what he was doing, he asked if his weapon was orange. Someone replied that he didn't have one. It was too expensive, so his boss wouldn't give him money for it. He was surprised to hear about the Grim Lord. The guy reflected that he was pretty sure the dungeon records were set by a team with a huge amount of orange weapons. He then said it was impossible, because there was no way he didn't have orange gear. Otherwise, how were they able to set such records? As they chatted casually, Bun noticed that it looked like they had finally found them, so they had to leave. The blonde stated that he needed to meet with his boss, after which he asked the newcomer to help him distract these guys. Blondie stated that he went to the grass forest, but the summoner said he couldn't escape by that road, deciding to personally guide him. Meanwhile, at the internet cafe, Sonny sat with a dumbfounded expression on his face because Sherlock was relentlessly inviting him to a duel. As soon as midnight came, Tut again asked to fight him, for tomorrow had already come. Sonny called him to the grass forest. As soon as Sherlock got to the place, he immediately started asking where he was, for he himself had told him to come here, after which he started writing to Lord. While he was texting, Sonny's silhouette had already appeared behind him, announcing his arrival, but he didn't stop running. Sherlock decided to ask what the man was up to. The smiling Lord replied that the man himself wanted to fight, so he got the chance. That's when the blonde noticed they were being chased, after which he asked what the man wanted him to mock the newcomers. However, he wasn't interested in fighting with such as he suddenly ran after Sonny, asking why they were running after him too. Players running past him asked what to make of Smooth Tree, to which they received the reply that he was only at level 27. They continued to run after the Grim Lord, saying they wouldn't waste their time with this garbage. This really ticked Sherlock off. Literally jumping out of his headphones, he shouted loudly into the voice chat, determined to find out who it was they're calling him trash. He ran then the man who called him names, against his stopping to show who really was trash. Sherlock literally screamed insults and provocations, running after those chasing the Grim Lord, hoping to snag at least one. One of them slowed down, said Sherlock was annoying, told him to shut up, and the guy realized he was the one who'd called him garbage. He then noticed that he was the same swordmaster, but still very different, for he was rushing somewhere straight to his death. His hands slid frantically across the keyboard, typing that maybe this guy was one of those high-level vegetables. His interlocutor stared dumbfounded and angry at the fellow, who did not skimp on expressions and provocations. Such a statement caused a storm of negative emotions in his interlocutor, after which he shouted and again asked him to shut up. Unwilling to listen to these insults, the player drew his sword and lunged straight at Sherlock, declaring that he would kill him. This arrangement completely satisfied the blonde man, after which he drew his sword and began to make consecutive blows. This player's allies immediately noticed that this one was pretty strong, and their comrade looked like he was about to die from his attacks. Then they decided to stop ogling him altogether, but it was too late as the comrade received the final blow. The players who approached immediately noticed that their ally was already dead, so they froze for a second, unsure of what to do next. Then they concluded that he might be strong, but he was only level 27, so it wasn't worth wasting their time on him, the others agreed. Sherlock reflected that to kill that vegetable he needed to spend 70% of his entire mana. A difference of 6 levels felt strongly. He didn't have any food to recover from, as suddenly someone landed next to him, and Sherlock asked how he got back in. Instead of answering the question, Sunny said that he had some potions and food so that he could restore enough mana. Sherlock stated that now he had to help him beat the great sword out of them because his weapons were just disgusting. Just as suddenly they noticed that the pursuers were running away again, and the Lord said that he could handle everything himself. He then began to run away, while the blonde watched the passing players who paid no attention to him. That was when he noticed a player with an impact sword, a 25th level orange weapon, so he ran after him. He started pouring a ton of information at him, which annoyed the guy more and more with each passing second. Sherlock offered to swap weapons with him, but the man asked him to shut up, asking how he could possibly have a level 30 sword. The blonde didn't back down, however, and asked why he was running instead of turning to face him and fight. The guy replied that he didn't have time for that, but Sherlock replied that it wasn't up to him anymore, after which he used a triple cut. It was enough for the stalker to drop his sword, which the blonde man immediately reached for, wanting to take it for himself. He then stated that it was lucky to get orange weapons by killing some dude, before adding that he hadn't played like that in a while. After finishing his conversation partner, he said he would borrow it for a while and would return as soon as he played. Well, that sounded like a lie. After that, he found out Lord's coordinates and decided to bet with him who would kill more pursuers. The guy said that the guy had already lost. Upon reaching Sunny, the blonde stated that it was a great area, after which they would be able to separate from the main group. Then began running between the trees, catching up with his sword any player who decided to hide or run away. All of his attacks were accompanied by belligerent comments, and his opponents fell one after another, unable to resist him. Those who managed to hide said that they don't even try to hide from them. Even on the contrary, it looks like they are hunting themselves. Their leader, the lone Sip, stated that they had already lost 10, and he was sure none of them would say they were weaklings. The Lord is using the terrain to cut them out one by one. Now he's been joined by another man. They can no longer act as before. They had to divide into squads and act as a single organism. They had to try to maintain close communication between the squads. Hearing their plan, Sherlock and the same informed Sunny that they had changed their strategy. The latter replied that they didn't have one anyway, but they did. But even if they act together, that doesn't mean they'll handle one group before another group pulls up. Sherlock began to describe the first group he came across. If they attacked, they would only have one team to go to. Sunny realized that he wanted to attack the weaker ones first. They might not kill them all, but they could take a couple without a problem. As soon as Sherlock texted him his coordinates, Lord immediately arrived on the scene and they attacked the first group, waiting for the second group to arrive. But it had been much longer than that. Then Sunny realized that this was a trap position they had been so easily driven into. The players standing on the sidelines asked if they would help them, as Tyrant's Ambition group had already lost 2 players. Lone Sip stated that let them die. They couldn't surround them unless they let them dabble some more. It was obvious that they would attack the weakest defending squad. He had specifically ordered the remaining players to stand back and wait. That would leave them 18 versus 2. No matter how strong they are, they will not be able to overcome their numerical superiority. However, if they don't take their positions right now, Tyrant's Ambition will die for nothing, shouting that they are in place. One of the players asked Sip why he wasn't doing anything about it. The player replied that when they reached the positions, let them move towards the goal. He then checked to make sure the other 4 groups were already in place before loudly ordering everyone to go on the attack. Lord and Sherlock were surrounded on all sides by several groups of players, but stood still with no intention of defending themselves. Everyone immediately stopped and asked what was going on as they suddenly noticed the players of Lord's team jumping out from behind the trees. Sunny stated they were surrounded. Now I had nowhere to run. It was a trap within a trap that worked flawlessly. The battle now took on a completely different situation as the 2 were joined by more strong players. Suddenly, Bun felt a shot in the back, noticing the leader of this entire group, but withstood his attack. In response, he hit him with a brick, after which he asked the rookie what he was doing and how he could trust him with his back if he was doing this to him. With that, he turned to the Lord, saying that he was a friend he met at the bottom of the well. Thanks to him, he was able to get here. Looking at the newcomer, Sunny figured he didn't know what button was on what button yet. he was probably looking at his keyboard right now. It's because of this that he often missteers. From the outside, it looks like he's twitching. Then Sunny asked to call off his beasts. Bun threw a brick at his ally just to give him his admonishment. He's sure it will be useful to him for the rest of his life. Hidden Light immediately recognized the Grim Lord. The latter said he had read his guide just recently. The newcomer was immediately curious about his opinion. Sunny responded that everything was written quite nicely and very detailed. There were no errors, however. They are very impractical. Such complex, careful strategies, no player would be able to put them into practice. Light replied that it was because they didn't have enough skill. To this, Lord stated that he could apply his strategies and developments, but that did not mean he would do so. When asked why, he said that just by the fact that he can do them, someone who can execute his strategy can execute others. And then why would such a person follow exclusively his complex strategy? Hearing this made the newcomer wonder. Sunny said that detailed manuals are only needed for people who don't know how to kill a boss on their own. He wrote the guide for those who don't need it at all, adding that this is the best example of impracticality. But also Lord said that such aids would not be suitable for an idiot. It would be too complicated for them. The newcomer said they were headless anyway. Then Sunny was asked to say if he wanted to write really cool guides for strong players that they could use. Light immediately perked up and gave an affirmative answer, the Lord urging him to come with him to explore the dungeons. Such an offer surprised the guy, but in order to get a record in the dungeon, you need to be in the place where it is most needed. Sunny said that the second boss of the graveyard dungeon can be trapped where the rift is, so he can get stuck there. The newcomer then asked how many orange weapons they had on their team. Lord replied 1. Smooth Tree had a level 25 vampire sword. Hidden Light immediately blushed, saying that not all of them had orange weapons, so he was wrong to think otherwise. The Lord added that they had 1 silver weapon, after which he showed the lad his umbrella of 1,000 probabilities. The first time a newcomer has seen a player-created weapon, a silver weapon requires the player to put a lot of time and resources into it. The average player won't be able to manage it properly. Specialization demon characters couldn't swing as well before. He then asked what had changed now. Sunny replied that once he reached level 50, he would be able to enter the heavenly sphere. The Lord pointed out that he might be a summoner, but he shouldn't summon everyone in a row. He should start with 2 to begin with. Light knew that summoners could send their creatures after a target. It was done with a tag. That way he could help. While Bun was fighting his opponent, Light accidentally missed and hit his comrade, hooking a tag on him. His summoned creatures immediately began attacking the bully while he asked what the newcomer was doing, dodging more attacks. Meanwhile, Sip shouted that they had been driven into the ring, after which he asked everyone to be on their guard because they needed to find a way out of here. He ordered everyone to go to the breakout at 6 o'clock, but Sherlock was already waiting for them there and wouldn't let them escape so easily. Bun noticed that they were indeed running this way, then asked the newcomer to summon someone to create something like a barrier. Suddenly, Sunny loudly asked for a tag to be thrown at him, then began to use the summoning skill himself. A level 1 goblin appeared in front of everyone, surprising them all as it was now the weakest monster on the battlefield. Light shouted that he was going to do it now, but throwing the seal hit the goblin clearly and decided that he had missed again and hit the wrong one. However, that was exactly what Sunny wanted, then activated the chase ability on the goblin, causing it to chase after him. He then began to run off with the goblin, which we chased by the summoned creatures of the newcomer. Sip claimed not blocking the passage. Then they decided to run in the other direction, but Tina blocked their way, ordering them not to even try. After that, the girl swung her spear and hit the group's leader squarely in the face, something he could not have expected. Sherlock immediately recognized the fierce girl who impressed him, after which he asked Frank to throw a skill on him, but he had already done so. After which he said that he definitely had a very good future ahead of him and then immediately attacked the fleeing opponents. He was helped by the Tina, who used the fall of the petals to push them forward, and Frank created an ice boundary. As the blonde man continued to speak, Frank wondered if the strong and very talkative swordsman could be Sherlock. He then turned to Sunny, saying that he doesn't even try and show his full power, plus he only uses a spear. The Lord asked why he would use anything else since he would lose to him anyway. The blonde was surprised at his words. Sunny finished off another opponent and said it was the 11th. Sherlock dumbfoundedly replied that he only had 9. Upon hearing that they had a competition going on, Bun laughed and told him that Hidden Light had lost, but he asked him not to distract him. The newcomer channeled his spell of the guy who was frozen. after which he was glad that he was able to kill one. The Bun then noticed that they had an equal number, whereupon they all began to attack their opponents, keeping score. Jumping up, the bully shouted happily that they had surrounded him. Sip asked who he thought he was and why he should be surrounded at all. However, after those words he lost it. Marie asked what they would do now. Sunny said he would send more people after them. Tina remarked that there was no problem with that, since they themselves could attack them first and defeat the same number of people. Sunny said he won't get any results because of this, so even if they beat them, they're still wasting their time. Instead, they will go to the dungeon, for they are afraid of the fact that they will set records that those can't break. Sherlock shouted that they'd agreed to a duel after all, but noticed that the guy had put together a pretty good team. Frank thanked the older man for the praise. Marie asked Frank if he knew who was in front of him. He hesitantly said Sherlock. The blonde asked Sunny to deal with the misunderstanding, but he asked him to deny everything, which he would do. However, the guy realized that Sunny had left the professional league to return a year later with his own team. He replied that it wasn't easy to put together a competitive team, and the fact that they all gathered around him was just a coincidence. But maybe they'll still see them in action. Bring a team of rookies into the league with them. Let the old guys pave the way for the young. Sherlock said that he needed to train as many people as possible, and then he would have no problem making a team. Sunny replied that they needed to deal with the guilds now, as he suddenly noticed wizards up ahead, even though no one was supposed to be here. Hidden Light stated, "There is a 7th quest, Future of Weiss, taking place in the city of Weed. You need to go to the abandoned mill that is on the edge of the gorge. After, you have to go back to the forest to compare the tree bark, so there will be players going from the mill into the forest here." Surprised, Sunny and Sherlock simultaneously thought that this was a minor detail, and only this newcomer could remember something like this. Suddenly, the blonde drew his sword and began to attack Lord, wanting to fight him again. The latter fought back with his umbrella and asked him to be quiet. Sunny then invited the newcomer to the dungeon to set a new record, but he refused, for they had seen him in action. Everyone was well aware that he would be of no use, so they wished him luck. Hopefully he could write a good manual. When Hidden Light teleported away, Sunny smiled and announced that they could now go to Straight Gorge for a new record. Meanwhile, in the grass forest, a shout was heard from the head asking that they had killed all the players. In response to this, Lone Sip chose to remain silent. He grinned, he thought. Sunny's in a goddamn internet cafe, but still keeps pestering him. If it wasn't for him, he'd be a pro by now. Cold Knight stated that he had just received word that Lord and crew were headed to Straight Gorge with the goal of breaking the record. Sip cried out that they must stop them. If they didn't do it now, they wouldn't be able to catch up with them later. The decision was unanimous. Meanwhile, Sunny was already fighting the scorpions, preventing them from attacking and straining him in any way. He then said that because of the mistake at the beginning, they lost too much time, so going in will definitely not be able to break the record. Suddenly, he turned his attention to Tina and Bun, who were fighting without much enthusiasm and fighting while practically standing still. Sunny wasted no time rushing forward and quickly killed the scorpion the girl was fighting, asking if they thought it was boring. Tina glanced dejectedly at her comrade, replying that they were really bored because those monsters were very weak. Sunny decided to cheer up his team and asked Bun to sing them some song. He agreed, however the girls were against it. The Lord admitted that dungeon sweeping could be boring, but if they wanted to get better, they needed to do it from time to time. Fighting monsters and clearing dungeons is pretty simple, but giving it your full attention will improve their abilities several times over. The boy thought of using a new method of training for him and Bun. The bully was immediately interested. They can try to always hit their target in the same place. They will have no choice but to be more accurate. Tina stated that she would only fight like this, but Sunny told her to take her time because right now they just needed to get through this dungeon. However, he hesitated and said that even now they too could do similar training and only hit in the head. Though Tina has high speed, she hesitates too much, but when she has to do something that requires precision, her speed drops a lot. Sunny asked her not to be afraid to make mistakes when doing things at high speed. You can slow down a bit for accuracy. And after going through the dungeon, they headed towards the portal to get out. There were already several players in front of the portal entrance. As they stepped out into the open world, Sunny froze for a second when he saw a group of people from a familiar guild in front of him. The first to catch his eye was Tyrant Ambition's healer, Endless Night, who had no time to notice the Lord and his group. His team didn't have time to react before Sunny snapped out of his seat, rushing towards the healer and attacking him with a smile on his face. The guild guy also didn't expect the sudden attack, but on an instinctive level, he managed to bounce away, dodging the Lord's spear. His speed was clearly not enough, however, as Sunny caught up to him very quickly, hitting him with a knee straight to the side, doing significant damage. He then transformed his umbrella into a cannon, beginning to shoot the healer without stopping to deal health-draining damage. His opponent attempted to answer him by preparing spells, but his actions were immediately interrupted by a blow to the chin. Marie came to the Lord's aid and attacked the healer with a cannon, asking what was going on, while Tyrant's ambition team watched on. One of the players asked the allies what they were just standing for, whereupon they attempted to attack the Lord, but all fell at his hand. When asked by Tina who it was, Sunny replied that they were players from Tyrant's ambition who had recently hunted them down. Outside the Straight Gorge, Knight looked dumbfounded at the team's vitals, realizing who they had managed to stumble upon there. He was immediately asked what had happened. He nervously began to turn his head and tried to make up an excuse, but nothing came to mind. He couldn't afford for the other guild to know that his first team had been killed. It was impossible for them to be the only ones to receive such a large amount of damage. He was asked to stick to the plan. They would send more of her to watch all 50 entrances to the dungeon. They would ambush her after finding out where Lord was. Inside the Straight Gorge, one of the teams looked dumbfounded at the other players after realizing that those players had been destroyed in the blink of an eye. Tina turned to them and asked if anyone else would try, but the players' response was to be scared and run away. Suddenly, a portal opened and players started coming out of it. The girl asked if they had come to kill them, to which Sunny replied that they would soon find out. Then the guy decided that it was time to leave the dungeon, because if they started at 12 o'clock, it would have already finished the third run. Before leaving, however, you have to send word to the people who were not very polite to them, but no one realized anything. They were wondering if he wanted to send topics to the elite groups that the big teams went here. Without explaining anything, the Lord asked everyone to go down to a small recess, saying that there were a lot of guild leaders on his friends list. He was sure that all the exits were guarded, so they would have to wait here. And this point was the best place to intercept the enemies. Suddenly, Marie claimed to see a group of people. Sunny read their nicknames, then said they weren't the right people. Tina noticed another group. Remember, they were from the Sansara Guild. After seeing them and thinking for a bit, the Lord made a decision. He ordered his team to go on the attack. The group, who weren't expecting an ambush, immediately started asking where they had come from. Sip, who noticed the collapse of his team, screamed, then excused himself for accidentally dropping the ashes of his cigarette on the keyboard. He himself thought that their best team had been ambushed and destroyed. He hoped that Lord's group would go after other teams as well. At this time, Sunny continued to hide in the recess, waiting out the other opponents, recognizing the next group, then ordered an attack. He recognized the Voidwalker Guild, indicating that they were coming after them too. The players, seeing Lord, began to ask what was going on here. Tina rushed forward, stating that 2 groups at a time would at least be a challenge for them, then attacked the players. During the battle, Sunny asked everyone to keep an eye on their surroundings as they can't let any of them escape. Bun told him not to worry. After raining another brick on one of his opponents, the bully called out his nickname to make sure he remembered it well, then laughed. While the battle was going on, another elite group of Tyrant's Ambition was marching through the gorge, led by the crowd favorite. The group stopped for a second, hearing some sound that sounded like a battle. The girl knight said that the voice was coming from over there. They peered around the corner, seeing bright flashes of explosions and hearing the screams of players who could do nothing. He immediately recognized the people from Void Step and 100 Flowers, noting that they were all being trashed by the Grim Lord's team. Favorite decided to help them. After all, they must save the people of the Allied Guild. Only by working together, they will be able to resist the Lord and his team. Without waiting for his allies to act, he was the first to rush into battle, swinging his staff and creating a fire spell. Sunny hadn't had time to notice him yet, as he was fighting another player, hitting him pretty hard with his spear. It was enough to bring his health down to 0. The crowd favorite said out loud that he was the very real devil. He immediately relayed the coordinates to his men, and Sunny spotted a group of Tyrant Ambition. Mari also stated that they were already here. Following that, the girl began to exchange fire with the guild shooter, who wasn't going to give in to her for a second. She decided to use more explosive ammunition, thus causing her opponent to leap into the air. The blonde was surprised that he was able to dodge, noticing that this group was not like the others and seemed stronger. The girl shouted that this group was not like the previous two, but Sunny noticed this as well, so he agreed with her. The excitement that played out inside made the Lord rush into the very epicenter, causing him to be completely surrounded by enemies. One of the warriors immediately attacked him from the side, stating that he had acted quite bravely here, but Sunny reacted lightning fast to this attack. Smiling, he extended the hand in which he held the spear, thus throwing away the opponent who thought he was too fast. Swirling the spear in her hand, Lord made the other enemies tense up and break the distance a bit to avoid being hit. However, for Sunny, distance was no barrier, causing him to transform his spear into a cannon and start shooting enemies from afar. Explosions began to erupt all around the perimeter, thus lowering the health of the Tyrant's Ambition players who had no way to defend themselves. The fact that he was about to be attacked from behind did not escape Sunny, and then he simply threw a grenade without even looking at his opponent. The girl could not expect that he would notice her, so she could not dodge the grenade, and as a result, she was defeated. The minion thought in shock that his skill in battles against players was even more terrifying than his skill in mopping up dungeons. However, such a picture could not completely destroy his fighting spirit, causing the wizard to begin to create a flame spell again. However, his panic was so strong that he missed with his attack while the Lord stood still, making no attempt to dodge. The dumbfounded crowd favorite couldn't understand why he wasn't going to attack him or what he was stalling for. He got his answer a second later when a projectile sent by Marie, who was covering Sunny, flew into his back. He realized he had left his defenses up, but it was too late. Lord was already by his side and said with a smile that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. With a smile on his face, Sunny stabbed him in the shoulder with his sword, causing his health and the wizard's to drop by more than half. He fell on top of the warrior girl, who still hadn't dispatched from the grenade blast, and now felt an ally falling on top of her. Sunny once again landed in the center of the battle. However, all the opponents were defeated. They thought the Lord was much stronger than they expected. The pet asked everyone to be careful so they could show him all they could do the second the warrior girl was attacked. The wizard realized that the Lord was completely reading them, and every time they focused their attention on him, the launcher would immediately launch an attack behind him. His eyes rounded as he wondered whose style of play this tactic resembled. But he hesitated to believe his own thoughts. He was pulled out of his musings by the shout of an ally telling him to watch his back. Turning his head, Loveday noticed an ally flying towards him. Lord also took advantage of their blind spot. If they get distracted by the launcher, he immediately slips into a spot where they can't see anything. Once they started paying attention to Lord again, it would immediately be the launcher's turn to attack them. That was their strategy. Mari, meanwhile, continued to shoot her opponents as they tried to get to her leader, the favorite asking everyone to be careful. Launcher provides support being in the thick of the battle, using on-screen tactics because they have an attack range and a large viewing angle. Abuse with favorite zones and use of the cannon screen makes it clear that Lord's squad isn't just for casual players. However, it's not a foregone conclusion for them yet. They just need to get rid of the launcher. With these thoughts, Loveday began to cast a spell. Creating two spheres, he sent them towards the girl, who immediately aimed them, thus destroying them. The wizard remarked with a smile that they were very precise attacks, however. This time, his raging flames would accurately hit the target. As he suddenly began to receive a series of attacks, thinking that he was just about to finish the spell after all, it was unclear how she was able to fire first. Turning his head, the wizard noticed that it was the Grim Lord firing, remembering her that he could use the launcher's abilities. Realizing that he was being shot at from both sides and there was no way to leave or return, he realized that this was the end. The last thing he saw before he died was Marie's slight smile as she pulled the trigger one last time, releasing the shell. When the attack hit the wizard, he realized that the unspecialized were too strong, and with this tactic, it was something new. His character was immediately revived in Weed City, where there were a few other players who didn't pay much attention to his appearance. However, the Lord's battle didn't end there. He noticed that they had already brought in reinforcements, but they wouldn't be able to fight at this pace indefinitely. They definitely didn't have enough mana for all of them, so they had to figure out an escape route to recover their strength. As he suddenly spotted a group of people who weren't taking part in the attack, Sunny said hello to them, asking if they were coming from the dungeon. Blue Creek's top team, led by Patok, watched in shock as events unfolded, trying to figure out what was going on. A player from the other shouted at him that he was good for nothing, as Lord had only broken records with them a couple times, and now they were afraid of him. With a glance at the Ambition Tyrant player, Patok stated that they were having a tough time on the table, and he thought it even lifted his spirits. He then said it was his birthday, so he wanted to get out of the game early, asking the guys to have fun without him. Shooter immediately started insulting him, but at the same second, Bun ran up to him, throwing a brick at his head and wishing Patok a happy birthday. The next second, Mary warned that a whole mob was running here. Sunny replied that when they came at them, they would kill them and run away. Once they were done fighting, the guy showed them the way, asking them to stay close to the wall to stay out of the enemy's sight. He also asked them to keep an eye on everyone they came across, because they probably had sentries posted at all 50 entrances. Mary realized that he was trying to lead them down a path where they wouldn't run into anyone, but it wasn't a given that they wouldn't take the predicted route. Sunny said it's not that complicated, because there are only 5 entrances in the direction they are going, so they can avoid bad routes. A couple minutes later, other players arrived at the scene of the battle, but they did not catch Lord and his team on the ground. Swallow realized they were too late. Knight wondered just how strong the Lord was, since even the Guildmaster couldn't handle him. But they were sure that sooner or later, someone would spot them. They'd have to go to one of the gorge's entrances anyway. We need to notify everyone currently in the pumping area and those walking around the wasteland to beware of the Grim Lord. At 3 AM, the players were complaining that they had been standing there for over half an hour, but nothing had happened. Plus, they were very sleepy. Upon seeing the record alert, Knight noticed that their men were spread out all over the place, but they managed to sneak in and set the record. Sip decided to send his men to defend the dungeon to prevent the Lord from escaping once again. At the same second, Knight received a report that his subordinate had found a wild boss in a rather desolate area of the gorge. It's the middle of the night, and they have relatively high levels. While the others are busy catching the Lord, they can quietly slip away. Meanwhile, Sunny stated that they wouldn't be able to make another run, because after the alert, the players would definitely block all the entrances to the dungeon. Smiling, Mari said that since they wouldn't be going in there anymore, she went. The newcomer also joined her, leaving the game. Sunny asked those left behind to stay focused while pumping and pay attention to their surroundings. These may still be looking for them. While Tina and Bun continued to do their restraint training, Lord decided to step away from them and check out the situation. Peeking out from behind the cliff, he turned his attention to the wild boss of Straight Gorge, the Alpine Ronin of Sheer Rock. At the same second, his comrades approached him. Sunny asked them to step back, noticing that someone else was watching the boss. He had already been spotted. Most likely a bunch of people would be coming here soon to kill him, when suddenly he spotted Bun, who was scouting the situation. The Lord said they should be careful. This boss's weapon has the swing of a palash and the speed of a katana, but they would still fight him. They decided to steal this boss, and when asked by Tina if they were doing the right thing, Sunny replied with a smile that they were Tyrant Ambition's men. They won't be able to take it themselves, as it will take them at least 3 hours to kill the boss, so they won't have time to kill him. They'll steal it towards the very end. Ambition won't send many people from here either, as some of the players are still around other guilds. When asked what if they did go to a whole bunch of people, Sunny replied that they would just send a message about it to the general chat room. 5 minutes later, they found a secluded spot, because if someone was going to send people here, there was no way they were going this way. However, during this time, no one has come yet. If the people who are supposed to kill the boss never come, then they will remain sitting here bored. As the boss started to leave, Tina asked what kind of place they wanted. Lord I thoughtfully replied that as close to the boss as possible. This is one of the game rules. If they start attacking the boss at the very end, they won't get it, so they need to kill the others besides the boss. Thus, all the credit for killing the boss will go to the group left behind when he dies, so they should be around. They will have to act fast, which means they need to make sure that in addition to the post, they can also kill the other players. But that's where the boss is going, and I'll have somewhere to hide. Tina offered to start a fight with him right now to take him away to a place where no one will be. Sunny replied that they couldn't find a place like that. If they got desperate, the whole server would know about it, and then they wouldn't be able to find a deserted place. Suddenly the guy thought about it, said it could work. They could try something if they had no choice. However, they need to wait for the Tyrant's Ambition players to arrive first, even though they were too slow. Noticing a group of people, Bun stated that 5 people were coming to see the boss. Sunny menacingly asked him to stop sticking his head out. The girl asked what he had in mind when she saw the smile on his face. he asked as she looked at the general chat room. The coordinates of the wild boss were listed there. Meanwhile, Knight realized in shock that Lord had decided to send this message to the general chat. How suddenly his eyes widened in surprise when he was texted that these coordinates didn't match the location of the boss. Suddenly, his comrade asked him not to move, stating that it was an incredible coincidence and the Lord was trying to create chaos to slip away. Knight realized that when Lord realistically could have pulled this stunt, he decided to do it the moment they found the real wild boss. Judging by the amount of time that had passed, if the Lord is really just mopping up the dungeons, then they are already finishing their third run. The guy asked his subordinates to look around the coordinates because if the wild boss was really there, they would do anything to steal it. Inside the gorge, Tina asked if that was his plan. Sunny agreed that he wanted to scare them, and these coordinates point right here. The girl noticed them approaching, then wondered if the opponents would run into them while they were hiding here. The Lord replied that they would definitely go straight ahead, for if they went that way, they might run into others coming out of the dungeon. Trying to avoid people, they would surely return to where the boss came from when they noticed that the players had already started attacking Ronin. This made it easier for them, for they could continue to hide along the left side, for when they moved away, they could move on to another place. They climbed up one of the cliffs before heading towards the battle. Sunny ordered everyone to stick to the left side. They weren't allowed to stick their heads out to be noticed. Tina noticed it was the same group from before. They decided to hang on the edge of the cliff, waiting for a convenient time. Bun asked if he would die if he fell, however that would not happen. Lowering his head and looking down, Sunny noticed other players running towards the coordinates he had discounted. Then they went back upstairs to change their position and get as close to the boss as possible. They watched the players who were still trying to find the wild boss, all the while checking the coordinates hanging in the general chat. Lord and his team decided to discreetly go downstairs to get a better position. Sunny suggested they wait here. It should have taken 6 people half an hour to kill the boss. He also advised the guys to watch something, like an instructional video. After a while, Sunny stated that it was almost time, then asked if everyone had replenished their health and mana, reminding them to check their equipment. He then said that the opponents were very coordinated. They would really have no problem eliminating the boss. And why should I rush? I should just wait for them to finish the fight and they will destroy them in one fell swoop. You have to kill the players first and then the boss. They decided to allocate targets, give numbers so they could communicate without letting them know who the next target would be. The next second, the boss went into a rage, Lord, and ordered to pay attention to safe places when the boss is attacked. Ronin began to spin around, attacking the nearest players with his huge sword. The warrior girl tried to defend herself, but still took damage. She immediately began to be healed by an ally who kept some distance from the boss so that he could have a chance to support his team. After regaining her health, the girl rushed behind the back of the boss, then attacked him, reducing his health bar some more. However, this only infuriated Ronin more, who shouted loudly, hinting at a new, rather serious attack. Upon striking the ground with the sword, flames immediately began to appear, appearing in random places, dealing damage to players. Its attack is fast and hard to interrupt. The rocks he tosses are also fast-moving and hard to defend against. If I don't look down right before the rocks go off, I can see the ground protruding a little bit where it will explode. At this time, the crowd favorite ordered to keep it up, because they were almost done. He was glad that the boss was almost dead. His subordinates were in solidarity with his thoughts, and therefore also shouted encouraging speeches, rejoicing at the approaching victory. Lord and his team jumped out from behind cover, then decided to attack, Tina on the 2nd, Bun on the 5th. The dazed players raised their heads, not understanding what was going on and where the grim lord who had come out of nowhere had come from. The group of 3 landed right in front of the boss, causing the others to freeze in surprise and retreat one step. The crowd favorite mentally questioned that of all people, places and times, the grim lord had come here just now. The appearance of this company was messing up the guild's plans big time. It was also unclear what else the 5th and 2nd they were talking about were. However, while he was thinking about it, the battle began. Turning around, the wizard noticed the lord who was already aiming for his back. He didn't make it back in time. However, the bullet flew past. He immediately realized he wasn't the target. Then, there was the question of what he was trying to do. The projectile hit the boss, which took off some health. Grimly, the lord immediately got on the list of those who did damage on the boss. The favorite decided he wanted to steal the boss from them, and at the same time, Bun was straightening out Tyrant's ambition healer. The warrior girl noticed that the treatment had been interrupted as a friend noticed the battle mage from last time. She decided to cut Tina in half. With a swing of her sword, she hit the boss, causing her eyes to widen in surprise as she hadn't noticed him approaching. Sunny, in turn, opened his umbrella and made a shield out of it to protect Tina from an attack that could damage her. Meanwhile, their rival casually attacked an ally, asking if he was all right, but the ally was in no hurry to answer. Suddenly he screamed, asking her to watch out, but it was too late. Tina attacked her with her spear right in the chest, throwing her into the air. Bun chased after the healer and shouted that it didn't matter if he killed him or not, he just needed to keep an eye on him. The warrior girl began to drink the potion, thinking that since the healer couldn't heal, she would have to drink potions, no matter how expensive they were. Her health recovered a bit, after which she tried to attack Tina again, but Sunny loudly asked her not to dodge. This surprised the girl, who had been working on getting revenge all this time, and now he was asking an ally not to dodge. Instead, Tina jumped into the air, showing her opponents that she was facing the boss who had already launched an attack in her direction. Swinging his sword, Ronin missed the wave that slammed into the girl, demolishing all the health she had regained with potions. After that, she was immediately approached by the Lord, who attacked her with a spear to the stomach, giving her no chance to dodge. As soon as he bounced aside, the boss grabbed her by the throat and pinned her to the ground, attacking her with his huge katana along with it. To finish her off, Sunny transformed his umbrella into a cannon and aimed it at the girl, giving her one last smile. After the explosion went off and the warrior girl was killed, Sunny told Tina that she shouldn't stress so much. After all, their biggest problem is over there. He pointed towards the boss, who angrily turned his attention to the guild players. The terrified crowd lover realized that Lord wasn't here to steal the boss, but to help him. He began to run away from the boss, shouting loudly that because of the provocation, he was focusing on them, and therefore it would be much harder for them to defend themselves against the Lord. In the next instant, Ronin and Sunny joined forces to massacre the players from Tyrant's ambition. The boss would roll players to the ground, practically finishing them off, while Sunny would deliver the final blow with his cannon, not giving his opponents a chance. The pet found himself in the city of Weed, where the rebirth point was located. As soon as his character was reborn, he let out a loud bellow. He turned his attention to his ally, after which he began to complain that Lord had teamed up with the boss and his behavior was simply shameless. At the same second, another comrade appeared behind them and irritably declared that they had no honor at all. The favorite thought that this way, they would definitely miss the boss, but they know his location, so they only need to gather people. Even though there's not much health about the mustache, but there's only 3 of them after all, it'll take them some time to finish him off one way or another. There were only 3 left on the list of those who attacked the boss, Sunny, Tina, and Bun, who were actively turning from all of Ronin's attacks. While Lord fought alone, his team stood back and dumbfoundedly declared that the boss was incredible. Sunny loudly reminded them that they were not her performance, then ordered them to attack with him to finish him off faster. Without thinking long, Tina and Bun attacked the boss at the same time, lifting him into the air to give him as little room to maneuver as possible. Then, the girl paired with the Lord used the touch of the flower to push Ronin off to the side of the cliff, disorienting him. However, things went a little off track, causing the boss to land on his feet. Tina yelled that he was going to use an enhanced attack. Pushing off the rock, Ronin rushed forward, but immediately met head-on with Sunny, who couldn't let him counterattack. The Lord decided to use all his techniques to the max and then attacked the boss right in the neck, causing him to hesitate. Surprised, Tina and Bun immediately recognized the assassin technique their leader had used. Sunny asked again why they were just standing there. They immediately came to their senses, and then they all began to attack Ronin together, slowly but surely reducing his health bar. At that second, the guild leaders looked dumbfounded at the alert that congratulated the Grim Lord and his team on their victory over Ronin. Favorite thought that most of the fallen players were because of the guild, and the boss they stole had to be theirs too. Sip and other players wondered where Cleansing Mist and 1 Inch of Ashes were, to which they received the answer that they were offline. We need to hurry up and call off all the people they have set up at the entrances to the dungeon. They will set a trap for the Lord. They won't let him leave the gorge so easily. They won't leave them this time, not unless they learn to fly. Suddenly, Knight shouted that the Grim Lord was out. His comrade shouted back that he had no shame or conscience. In the end, they never accomplished anything. They don't even know where he was before the shutdown, so they can't wait for him either. One had to guard the entrance to the gorge, One must not panic, at least they might try to visualize his movements. At this time, the happy internet cafe, Sunny pulled a cigarette out of his pack, lazily peering at the monitor screen. From the boss, he is fulfilled with an amber crystal, a very useful item for the umbrella. It was luck to knock it out the first time. Right now, he's the only one of his kind on server 10, and there won't be many more of them coming out within a year. Also, now they have 1 purple weapon, 2 blue gear, and 2 rock breath. If you sell them, you can get a lot. At noon that same day, in the dining room of Tyranny, the players looked at the doorway with surprise at the man who had arrived. Everyone wondered why the head was here at this time of day. At which time, Jin stood with a tray in his hands. He walked over to the table where the vice captain was sitting. Asking him if he could sit down, he nodded affirmatively. Tyranny's vice captain, Mike, continued chewing rice, not bothering to be the first to start a conversation, deciding to eat his lunch first. Jin immediately turned to him, wanting to discuss something with him, but the man stopped him, suggesting he eat first. When the vice captain set aside his third plate, Jin thought he was done, then tried to restart the conversation. However, it was a false start. Mike took a bowl of soup and began to eat silently, not reacting to the words of a comrade. Once he was done, he asked what he wanted to talk about here. Jin replied that it was about the game. After hearing this, the vice captain began to summarize about a player with no specialization and a weapon that could change its form. Jin noticed that the vice captain was more concerned with his tactics after all. Unless you count Sunny, he's one of the remaining master tacticians. The other 2 are still in league play, but this Grim Lord is also very cunning and resorts to some interesting tactics. Mike asked him for an account he could lend him to take a look at it. He immediately agreed. He decided to visit him in the afternoon, even though he had a practice scheduled at that time, but for the sake of it, the guy would ask for the day off. As soon as it was 2 p.m., Mike was all set. He had brought his keyboard and mouse, and yes, he looks very serious. Jin noticed that Lord still hadn't returned, even though he'd gotten out of the game back in Straight Gorge yesterday, but he still hadn't returned. Taking the healer's account, the vice captain logged into the game and asked his comrade to calm down, for they would just wait for him here. They continuously watched the Lord's appearance as they suddenly noticed that he had entered the game, which meant they had a chance to catch him. After 2 hours, the players were getting visibly angry because he still hadn't been found, even though he was supposed to show up somewhere in this area. Suddenly, Mike froze, noticing one of the players walking towards them. He immediately realized that Lord was heading towards them. Sunny walked in their direction with a slow but steady gait, noticing that no one was going to attack him. Mike asked Gene to go down to the bottom of the slope. He sent him the exact location of where they were now. The crowd favorite was surprised to notice that he had identified all the positions he wanted them to take with such maddening precision. All the players near him began to scatter, taking up positions, and the favorite was the first to rush forward. Sunny thought he should go back to Weed City, since the busybody had almost no durability left. But for now, he'd have to switch to another weapon. Choosing a 2-tailed sword, the Lord paid attention to his enemy's formation, thought they had a great layout. Sunny decided to ask the healer who he was, to which he got a little too close, which surprised the guy a little. The crowd favorite looked at the tactician in surprise and marveled that he had started a correspondence with the Grim Lord. The one suggested he be the first to launch the attack. Sunny agreed, rushing forward, and the favorite looked at him in surprise. He mentally turned to the vice captain. I had said that the Lord was running at them. However, it appeared that the latter was not going to hand out instructions to them. Given their formation, he should be the first to strike. But does the vice captain see no need to give any instructions? Mike was only naming a player's specialty, and Loveday didn't understand what he was thinking so much, since he was now half a step behind everyone else. However, he still tried to stop the Lord by aiming a spell at him. It worked, and he began to dodge. The pet was surprised that he could have dodged those 2 Lee on her in a multitude of ways, but chose the fastest and riskiest option. Plus, it required great skill. The second Mike ordered the gunner to begin his attack. Holding his pistols, he fired relentlessly toward Lord, but he dodged every bullet. Bao decided to shorten the distance a bit to make it easier to hit. However, it didn't help. Lord was too fast. The pet cried out loudly, but it was too late. The 3 shuriken that Sunny had sent were already fiddling with the shooter's body. At the same second, a warrior entered the battle and ran at his opponent, and Lord had already prepared 2 swords. With maximum acceleration, the warrior was able to catch up to his opponent and hit him in the shoulder. He rejoiced at his small victory. He was immediately asked what he was rejoicing about. The warrior meanwhile asking the Lord to taste his eagle seal. After he executed his ability, he realized that instead of Sunny, he had attacked a shadow clone that he had managed to summon very quickly. The Lord, who was keeping some distance away, used a spell, after which darkness rained down on the warrior. Sideways, Sunny noticed the warrior girl quietly sneaking up on him, wanting to avenge her past defeat. She quickly drew her sword from its sheath and swung it towards her enemy, but the Lord was able to bounce aside in time. Sunny's eyes widened as he realized that he had managed to let slip and fall into the trap of the sacred fire after all. His opponents immediately rejoiced, declaring that now he was definitely finished and they could finally defeat him. Sacred Fire is an ability that deals periodic damage, the effect of which lasts for 10 seconds. However, damage is not the most important part of Holy Fire. The most important part is that Holy Fire grants silence for 3 seconds. Anyone burned by Holy Fire cannot use the spell for 3 seconds, meaning the Lord will be vulnerable. As Mike finished reading the spell, he asked all of his allies to prepare for a general attack. Using the move, Sunny quickly bounced back, thinking that he couldn't predict where this healer would use the Sacred Fire once more. Damage isn't too terrible for him, but being immolated for 3 seconds, that's definitely not something to mess around with. The crowd favorite wasted no time, and with a smile on his face began to cast a flaming spell, eager to catch up with the Lord. The fire beam immediately caught up with Sunny, who followed immediately after the Holy Fire as if it were one. The Grim Lord was surprised to notice that they were so carefully thinking out their every move. It seemed these guys had figured out his tactics. This Holy Fire was very even. The Grim Lord wouldn't be able to use his abilities for 5-6 seconds. It was a great chance to kill him, so all the players immediately rushed forward, wanting to avenge his past deeds. Mike wondered why he didn't use Airfire. With it, he could get off the ground to wait out the effects of the Holy Fire. Airfire is a basic attack that is not affected by silence. Non-specialized can also use it. At the same time, the gunner was trying to shorten his distance with Lord to make it easier for him to deal damage from his guns. Suddenly, he was caught in a trap that came right out of the ground. The trap was able to completely immobilize the shooter. But he didn't understand when the Lord had had time to place it, for they had kept their eyes on him from the moment he appeared. Then it came to him that he did it the moment he dodged his bullets. The same second, he heard a rumble next to him. The warrior who was about to do the same was also caught in a trap from which he tried unsuccessfully to escape. The gunner thought in shock that while Lord rolled around on the ground, dodging his pulse, he had managed to set not one, but 2 whole traps. It was definitely his plan B, which worked just fine, giving him time to shake off the effects of the Holy Fire. If it wasn't for those traps, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape, yet the gunman tried to attack him at range. Sunny reacted instantly, throwing one of the swords in his direction. The blade began to accelerate ever faster. The trapped guy was a little slow to react, causing him to collapse to the ground with force, temporarily disoriented. The warrior, who still hadn't gotten out of the snare, watched the Lord with anger as he waited for the effect to wear off. Seconds later, Sunny declared that the stillness from the sacred fire was over, and therefore, there was nothing more to worry about. While ripping his leg out of the snare, the warrior lunged at his opponent with his fists, hopefully catching him off guard. However, the Lord was also prepared for such an action, so his face continued to remain calm and cool. After the warrior launched a series of attacks, the Lord swung his swords twice and was at his back, inflicting several wounds. Breathing heavily, the enemy turned his head and asked loudly how he felt about this, but immediately fell silent and froze. His eyes dropped to the sword that was near his throat, though he didn't even notice it happen. Standing behind him, Sunny looked at the guy with a cold and cruel gaze, not even thinking of pitying his opponent. The last thing the warrior felt was the blade sliding down his throat, whereupon he fell to the ground, admitting another defeat. Watching this picture, the crowd favorite mentally wondered what the vice captain was thinking now after seeing this. He realized that he should send them after the Grim Lord, or else he would escape, and then they wouldn't be able to catch him. Not hearing Mike's decision, the loved one decided to take matters into his own hands, realizing there was no choice. Then used a touch of the flower. The spell almost reached the Lord, but he managed to dodge just before the collision. Sunny realized he wasn't going to be left alone, so he swung his sword and attacked Loverboy, knocking him away. The jolt was so strong that the wizard tore himself off a small ledge and fell on his back, shrieking loudly. Turning around, Sunny smiled and said it was pretty close. Maybe next time he'd have better luck. He was pretty sure that Mike from Tyranny was playing under the Infinite Night account. Good thing his team didn't consist of pros. He wasn't sure he could pull off something like that with a two-tailed sword if there were more professionals out there. At this time, Mike said he didn't see his weapon transform. Instead, he used a double-tailed sword. The wizard noted that he had been fighting all night after all, and had not had a chance to visit the city, and his weapons had almost no durability left. Mike replied that it makes sense. Meanwhile, the shooter stated that it's a shame, because if it wasn't for those traps, they would have won. The vice captain added that if the gunner's bullets had flown more clustered, he wouldn't have had a chance to set those traps. Attackers like to move at faster speeds, but with their current training, they should stick to a slower pace. This conflict started because of the dungeon records. If it continues like this, both sides will only waste time and energy. So Mike decided to make a deal with him for a 5x5 team fight tonight at the arena. If they won, he wouldn't touch any records. The crowd favorite was surprised that Lord agreed to stop breaking their records. He was fine with that arrangement. As he smoked another cigarette, Sonny noticed that he had received a message in which Infinite Night accepted his terms. The guy smiled, saying that he would start by talking to his team about what time they could all be online together. Mike frowned, suggesting we meet at 9 p.m. That would be in 4 hours and 37 minutes, just enough time to get ready. Sonny began tentatively clacking on the keyboard, saying that maybe this time might be a little short. He knew that Tina and Shani had gone out together today, and Frank was usually gone at this time, so he needed to find a replacement for him. However, they still agreed on 9 p.m., putting his hands behind his head. Sonny made sure it was really Mike. At 8:55, at the Bull City Tavern, Marie asked where everyone was. Sonny replied that Soft Mist had left with her boss, and the rookie wasn't playing at that time. Bun, on the other hand, went to buy himself a weapon. He would be here soon, which meant they still had time to play. However, time was running out. The second Sonny got a text from Mike asking if they were ready, someone replied that they weren't packed yet. He wanted to reschedule for 12, but was turned down, thinking he was inefficient and that time would be better spent sleeping. Mike decided to reschedule for tomorrow, but Lord stopped him, saying he had someone who could attend. He wrote to Smooth Tree, whereupon he agreed, and they traveled together to the Lava Cemetery. There, the strongest team of Tyrant Ambition, led by Mike, who continued to play the healer, was already waiting for them there. There were 3 people, Lord, Marie, and Bun, heading towards them to meet them, who were in quite an elevated mood. At the same second, Sherlock beamed at them, smiling and shouting happily that they wouldn't waste any time. When Mike asked who it was, the favorite, and replied that he had killed many of their people in the grass forest, but he was only level 27. The healer stated that it was very fashionable to be a chatty swordmaster in their time. At the same time, they noticed another player. A man with the nickname 0 Kills appeared behind Lord's back, yet none of them had ever heard of him before. The annoyed Lord turned to Sherlock and stated that if he didn't want to be exposed, he should try to talk less. He clarified that they would be battling against Mike. Hearing the familiar name, the blonde put his hand to his mouth dumbfounded. Suddenly, 0 Kills rushed forward. Sherlock asked who it was. Sonny replied that due to the lack of people, he had opened the room to everyone. Tyranny's team watched silently as the unfamiliar player rushed at them, trying to figure out what he was up to. Mike realized he was rushing right at them. She somehow was an unfamiliar strategy to him, so he was puzzled. In the same second, to the surprise of everyone, the stranger simply fell into the lava, causing shock on the faces of some players. Curing him, Sonny thought about what he knew, that he wouldn't magically meet another professional player. Sherlock told him he was too impatient. The man replied that someone had said he didn't want to waste time. A disgruntled Sonny told Sherlock that the others could hear him too, then asked the newcomer to try not to listen to him. 0 Kills asked a rookie like him not to give out orders to others. The blonde asked not to be called a rookie. Sonny ignored their altercation, saying that their enemies were on their way, then asked them to try not to fall into the lava. Mike was tense at the fact that they were slow, but he couldn't let himself relax for a second. He watched carefully as a group of people headed in their direction, with the Grim Lord walking ahead of them. Mike loudly asked his team to remember to lunge and use a 2-3 formation. Immediately they accepted his order. Sherlock, I noticed they were changing their formation. Sonny agreed and asked Marie to get ready. The girl immediately agreed and readied her gun, awaiting the leader's further orders, keeping her eyes on him. The 2 teams were separated by a huge chasm, at the bottom of which boiled lava that was dangerous for any player. Seconds later, Sonny gave the command to open fire. Mike in turn ordered his men to duck. Mari immediately started firing the cannon, firing several shells at once to make it harder for the enemy to dodge. 3 huge shells rushed at the enemies, after which they all scattered, dodging the explosions. Each of the 2 teams took their position, waiting for the second step, for their leaders to give the order. Mike thought Lord was pretty good. Picked the perfect time to launch his attack. Well, that's just what he expected. The healer only gave the order to go on the attack, after which the warrior girl drew her sword and rushed forward, hopefully slaying her enemies. Sunny transformed his umbrella and began shooting opponents with the cannon, trying to stay in the air. Thanks to the inertia of the shots, he was able to push off and soar upward so that he was harder to reach. The warrior thought menacingly that the Lord had abruptly changed direction, causing him to miss the eagle seal, but it could have been worse. You too. A second he stopped at the very abyss, looking at the lava bubbling at the bottom. Suddenly, someone approached him. Turning his head, he found a chatty swordmaster who had his sword drawn above his head, pointing it at the warrior. With a slight swing of his weapon, he sent his opponent straight into the lava. Bun appreciated this devious move. The second Mike started conjuring, and I noticed he was trying to create holy fire, so I wanted to stop him. Sherlock asked him to ignore him, because he wouldn't have enough range, so he would only provoke him. After lowering his head and seeing the warrior slowly dying in the lava, Bun decided to speed up the process a bit. He picked up a brick and threw it at his opponent's head, causing him to shriek but still not die. This infuriated the warrior, who used a jump to get back to the ground. Sherlock got scared and told Bun to run. Turning his head, the blonde noticed the warrior girl, who was not in the best of moods, already rushing towards him. He made a sly and sharp lunge, sending the warrior back into the lava, while he himself tried to quickly return his attention to the girl. He turned very quickly, but managed to bring his sword up at the very last moment, thus exposing the block. The warrior who had fallen into the lava was cursing loudly, for no one could heal or save him now, making him look useless. Mike thought that in theory, his plan was to have the striker bounce back, but it takes 3 people working together. And even then, 100% success is not guaranteed, but this interval of time was enough for him to attack. If he really thought this through, it means only one thing. He has divine skills, nothing less. The healer realized that there was no way he could save the gunman. Now the plan was to attack them with the lightsaber. As if reading his thoughts, the warrior girl rushed into battle. However, it was too soon. Mike tried to stop her. By doing so, he distracted the girl, who missed with her attack, causing Sherlock to bounce to a safe distance. Holding the sword firmly with both hands, the blonde smiled, then swung the weapon, shaking the ground beneath him. The girl, who was already flying into the lava, was surprised that he was able to use the falling light blade before even jumping. The warrior, who was still in the lava, was surprised to see a girl flying towards him, whom the healer was trying to heal. Frowning and casting a spell, Mike realized that things weren't going well, and things weren't going any better for the mage and the gunslinger. Turning his attention back to his comrades, he realized that Lord and his friend had already sent 2 people into the lava. Mike looked at the screen and thought that even though Jean's men were not professionals, they were not weak. They still spread them out playfully though. Lord and Tree are far superior to them as well as the launcher. She's very good at suppressing enemies and interacting with the team, and he's a regular healer even now. They're deliberately ignoring him. The boy felt cut off from everyone, as if he were watching everything from the sidelines rather than being a participant in this battle. Closing his eyes and lowering his head slightly, Mike announced that they had lost, though those 2 words came with great difficulty. In response, Sunny smiled and stated that they were very good, but fell just a little short of victory. When asked who he was, Lord replied that he was a pro like him. Mike wondered if that was really true. This joke had gone too far. Sunny asked that since there was nothing else they wanted to tell them, they could go. The opponents briefly agreed. As soon as they left, Sherlock stated that Mike had really given up. He thought about catching him off guard, but that was too naive. There aren't many people who could replicate something like that, but Sunny is one of those dozen, so Sherlock once again offered to fight him. Lord stated that Mike already suspected something, so if the blonde man did, he would provide him with the final proof. Sunny then thanked the guest for his efforts. The guy thought in shock that he hadn't even done anything, but he was given a purple weapon anyway. Meanwhile, in the Tyrant Ambition room, Mike said that he flopped and underestimated his opponents too much. When asked just how powerful the Grim Lord was, the vice captain replied that they were 1 step closer to determining his true strength. We needed to fight him again. He did say he was up for it any time, so Mike decided to bring some people. Jean thought that Mike wanted to lead a whole team of professionals. Then they could definitely defeat Lord. If Lord's team will be so strong that they will defeat the pro team, then they should definitely not fool around. They have a match in 2 days on Saturday, so it would be better to schedule a battle with him on Sunday, Jin replied. Lord agreed. A short while later, Captain Han was in Tyranny's training room, clacking furiously on the keys. He was practicing on the soaring cliffs now, trying to jump from one to the other while dodging arrows. Mike walked in thinking it was too late. The captain had always had a problem with footwork, and now it was going to show. Trying to land on one of the rocks, the guy didn't calculate the trajectory and tripped over the edge of a rock ledge. With no way to get back up, he began to fall back down, realizing that he had reached his peak and therefore lost. He pounded his fists loudly on the table in anger, and Mike thought he would never be able to break his old records again. Seeing the vice captain's reflection on the monitor screen, Han turned his head and asked how it had gone. Mike bluntly answered that they lost. The opponents were stronger than he expected, as they were at the level of pro players. The captain frowned and said it was a good joke, then asked if it was really like that. Why were they still just playing around? Mike asked in response if he wasn't just playing too, but Han didn't say anything to that, just asked to let him see the tape. They began to watch the replay, during which the captain commented that Smooth Tree had good mechanical abilities. Mike agreed, saying that although he didn't say anything during the match, someone who fought him before said he was very talkative. Han didn't understand what the vice captain was getting at, after which he noticed that the Grim Lord's weapon was something with something. Mike agreed, saying that such a weapon should never have appeared in the hands of a regular player, much less on a new server. He thinks they need to keep interacting with them to learn more. Han, I figured he had already come to some conclusions. This weapon was created specifically for the unspecialized class. Of all people, only Vernon would be suitable for such a weapon. He's very good, though his speed is lacking for this kind of character, but he's definitely enough to fully support his team. But people in the guild said he sits online a lot, and it doesn't seem like there's more than one person playing as that character. However, Mike decided it was Sunny after all. Han asked why he was attracting stares again if he had retired. Not getting an answer to this question, he began to ask what they did then. He was told that they asked the Lord for a rematch. The captain wants to bring in people from the team, and when asked if he had any spare accounts, he said he had one. Han frowned even more, then stated that he too could join them to see everything in person. His gaze turned back to the monitor, on which the figure of the Grim Lord paused, smiling victoriously. Meanwhile, in Sunny's straight gorge, I noticed that Tyrant's ambition got the boss after all, so he decided to ask them what items they got. When asked where they would go now, the Lord replied that they would go to mop up the dungeon. Leveling up was their best defense against guilds. In the Fire Forest, Tyrant's ambition group was once again unsure where the Grim Lord had gone, deciding that he was headed for Straight Gorge. Cold Knight said they should mind their own business, and if anyone noticed him, they should just share the news. Their best players agree with this too, as they definitely can't beat him themselves, and this running around has taken up too much of their time. However, the guild leaders of the Magnificent Dynasty and Grass Garden guilds were rootlessly disagreeing with Knight's proposal. Chandler thought that Plantain had also realized that the Grim Lord was Sunny, but it was unclear how he had come to that. Grain stated that he's their biggest enemy right now, but that's a short-sighted approach and their development could stall because of it. The Blossom Valley leader replied to him that they are not giving up. They just want to change their approach a bit. Even when they put guards everywhere, it did nothing for them. So, they should accept the situation as it is. If they unite, they will have ears everywhere. They just need to attack the Lord from time to time so that he has a sense of danger. That way, he won't dare go into crowded places. He'll have to hide to complete quests or go through dungeons. Lone Sip replied that he liked the way it sounded, so they would take a more flexible stance towards the Lord from now on. And now they will all go to the gorge together, for there is a possibility that he is there now, and they will station men at every entrance. The dynasty head angrily thought that now that they were united, they would no longer be able to make the guilds harm each other. When Sunday came, at 9 p.m., two groups of people were gathered in the arena, facing each other. A warrior from Tyrant Ambition proudly stepped forward, showing his leadership by scrutinizing the Grim Lord. Sunny, sure, so you don't musicians are played by another person? This striker is definitely Vernon, and the healer is left to Mike. The vice captain looked closely at the Lord's command and could not understand what was happening, for the change was in plain sight. He didn't understand where Cleansing Mist, Steamed Bun, and Smooth Tree had gone. These were the first time he had seen these players. Vernon asked where these people he mentioned were. Mike replied that when they talked about this fight, they didn't specify that point. Tired of waiting, Sunny asked if they were ready to start. Vernon immediately agreed, keeping his eyes on the Grim Lord. He then told his companions to take on those four, while he would try to exchange a few blows with Lord. Without wasting any time, the captain rushed forward, taking down 3 players from Sunny's team without even bothering. Jin exclaimed happily that their captain was good, for he had put down 3 players in his path in a second. He then approached the Lord, who was at arm's length, but he wasn't even going to dodge. Vernon decided to take this opportunity and struck, but instead of Sunny, his shadow clone was there. The Lord himself quickly found himself at his back, waving his hand in a sign of greeting, trying him even harder. They then lunged at each other, Vernon using only his fists and Sunny held out his spear. The captain decided to intercept the attack with his bare hands, intercepting the tip of the spear right in front of his chest, stretching his arms forward. But as soon as his brasses collapsed, he noticed that the tip of the weapon had begun to dissolve in the Lord's hands. At first, he thought he had simply missed, but in the next second, he noticed that the weapon had taken the shape of a cannon. Shots and explosions rang out, but Vernon wasn't going to give up even under the hail of bullets, so he tried to get close to Sunny. As quickly as possible, he shortened the distance, causing the Lord to bounce back, thus losing the opportunity to dodge. Vernon began to lash out, trying to attack him with his arms and legs. However, Sunny opened his umbrella, making a shield out of it. The captain then decided to use a slap, swinging his arm wide. Lord reacted instantly, then crouched down. That was his mistake though. His eyes went wide when he saw a knee flying towards his face. However, he still managed to block the next blow by taking out his baton, which he immediately put a block on. Wasting no time, he decided to retake the initiative by bringing his opponent to the ground, pinning him with his knee. Sunny then stated with some smiles on his face that he wanted to give him a little show to hurt his pride. Being pressed by the Lord and hearing his statement, Vernon declared that it was indeed him, recognizing who was hiding behind his guise. Hearing the captain's phrase, Jean immediately became very curious about who this man was that Vernon personally knew. As they fought, Sunny asked if he had to be so intense since it was just an arena fight. His opponent ordered him to shut up and then swung his fist, scowling angrily as he didn't want to be distracted. His blows hit exactly on target. He began pounding the Grim Lord, shattering the ground beneath him and preventing him from escaping. Then he paused for a second, looking questioningly at the caller, who didn't even attempt to do anything. Sunny was lying on the ground with his arms spread out. Jean noticed he wasn't moving. He thought he had died here, though he should still have plenty of health. Suddenly, Lord jumped up and got to his feet, apologizing and saying he was just distracted for a second, but not dead. However, this was of little concern to Vernon, who lunged at him again, preparing another attack, gathering all his strength into a fist. Sunny didn't defend himself. Jean noticed that this definitely shouldn't happen. It felt like he was trying to lose on purpose. Suddenly, Lord said he gives Vernon a standing ovation. It's only one match, but he knows how much he enjoys it. The warrior stopped his attacks, then said that since he was resigned to his defeat, it was better for him to leave the match. Before leaving the arena, Sunny stated that he was leaving this powerful due to accepting defeat. As soon as the Lord disappeared, a system alert appeared stating that Tyrant's ambition had won. Cold Knight remarked that he had lost. Sunny replied that, as agreed, he would not touch their records again. At this time, in Tyranny's workroom, Mike and Vernon headed for the exit, while Jean decided to ask who the Lord really was. Without hesitation, the team captain replied that it was Sunny. The answer dumbfounded the head, who remained standing in the same pose. He thought about the fact that if they were losing to him, it wasn't such a shame. However, he urgently needed to talk to Cold Knight. Mike asked why Sunny wanted to lose and why he took 4 completely useless people with him. Vernon replied that he doesn't do anything for nothing, which means he has more to gain from losing than winning. He also suggested that it would buy him time, because maybe a year from now, they'll fight him in a match again. Meanwhile, Sunny asked Simon if he wanted to set a record in the Straight Gorge, but he was reluctant to ask for his help. However, he only wanted to convey a strategy for setting new records, which stunned Azure Stream. He demanded payment for strategy. Transferring his knowledge was a better option for him to get out of his predicament. And when he shared his knowledge, all the major guilds would stop having enmity towards him. It was simply genius. However, they still can't agree on a strategy, so Sunny will have to change her goal a bit. Misty Castle was one of the big guilds. He wondered how good of a record they could set. Afterward, he began discussing the beginner's guide to Straight Gorge with Hidden Light, and Sunny texted him an updated version. At the gorge, at 2:30 a.m., the crowd favorite noticed that it had been over half an hour since they set their record, but it hadn't been broken yet. Suddenly, they noticed an alert in which Misty Castle broke the record, which surprised the players of Ambition Tyrant. It was a stab in the heart. After all, they had just solved their problem with the Lord, and now Misty Castle was starting to do the same. At this time, Sunny was chatting with Misty Blink, not discussing future strategy for the Fire Forest, asking him to prepare materials. He was asked if they could get priority treatment in the next strategy. Sunny agreed, allowing them to make their first bid. When 6:30 a.m. came, Sunny finished preparing the practice schedule for his team. Meanwhile, in the Bull City Tavern, the favorite seemed to ask what Misty Castle bought strategy from the Grim Lord. Knight replied that he could sell a similar strategy to them too and see if they could perhaps get a record to sing. That's when they realized Lord had decided to take on a new business and buying his strategy would be key to setting the record straight. He probably planned it in advance, so he called random people to the battle last night to lose. Knight asked if they would buy strategy from him in exchange for materials. Favorite angrily agreed. Even after everything that's happened, they'll still have to rely on the Grim Lord to set new records. When it was December 24th, Shiny stated that the Christmas event was about to start, so she asked Sunny to plug in faster. She offered him a seat next to her since the other seats were already taken. He immediately accepted her offer. The main goal of this year's Christmas event is to hunt down the Christmas thieves who have stolen Santa's gifts. For this, Santa will reward players with a gift box according to the gifts they bring back. The number of thieves caught will be converted into points and will be displayed in the Hunter rating. It will be divided into several parts by levels. After completion, players will receive a gift depending on their place in the table. The best players will receive the best reward. Thieves also have levels. The higher their level, the more points are awarded. There are also elite thieves and bosses. After reading the necessary information, the group of 3 began hunting for the thieves, and Shiny had already found one. However, that doesn't mean she'll always be leading, even though the one-hit rule applies here, because no one will steal it now. Sunny, who writes through the woods, has been corresponding with Marie, who has decided to hunt thieves in Sin City, where there should be few people. It was a city of 39 levels of pumping, where Lord decided to visit to help her friend with a thief hunt. Along with that, this way he could raise his level a bit, killing monsters that were already an order of magnitude stronger. Sunny knew that the people of Sin City had a very long provocation range, and they also had high aggressiveness. Besides, this map has limited visibility. There's also a lot of background noise. He didn't know if Tina would be able to adapt here. Shiny was surprised that they went to Sin City, since they were still very low level, then went back to catching the thieves. However, the girl shifted her gaze back to the sled monitor, hot on the fact that they had moved off to the other side, asking him to move forward. She stated that at this rate, you could have just rushed forward and killed them all, mind you. The guy is strong after all. However, Sunny continued to sit and wait, trying not to provoke any extra monsters, waiting out the thieves. As soon as one of them stepped out from around the corner, he was immediately shot in the head with neither from the cannon the Lord had gotten. The thief immediately started advancing on Sunny. However, the other monsters didn't even bat an ear to attack the guy. Shiny noticed that he decided to avoid the range of aggression at all costs. There was very little time, but he still made it. She didn't know if she could pull something like that off, but better not to compare him to herself, she decided to go see what Tina was doing. Shiny noticed the epic happening on her monitor, but noticed that her friend wasn't quite in control. The owner asked Sunny to help Tina, who was being chased by a whole bunch of monsters, even though he told her how to forcefully make them lose her. You just have to turn and jump on the walls a lot. Shiny replied that she does that, however it doesn't help. She then said there was someone here, turning her attention to another player standing on the roof with a gun in hand. It was Mari, who immediately fired a volley at the monsters to give her friend some time. However, with this action, she provoked all the monsters towards her, after which she began to run away on the rooftops. A little while later, the girl was back, and she seemed to have gotten rid of all the monsters that had been chasing her. Shiny noticed that it only took her a couple of moments to do it. Getting rid of monsters like that was only a couple of trifles to her. Tina thanked Marie and Shani asked if she knew her. The girl replied that she was Sunny's friend, and they went through the dungeons with her. The owner decided to compare her to herself, but Sunny said she was better than her in terms of playing many times over. This upset the girl a bit, who only hummed and told the guy to continue on with his thief hunting. After an hour, Shani said a lot of players never caught anyone, and she caught 3. Sunny caught 14, and Tina caught 9. She picked up her mouse and decided to look at the rankings. Grim Lord was at 261 and Soft Mist was at 784. For the sake of interest, she decided to take a look at Cleansing Mist, who was also doing well. She's at 319th place. Tina thought that the gap between her and Sunny was too big, so she should try even harder. Not wanting to waste any time, she continued to hunt for thieves in Sin City, making sure not to let anyone get in her way. Suddenly, she spotted a fleeing monster that purely by chance came into her field of vision, much to her delight. She was about to run after him when she suddenly noticed another player who jumped off the roof and started chasing the thief. Tina flinched as she realized he was running faster than her to him, but there was no way that was going to happen. Without a moment's thought, Tina abruptly sprinted in pursuit, hoping to outrun the player who had staked out her target. Then she noticed that they chased him at the same time, so she just needed to get to him sooner. But, as luck would have it, it was the girl who was attacked by a monster that came literally out of nowhere, but he could interfere with her movement. Tina decided to stab him with her spear, thus pushing him as far away from herself as possible to continue running. But suddenly, another idea popped into her head, whereupon she used the touch of the falling flower and sent the monster towards the thief. In this way, she was able to provoke the thief, who began to run towards her because she was the first to be able to strike. Another player who was also busy chasing recognized Soft Mist, who was in Gloom Lord's group. Tina noticed that the stranger just ran away, and it seemed like he just decided to leave that thief to her. The girl decided to continue the battle, attacking the thief and fighting off the monster that happened to be next to her. With her side vision, she noticed the Swordmaster again, leading the crowd of monsters behind him. She wondered what he wanted to do. She noticed the sly smile on his face, and so she was worried about what he was going to do with those monsters. The player ran straight at her, so the girl decided to defend herself by knocking him away from her with her spear. The guy smiled and noticed that she really liked that punch. This behavior was very strange for someone who had just been attacked. After making this statement, the player spread his arms, crashing into the crowd of monsters that chased after him. However, his smile didn't disappear anywhere. Then Tina was dumbfounded to notice that all the monsters were provoked at her. She realized that he had made her do it. In the next instant, she started running away from the monsters, trying to catch up to the stranger to get revenge. Tina made a lunge, however the guy came back, not even trying to counterattack, but silently watching the girl's actions. She tried to attack him in various ways, besides me using various spells that he dodged. Tina couldn't understand why he couldn't hit. After all, he doesn't make any mistakes in movement, but he anticipates the next hit every time. It seems she had experienced something like this once before, after which she tried to attack him with a normal attack that worked. At first, the girl thought it was a coincidence, after which she threw another punch that hit right on target, taking away the guy's health. Then she realized that this was what Sunny had told her about, that you had to use your abilities wisely. That's exactly what he does. She used a bunch of skills to deal with those monsters, and now most of them are reloading. Seeing her level, he concluded that Heaven Strike was the only skill she had left, which was why he was able to dodge. While Tina was trying to attack the player with normal strikes, she didn't notice the monster sneaking up on her, striking her. She couldn't lose her health like this anymore. She needs to think not only about him, but also about the monsters that haunt her. Sunny had once told her that during a battle of attrition, it was important to watch her stewardship of resources. The girl realized it would be an uphill battle, but it was still easier than defeating Sunny, so she could handle it. The Swordmaster was surprised to notice that the girl had drunk the potion and was once again lunging to attack directly at him. However, she skipped past and started fighting monsters. He wondered if she had been chasing him for 40 minutes and still wouldn't give up. If he knew it would end with this, he wouldn't worry. He asked her to hurry up and die. However, his smile faded a bit when he noticed that the girl wasn't even going to give up. It looked too cool for her. While the Swordmaster was thinking about it, Tina ran straight at him. He noticed that she was very persistent. The guy decided to subdue her by swinging his sword, but the girl jumped up, thus dodging the blade. This was a point the player didn't like, noting that she was very strong mechanically, even noticeably better than him. At the same second, Tina lunged, hitting him in the chest. The guy didn't realize how she managed to hit him. It was as if her speed had increased. He realized it was just a dragon tooth, but it shouldn't have done that much damage. Yet the girl continued to attack. His health was decreasing too fast, almost reaching 0, so he needed to do something about it right now. When he fell to the ground and looked at Tina, he noticed that she was using a level 50 Battle Mage skill, Battle Spirit. This shocked the Swordmaster, who didn't understand how she was able to use it now since her level wasn't high enough. Battle Spirit allows battle mages to grow stronger as they fight, constantly increasing their combat power. Most likely she had gotten this skill from a scroll she had taken from one of the Christmas thieves. There was simply no other explanation. And that said, this skill will have its limitations. If she somehow interrupts her combo, she will immediately lose her morale. Suddenly, a grenade exploded behind the girl's back, knocking her aside and interrupting the combo after all. Dropping to one knee and covering her eyes hear the bright flash, Tina noticed that she had interrupted the 7th level of Battle Spirit. The Swordmaster stated that it was hard to be a loner in an online game, himself mentally rejoicing that reinforcements had arrived. Tina began to swivel her head, noticing one player standing on the roof and the others running behind her. It seemed she had no choice now. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice addressing the Swordmaster. The girl immediately recognized Sunny, who had come to her rescue. Lord said that he called his cronies in as soon as the trouble came. It looked like the ultimate disgrace. Tina at first thought she was done for, but that feeling of having someone come to her aid at a critical moment is amazing. As she looked at her comrade, she realized that she had never felt like this before. But there was no time to think about such a thing now. Sunny started to heal her and asked her not to just stand there with a comma because the monsters were getting close. She agreed, getting ready to attack. Tina began to fight with her spear while Lord covered her from the roof, using his umbrella as a cannon. He asked her to kill her Christmas thieves faster, and he would buy time and hold these guys off for now. Once they had disposed of the monsters, Sunny stopped and turned his head menacingly towards the Swordmaster. Already starting to run away, Shiny recognized him, saying he was a pretty popular player from Magnificent Dynasty. Ever since she joined them, she began to hear more and more about the mischief he was doing to players from other guilds. She had found his behavior quite sweet at the time, but such behavior was unforgivable, especially with her dear friend. Sunny decided to cut off his avenues of retreat, firing shells right in front of his feet so he had nowhere to run. The chapter had said that the Grim Lord was Sunny, however. He didn't want to die here because he just didn't want to. However, the explosions were getting closer and closer to him, causing the Swordmaster to panic, thinking that the Lord was too accurate. He decided to try to fight by getting the ball without swinging it, but Sunny managed to dodge and bounce it into the distance. Accidentally snagging the monster, the others immediately turned their attention to him. He immediately realized that this was revenge for what he had done to Soft Mist. However, it didn't matter. He could still just escape. Now it would depend solely on his luck. A crowd of monsters tried to attack him, but all the while he successfully dodged, deciding that a hidden potential had been unleashed in him. Without looking back, he ran forward with all his might, thinking that he was now a god of evasion who could not be caught. In the same second, he saw Sunny in front of him, flying backwards beside him, using the recoil of his weapon. The Swordmaster loudly declared that he would not allow him to be mocked like that. The man replied that he had not even seen his real enemy. In the next instant, Lord stepped aside, allowing Tina to attack her opponent in the chest, stopping his run. She said she had already dealt with the thieves, so now she was ready to fight everyone else. Right now, Tina wanted more than anything to deal with the stranger who had decided to abuse her so cruelly. When the player got the last hit, he immediately realized that he was now finished. He was completely surrounded. When he appeared at the revival point, he was greeted by the head and asked if he had run into the Grim Lord. The guy asked how he knew, to which he got the answer that they didn't stand a chance against him no matter how hard they tried. Wherever he is, he always becomes a real pain for them. Then asked if the Swordmaster had seen the ranking table. Toth replied that they were somewhere in the top 15, but the head asked him to look at page 11, where Lord was in 218th place. He wasn't even on this list an hour ago, and now he's already at hash 218. He could be in the top 15 in as little as 3 hours. If he gets to the top, no one else on the server will be talking about how good Magnificent Dynasty is. In other words, they can't have him in the top 15, they can't let him ruin their hard work so easily. The Swordmaster asked what they should do then, to which the reply was that he would be given a few people to be in charge of. However, there was no need to fight the Lord, only to slow him down a bit. The head was sure the guy could handle it. After all, he is famous for this particular behavior, so such a task suited him perfectly. With a smile, the Swordmaster realized what the head was getting at, then confidently asked to leave the matter to him. Shiny noticed that an hour ago, Sunny had a whole 14 thieves killed. but in the last half hour, he had only been able to kill 2. She asked if they were overdoing it, to which she got the reply that that wasn't the point. At the moment, Sunny was surrounded. He pointed to his screen, saying that some guys had tailed him, created a network, and were moving right behind him. They try to steal or kill all the thieves that show up near him, which is why he can't kill many. This is done by 25 people, who were most likely from the Magnificent Dynasty, which keeps the Grim Lord at bay. Shani asked what had happened again, to which Sunny replied that it was a long story, so now he needed to come up with some kind of plan. At the same time, the Swordmaster was texting the head, reporting back, stating that it was the easiest thing to do. Anger came in waves over the guy who thought it had been an hour, and the Lord still hadn't reacted. It seemed the Master Tactician was about to lose. At this time, Sunny told Shani that he had come up with a very foolproof method, but he would need someone brave to help him carry it out. Needing someone to cross the street and cut Dynasty's power lines, the girl immediately brushed that plan aside. Then he decided to take a couple more laps to find out their positions. The Swordmaster had gotten word that he was now on the roof. A moment later, he was given the new coordinates, which made the boy shudder, for the Grim Lord was quite close. Looking up, he noticed Sunny standing on the roof of the building. This distance was very dangerous for him. According to their plan, they should run and tear up the course if they run into him. Everyone follows that exact plan. After running farther away, the guy decided he hadn't followed him, but now he could assign everyone else to positions. The Grim Lord can't be allowed to leave this formation, but he noticed that they still had the Lord under their control. Though he jumps over walls and runs across rooftops, it won't be enough to elude them, he told Sunny. That's not all. The Lord who suddenly appeared beside him immediately inquired about the guy knowing who he was. The Swordmaster flinched in surprise. He began to run, glad that this formation allowed for few deaths. Even if he died, he could still be in control. Guy doesn't rely much on individual players. Instead, he relies on a digital map of Sin City. The Swordmaster stated that they weren't here to kill him. Sunny replied that it was just a formation of a catch net. Guy was surprised that Lord knew about it, but Sunny smiled and added that he was the one who came up with the formation. Shock was immediately reflected on the boy's face, who couldn't believe those words to the end, and Sunny was coming closer and closer. The Lord noticed that the man had opened the map, then advised him to return to the city and work on positioning from there. The guy's last thoughts before the revival were that Sunny was the one who came up with this formation, and he didn't even realize it. When he resurrected, he immediately opened the map to send instructions to the others, noticing that the Lord was still under their control. He at once began to ask the allies to go 2 blocks eastward, and from there watch the street on the right, while the other was to climb to the roof on the left. Half an hour later, the Swordmaster was shocked at the number of messages. They have so many people, he doesn't have time to assess the situation. But it's still not that bad. He still manages to send people to the right places. Suddenly, the lad has found a gap in the formation. It was barely noticeable, yet it was obvious that someone had deliberately created it, and that someone was Sunny. The Swordmaster couldn't understand how this happened, noticing that the Grim Lord was rushing that way very quickly. Going around the players, Sunny thought that this formation wasn't so incredible. It had an initial huge weakness. It lies in the fact that it is difficult to maintain. Too many little things are important here, and it is difficult to rearrange the formation. To move it, you have to move almost every member of it. When events unfold quickly, the commander starts to fall behind. Sunny realized that the gap wasn't big enough yet, so he needed to keep it up to disarm the commander. The sweating Swordmaster saw the gaps getting bigger and bigger, though there shouldn't be any gaps in this formation. He tried to figure out how this could be, and when exactly things had gone wrong, starting to remember recent events. The guy concluded that the problem started with him. When he died, he immediately created a breach. But he did fix it when he was resurrected, didn't he? And despite that, he still managed to create a loophole. Such a thing definitely couldn't be a coincidence. The Lord had planned it from the beginning. Now everything was going according to his plan, and he had switched roles. Now he was the victim and the Grim Lord was the hunter. Before his eyes, the gap was getting bigger and bigger, but there was nothing he could do about it, making him more and more nervous. His fingers were running incredibly fast on the keyboard, but he still couldn't send orders fast enough. The Swordmaster watched in panic as Sunny kept near the gap, keeping the other players away. The guy's nerves failed. He closed his eyes and roared loudly, realizing that the Grim Lord had finally broken the formation. After which he knelt down, trying to come to terms with his defeat, which he didn't think should have happened.